Hello, welcome. Today I'm gonna keep working on my game-like jam entry. Yeah, I'm making a Frogger-like in Godot. Frogger is the theme for this second month's. Every other month we do this jam. For this month's game-like jam, it is Frogger, and the idea is that you make a game that is so similar to Frogger that it would be considered a Frogger-like. So you're welcome to copy it as closely as possible, but make sure you use your own original assets and don't use the same name and stuff like that. But for the moment, we're not trying to plagiarize. We're just trying to homage and learn how to make something with known scope. So that is to say, it doesn't have this creative, it isn't I died. We don't have this creative pressure to like come up with every single thing. We already have the game presented to us. Now, that doesn't mean people aren't gonna still be creative with it, because that is part of the criteria. In a couple weeks, not much longer now, how long? I'll be doing a live stream where we actually play through all of them. 14 days, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, guys. I'll be doing a live stream where we play through all of the entries, and I'm super excited about that. It'll actually be the week after the jam ends, because in between the last time we can work on it and playing through the games, y'all are gonna vote. Yeah, we've got most likely original, creative twist on the original, completeness, artistry, sound design. So I'm really excited to see some stuff that's coming up. I do want to share with you the stuff people have been sharing that they've been working on. So let's check that out. And for the most part of this stream, if you're not familiar, make sure you hit that subscribe button. You might be new around here. I just live stream my own learning game dev in public journey. I'm not an expert. I'm just someone who likes doing it a lot, and I'm trying to learn. And this is one way that I'm motivating myself to learn, is by doing this game-like jam. So my Frogger-like is not complete, but I'm working on it. It's themed similarly to a game that I'm working on, a bigger game that I'm working on, called Harvest Earth, and so that's pretty cool. It's got these aliens. It's a whole other game. I'll tell you more about that some other time. But it's not finished. I still have some programmer art in there, but we're getting there little by little. The functionality is getting there. So I'll work on that for most of this stream. But to start it off, let's just look at what y'all have been putting together, because I'm super impressed, and I want to check in with you guys' progress. I haven't seen much except what you guys have been like, please, I want you to see, and so then I saw, but for the most part, I have not seen. So let's roll back to one of the, let's see, it looks like this one hasn't been seen by me recently, although it could just be like messages. I'm not sure. We're gonna find out though. Let's see. Auto Frogger. Okay, we got some images, we got some other stuff, got the back end and basic UI for spawning a tower. Okay, so this one by Marceline, aka Dungeon Martian, is like an auto battler. It's like Frogger, but it has more auto battling. Welcome, Frank, good to see you here. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. Pawn X Pawn, I appreciate you too. Thank you for being a member of this channel. I am going to sing you a member song as soon as we're done with this intro here. I promise. Before I get to working on my entry. So, okay, this is amazing. So you've got these like Froggers. I think these are just like placeholder assets right now, sort of spawning in at these different spawn points. And then they get like 100 points every time they move forward, which in Frogger you get 10 points every time you move forward. And then I think you can take control and move them around, which is super, super cool and awesome. Let's see, we've got a little more progress than the last time we checked on it. What is this? What is that? What is that? So you drag them out and you put them there. Battle begin. So it is like a battle. And then they move up. Oh, it's like fog of war. I see. I was really confused. So you don't even know what's ahead of you until you start going. That is that is severe. So that's the back end and basic UI for spawning towers. This is now, this person is going for a creative approach. That is to say, not keeping it too classic, which is amazing. Like, you might as well. I love that, love that, love that. Looking good. So we also have some other ones. Frungin from Pressapire. We do have an update. So I've been really impressed with this. Let me show you a little bit about that in the older clips. So you can see it has a lot of Frogger-like Github, where you're moving and you're going across platforms and stuff is going, but it's a little different. You're going in and out of rooms. It's like a dungeon crawler, but Frogger. I love it. And it's got like differently sized rooms as well that you can go into, which is really interesting. All right, so here's the latest update. Got a water shader into my game. Wow, water shader, very fancy. I think it looks all right, just needs some color tweaking. Made my workflow a lot simpler to help make levels faster as well. What a regular game of Frogger. Ignore the lack of vehicles. Nice. So I think, and if I remember correctly, this person said that they're basically starting out the game in a very classic Frogger fashion. But then once you get past the first level, it becomes that dungeon stuff. Like, how cool is that? How freaking cool is that? Okay, what else do we got? We got so many cool, and these are just the entries we're seeing, right? We've got almost 80 folks who have joined. So I don't know, we might get a lot of cool stuff. All right, so Catherine figured out basic grid movement. Shopper. Oh, it's like Frogger, but shopper. I like that. I like that very much. Spreadsheet I'm using is GuroKitty's grocery store assets. My idea is that you are at the checkout with your mom and she's sending you back across the busy store to pick up an item she forgot. Then you bring it back to her. The creativity! The creativity! All right, let's see what we got. How's this turning out? Oh, it's like a cute little kid with a little, like, pinwheel hat kind of vibe. Nice. Dude, good use of these assets. Like a grocery store, it's a good idea because, like, whatever, shopping carts can be rolling across customers, things that restock trolleys. This is a solid idea. Nice. I love it. Got the itch page set up with assets and stuff. Oh, those are the original assets. Gotcha. Yeah, really cool. Looks awesome. I cannot wait to play it and see more of it. And you know what? Just keep going. Get it done as much as you can. We're going to show you love no matter what. Let's see. There's still 2 weeks left. Okay, this one is anti-Frogger. We have seen a little bit about this. I do like this menu. I think it's gotten a bit of an update since we last saw it. Oh yeah. So this one kind of like reverses Frogger a little bit. So you're driving a car and you should avoid the frogs and cars. Get the highest score. The speed bumps slow you down. So I think you're instead of being the frog, you're being the car. Okay, you are the car. And if you run over a frog, it's actually like a bad thing, right? Which I think is kind of fascinating. I'm gonna hit this frog. I apologize. Oh, those are actually pretty hard to hit. Great. Like, I like that. I like how it sort of like teases you at first. Definitely don't want to run into other cars. But this changes. There you go. So here we got it. We got 2 dead frogs, 3 dead frogs. Oh God. Oh no, I killed more frogs. Okay, we got it. Okay, all right. But I like this because it's we got arrested. I like this because it's sort of like when you play Frogger, the cars hit you, and as far as you know, the cars are just going along their merry day without any issues. They don't care. They killed a frog. Whatever. No. Wrong. When you get hit by a car in Frogger, the car is also losing the game. I think that's really awesome. I love the 3D assets here. It's got like a Subway Surfers vibe. Super nice. Well done. Love it. Keep up the great work. They have frog protection laws. Apparently they do. Thank goodness they do. All right, what else? What else? What else? What else? Homeward Bun. Homeward Bun. Let's see if we've got an update. Progress is going very slow. That's all right. We gotta take our time. I'm slow. I know I'm slow. I'm definitely slow. Nice, right. So we got the movement. You got different types of slippery, sticky wall. It's a rabbit. Nicely done. I think we might have seen this last week. Looks like that's a yes. So here is an update since then. They said they've got the gameplay loop complete. Yes, gameplay loop complete. This was today. Every Wednesday during the jam, and then one after the jam too. When we play all the games made by you. Okay, sorry. Nice, nice, nice. Coming together, coming together. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see what this is. So this is like, you said you've got the gameplay loop complete. Let's see how that's coming out. I have not gone to Balor yet. That is correct. We're gonna go through them quickly today because we'll have a whole live stream after it ends where we play through everything. But I am definitely gonna give Balor some attention. Look at this. Look at this. This is cool. I like the different like squares in here that like do different stuff. What is all the bouncing around about? What is all that? Are those like obstacles? It's really creative. Like instead of just having like things that go from left to right, you have things that are like bouncing around. That is such a unique challenge. But maybe it's okay. Maybe like those things aren't bad things. I don't know. I'm so excited to see how that's coming along. This is really creative. This is really, because you're also keeping very, very true to the original, but you're still adding in your own little twists, which is super, super, super neat. Tropical Paradise by Henry. Oh, it's a tropical paradise. Officially started your game like jam entry. Let's go. Let's go. Insert coin. I like when you guys are actually adding in the arcade stuff, because me, I'm like, oh, I'm going to omit that. This isn't an arcade game. But then I see you guys put it in there and I'm like, you know what? That's cool. I like that. That's a nice thing. Level design has been fun with GDevelop. Yeah, GDevelop. Oh, GDevelop's great. Free open source software. Really, really great for 2D. And it's getting better with 3D as well. Nice. Blur some parts. Don't want to spoil it. Oh, yes. No spoilers. Love that one. Wow. I love the like tropical paradise thing. Reddit issue. Not sure how I could add an up and down only movement for the frog player. Anyone know how to fix this? Maybe. I'll try to get back to you on that. It moves the frog too far across the map. Oh, so you mean like grid-like sort of behavior instead of like jumping super far. It's been a while since I used GDevelop, but when I did, I feel like you could define how far you would move at a time. So I would think you would just make that movement value, that distance, a little smaller. That's a tricky one, Henry. But also, I'll see if I can help you at some point. But it's looking great. It's looking great. You got the cars moving. You got these turtles over here. You got the logs. I see the logs going. So it's definitely coming together. Very nice. Kiro Knight by Pawn X Pawn. Oh, we going 3D. Yeah, we got a samurai frog. Love it, love it, love it. Love that animation. Oh my gosh. What? That is such a good animation. Okay, it's got some music. Let's make sure we can hear the music that you made for the Frogger-like, Whimsy. Love this grass. Very nice grass. Oh my gosh. It's evolved. Nice. Wow, what? Visually, this is incredible. Look at that water. I want to swim in that. Wow, I love like how it changes the color of the log under the water too. Wow. This is like the most beautiful Frogger I think that has ever been made, possibly. Oh my gosh, it just keeps getting better. Every single thing. Wow. Add a game controller, state machine, sound manager, level manager. Dang! Systematic, warping logs, materials for forest level logs, water shader, grass, multiple assets, add a player movement. Whoa, we got some new animations. That's so cute. Yeah, work it. Oh, we got a video. We got a video. Hey, hey. Man, it looks so good. Wow. I mean, it's like an open world Frogger game or something. Wow. Oh, that's so awesome. Nice work. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Can't wait to see how it progresses. Holy moly. That is impressive. What else do we got? What else do we got? Let's see. We was Kiro Frog, Ballor. Yes, 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 yes. And you're working on a second one. Wow, nice. That's very impressive that you're making a sequel already. All right. So, hey, what's up, Sonar Jesus? Good to see you. I'm doing well. How are you? So let's see. Okay, are you putting your game on a CRTV, a CRT TV? That's freaking amazing. That's incredibly amazing. Okay, so I think this game actually is playable. Yes, it very much is. So we got to set a limit because I know I'm going to play it too much because it's too fun. So I'm going to set up a 2-minute timer, 2 minutes. So this is Ballor, which I think is essentially complete, which is really, really wild. Okay, let's get that volume adjusted just a bit, just a bit. Okay. Yep, okay. Just, there we go. We adding credits, and we playing. It's got music. Nice. Go. Yes. Look at this. Look how gorgeous it is. Look at that death. We spun out and we fell into the water. We come back. We got a damage flash. I mean, you're like a game development prodigy or something. Like, what is happening? Look at that. You got health. You got hit points. Give me a break. Look at that UI up there, too. Out of bounds. It knows when I'm not clicking on the screen. I mean, come on. Look at that nice little corner edge there that saved me. That bumps me back. I mean, how did you make this so fast? Like, I'm pretty sure this is a complete entry. This person is making a sequel. I mean, I hope, hopefully you make it the same entry. You might as well bundle it into the same game. Oh my gosh. It's hard. It's difficult, but it's so well made. So solid. Just like incredibly good. There's Ballor 2 music. I don't know. I'll check it out real quick. We'll check it out real quick. Go. I'll take it from this time. Look, so you get the idea. Super awesome. Super well made. You got some more music that you've been making. Is this that? Different vibe for this one. There's secrets in there? Oh my gosh. And yes, it's complete. Nice. I love that, like, Frogger has just spurned all this inspiration for you. Like, that's super cool. Dude, I love that you're making, like, a 2. Like, it does feel like like it's more high energy. Like, it's the second one. It's the next one. Nice work. Good job. All right, what's next? We've got Froge from Scoobus. Now, there's a screen recording on Google Drive. All right, file was too big. Fair. Sometimes you gotta cut them up into pieces, which is not always the easiest thing to do, I know. Brew Pezzow, welcome. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, it's a nice design, right? Oh, Scoobies! Yes! That is looking like Frogger. You've got the frogs that you get to the end in there, so that way it you know, it's like you got one in, and it gives you that extra thing. So I don't know why it's not playing. It's being a little slow. So I'm just gonna drag it across. So don't take this in as the actual pacing. All right, I'm dragging it manually just so we can keep things moving a little bit. I don't know why it's just a little slow. It's a little slow. Google Drive. But look at that, dude. This is legit. You've got, oh, I like how you inverted it. You've got the platforms on the bottom and on the top, and then your car's in the middle. I love that. It's such a nice twist, but then you're also still making it your own and making it a little different. Really nice. Oh, we almost got it to play for a second there. Beautiful, brilliant, super well done. What happens when you get all the frogs in? Wow, plus 100. Nice, very nice. Wow. Awesome work, Scubus. And it's Scratch, no less. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are talented and skilled as heck. Making your game compatible with other operating systems. Are there any I'm missing? Maybe. Probably not. It sounds like you got it covered. Okay, this one we haven't seen an update from, but I know that it's like gonna be like Minecraftian style, which is super adorable. I think you're no, I don't think you are the turtle. I don't know what you play. Probably a frog. Maybe a beaver. Are you a beaver? I don't know what you are in this game. You got the UI and stuff. Looking good, Matthew. What else? Hopper from Mindslide. Look at all these awesome entries. Oh, yeah, this one. So this one, I love it because it really preserves the like classic Frogger gameplay, but it adds like this whole other sort of like theme to it. It makes it a lot more winter themed. Look at this. Look at this adorable penguin. All right, well, see if the game works. Yes, it does. Okay, let's put up a 2-minute timer and let's play a little bit. Yeah. Go, go, go. Oh, uh-oh. Okay. I thought I was gonna die, like, immediately. We got our penguin lives down here. Oh, it's one little bit. Oh, gosh. Oh, I like the challenge, too. It's quite difficult. Wow, and then little fire, like the penguin's going to stay warm. It's so cute. I think there are sounds. I think it's just really quiet. Oh, let me turn it up. Let me turn it up. There we go. Oh, yeah. This is a jam. Look at that freaking angel. Oh, the train. With the smoke? You didn't have to add this, or steam, whatever. You didn't have to add that, but you did, and I'm glad you did. Oh, we're just on the edge. Solid. I mean, it's clean. It's solid. The mechanics work well. Standing on the platforms, like the collision and stuff. I was playing it a little close there. I have become wide. I have become wide penguin, apparently. That's actually kind of interesting, like as like a difficulty thing. I don't know if that's intentional, but if that changes the collision size as well, that is genuinely going to increase the difficulty, I would say, considerably. Oh God, oh, that's tough. You really have to plan that last crossing. Oh my God. Okay, up. You gotta like take your chance when you get it. Because, you know, there are a lot of opportunities in Frogger to sort of save yourself, but this gives you less, and I like that it gives you less. Oh, that is a glitch. I see you posted that message. I don't know why it didn't come through, but I see you posted that message. I see. Hey, what's up? Welcome. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Good to see you. Wow, there it is, Hopper. Awesome. So good. Let me make sure I can show you guys chats. I don't know why. I'm trying to fix my own glitch. Mindslide. It looks awesome. Who else do we got? At least we got the movement glitch. I remember it wasn't moving earlier, but now it's moving. Tropical Paradise, we checked out that. I think that's all the ones that people have been sharing so far. So if you guys want to share your progress, pop it into that Discord channel, Game Like Jam right here, and I'll make sure we go go over it a little bit here on the Wednesday devlog. But of course, on February 5th, I'm gonna play through all of the games in their entirety. So we will do that. All right, we've got the chat messages back. It's okay. Okay, good. So yeah, so let's continue working. Now we're gonna change the pace here a little bit. But I like changing the pace. I like live streams. If you are finding yourself liking this live stream and you want to help support this jam, hit that thumbs up button for me. Go ahead and like this stream. If you hit that thumbs up button, it means more people will find out about this jam, will learn about this channel, and it'll also be something I really appreciate. So if you haven't yet, guys, hyper smash that thumbs up button. Thumb it up. Let's get those likes up. I want to see the likes grow. And yeah, from here on out, the pace is gonna shift a little bit. So I'm gonna start working on mine again. It's just gonna be like hours and hours and hours of me trying to jam this out. So yeah, I'll show you where my progress is at currently. There's a lot left to do. I'm not as far as a lot of those folks. I saw some of y'all. I'm like where you're at. So yeah, so this is mine so far. It is fine. It exists. It is real. It has movement. We've got these as the cars. These aliens are the cars, and you're this human trying to not get run over by an alien. And then we've got platforms. We can jump on the platforms and stand on them, and they carry us along. And then, as you can see, we got a little bit of a bug there where we can actually stand on the water sometimes. So I think something I want to try to do is set up some like damaging areas so you can't actually even, like that could not even be possible, ideally. And yeah, I have it turned up to like maximum speed right now. And the reason I have it that way is so that way I can test it too fast to see like what problems arise. And then my plan is that with every level, the difficulty will increase, and this will be the hardest speed. So this is technically the more difficult speed. Although I would also change like the frequency of the platforms. There's a lot of changes that I would make as well. But yes, they are quite fast right now. I have to agree with you on that one. And then we have these like finish line sections here that you would try to jump into. So yeah, I have a few concerns here and there about things, but for the most part, it's generally there. But I want to fix those damaging zones. Nothing really hurts you at all. So, I mean, you fall through the water and I have to literally restart the game because it doesn't like end your life or anything like that. There's no UI with like how many lives you have, your time or anything. When you run into these enemies, they don't actually hurt you. So there's a lot of things I want to change. I have a couple other assets that you can't see. Well, one specifically, I have this electric pole that... Let me see if I can find my main scene. Oh, it's right here. I have this electric pole. We got a lot of stuff in this scene. This is row... Okay, it's that. Let's just change this one to the electric pole. So in Frogger, once you get past like the first level... Oh, thanks. Very kind of you. When you get past the first level... there's going to be a new platform type, and it's going to be this right here, which is a electric pole, and if you run into the transformer part of it, it'll hurt you and kill you. But you can still walk on this part. Oh god, unless I die, which I did. I have a long way I actually have a lot of work to do, if I'm being honest. So I should probably get started with that. I think the first thing I want to start setting up is dying. I think that would be a really wise thing to get going. I still have to change the art on those blocks in the front, but we'll get there. We'll get there. All right, let's do damage first. I think that makes the most sense. It's the first thing. I'm gonna play some music so I can just be in the vibe of getting work done. Thanks for hanging out with me. Co-code along with me if you're working on your own jam entry. Like, it could be a nice opportunity, you know, put the stream on mute or keep the sounds there and we'll work together. We'll get this done. We got this. We got a couple weeks left. We'll be all right. All right, so dying and damage. That's what my task is gonna be. Let me put it up on the screen. Dying and damage. Okay. So right now, something I haven't tested at all is, well, what happens when you die? Well, you respawn in Frogger. So how are we going to respawn the character? I don't know. I don't know yet. That is something I have not figured out. But let's try it. Let's try just an instantiation. So right now, your player character isn't actually instantiated. Okay, Pawnex Pawn. Oh, the member song. Okay, when you come back, we'll do your member song when you come back. Thanks for saying something. I do sing songs to members. If you become a member of this channel during these devlog streams, when you come through after I get everything started, I will sing you a song. I will do it. It's not a great song, but it's my gift to you. You also get emotes and an extra live stream and stuff like that. So check out the join button below this video on the channel page if you're interested in seeing if you might want to be a member. Thanks. All right, so I'm gonna try instantiating the player into the game in the first place. So I'm gonna take our player, which is right here. I'm not even gonna check anything first. I'm literally just gonna save it as a scene. And then I am going to, what if I just do that? I'm not even gonna delete it and instantiate it first. First, I'm just gonna try making it saved as a scene and see if that breaks anything. Okay, so far so good. Good. Great. Excellent. Nice. No problem. We love to see it. Good. Now I'm gonna actually delete it from my scene tree. And then I'm gonna make a top level script here called main scene. And let's just make a simple ready function. Do I have any instantiation? I don't think I do. Let me just grab some instantiation code so I don't have to use my little brain to think about it. Okay, this will do. This is for a helicopter in my other project. Okay, and we're gonna get that player file location that I just created. Blare, 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 blare right there. Let's select the path and drop it in. Static function instantiate not found in base resplayer.gd. What? Oh, what? Why would you say that? Why would you even say that? What does that even mean? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? It's confusing, right? Static function. What? Why is that so confusing? I'm so confused why we're having an issue with this. This code is very regular code. Oh, because I'm preloading it? Maybe because you can't preload in the ready function or something. Because maybe, like, ready is preloading. Alright. Alright, whatever. You know what? Fine. Alright, so we're going to say variable player. Then we want to, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm actually going to create a special node in here for spawning the player in. Wow. This is a long scene tree. My gosh. It's still, okay, stop. And then we're going to say spawned. Let's just call it spawned for now. So I'm going to make this accessible as a unique name just in case I move it. I'm going to unready it. And then we're going to say spawned add child player. Okay, good. This should be sufficient. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it's okay just getting spawned in. Now, I haven't told it where to spawn it. So let me actually go look at the player scene that was created. Oh my god, dude. Did you see what I didn't see? I put in the script. I put in GD, that's why it wasn't preloading. I meant to put in the scene. There we go. I was like, really? You can't preload in the ready? You sure about that? Alright, good. So then let's open up the player scene. I want to make sure it's actually at the origin. As you can see, it is not. So let's do that. 0, 0. Good. I'm going to keep its Y position, however. And then back on the main scene. Wow, we got a lot of stuff open. I'm going to close all these for now. And if I decide I want to open them up again, I will. But for now, it's just getting a little chaotic up here, and I kind of hate it. I did not mean to close the main scene. That was a mistake. But it's a fixable mistake. Where is the main scene? Oh, it's up here. Wait, where is it? Main scene. GTSCN. There we go. Okay. So in the main scene, I kind of want to just identify where the player is supposed to start. So I want the player to start the same place that you start in Frogger, which is, I think, like off-center to the right. So I'm gonna grab one of these wall meshes is fine. Make sure we're moving on the grid. Look to the center and move off by 1. And that brings us to a position of 8. So that's where I want to put my human. So we're going to go back to that other scene. And I want to say player global position X equals 8. Let's see where that gets us. Does it still work? What is broken? Okay, so no player. Cool. That did not work. That absolutely did not work. Ready, node not found player relative to root node 3D. So... right. So we need to actually be more specific. It's not going to be in player anymore. It's going to be in spawn/player. But is it really going to be there in time after it instantiates? No, it is not. Yeah, I knew something would break by doing this. Node not found. Spawn/player. Okay. Can we look in the remote to see what's going on here? Spawned player. So, I mean, if I were to drag that in, yeah, that's what it says. That's what it says, but I wonder if it's a timing thing, right? So, we might need to add it after the fact as a reference that it can find. So what this is, or really this is just anything. It could be enemies, it could be platforms, it could be finish lines, and it just all derives from the detectable class. And it is currently looking for an onReady set to player. So if I wanted to, well, to be fair, we're not actually using it. So, but you know where we are using it is probably in things that derive from it. So for example, an enemy is going to look for the player. So I need to be able to instantiate the player, but still have it be found by these other things. So how do I want to do that? Do I know how I want to do that? It doesn't exist yet. I mean, I would think it needs to say that it exists, and then it updates this. But this, I kind of need to put that on everything that is detectable. Something else I could do, I could also, well, and it's looking for a character body specifically. It's tough because this is something I don't like about using derived classes. So is that it's there's really not as much as I would like that I can like put on the top level that also gets absorbed down, except for like variables. But like this kind of thing, like numbers and stuff, this kind of thing is a little tricky. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create this empty here, and then we're gonna say that when the player exists, so when it has been spawned, it's gonna put out a signal that I have to create. Messenger player ready emit. Don't know if it makes the most sense, but it's what I'm doing. Messenger create a new signal player ready. And then I'm gonna come to, well, I have to look at everything that derives from detectable. So if I look up extends detectable, we'll find it's platform and enemy. So for the enemies, we're gonna want to connect player ready. Oh, we gotta make sure we say messenger. On player ready, and then create a function for that. We'll see. When the player is ready, I would like it to update player to be set to this. Okay, let's see if that works. Now I need to also put that on the platforms. And we'll just get the exact same code. I do wonder if I couldn't put the function on the class. I don't think I can, but I'm kind of curious, so I'm gonna try it. So if I put on player ready here, and I save it back on detectable, does the platform find it? It does find it. Nice. Okay, well, I'd rather do that than have to put it in every detectable. But I'm quite certain that I have to connect it on each single one. All right, let's see if that works better. It might not. Node not found. Player/human O3 animation tree relative to root node 3D. Ah, we got another thing here. So this is on the player itself. Ah. Now why did we do... I feel like there was a reason why I did that. And I'm not sure what that was. Why I would reference the get node on the player itself. Yeah, so instead of dying and damning, what I should say is instantiated player. What I should have done, and what I would do in the future, is instantiate it first. That way I don't have to go back and try to make it compatible with instantiation. But I didn't know. The game that I'm working on, usually, you don't respawn like this. So I never really tried to even learn it. So, I mean, again, I'm kind of new to game dev, so I don't really have any framework for, oh, I should make sure to remember that I set up my player character to spawn correctly right off the bat. What rhymes a bat? Cat. There's a cat over here. And I just thought you should know. That's Travi. He's hanging out with me. Okay. So, I'm a little concerned about this. But, I mean, if it exists, it should be in the right place. So, I'm just gonna have it say spawned player. It should already be in the right place. Let's make sure no bugs. No bugs. But also, no player. So, where is it at? Where's the player at? Where is it? Where is it at? That's a good question. Let's see if we can find it. I'm gonna go to the remote tab, look at spawned, player. What's your position? Player, what's your position? Player is at 8.5. X8 and 0.5. Was 8 correct? I think so. All right, let's move around here. Ah, there it is. I know what happened. I was looking at the wrong block, I guess. Hello. Hello. All right, well, it's there. This is good. I guess I was looking at the wrong block. So I think its position was supposed to be more over here. Apparently, not at 8. It's animated, so that's good. So maybe we want to spawn it in at 1 instead of 8. So we're gonna go back up here. We're gonna say player spawn pause X. I'm gonna make a variable player spawn pause X. Okay. And let's see if we spawn in the right place now. Nice. We got a player. We instantiated a player, baby. Let's go. All right. Okay, cool. So now we can start doing dying because I now know that we can just delete it and load a new one. That, are you sure about that? Because if you delete it, well, I think it might be okay. I think it might be okay. We'll see. I'm gonna make a GitHub commit. So we save this point in time, freeze it in version control, and move on. Okay. Player is now instantiated in mains in current scene / spawned. All right. Progress. Easy, quick progress. Okay. Now let's do damage / dying. Or dying / damage. So for that to work, we're gonna need it to be detected in areas of damage. The easiest thing that's already set up are enemies. So when the player overlaps with an enemy, this gets printed. Overlapped with the enemy overlapped with the player. So instead of that, we wanted to actually kill the player. Just to keep it simple for right now, let's just have it re-instantiate a new one. So it's going to delete the current one. We're going to say body queue free. You know what I'd rather do? I'd rather say messenger player dead. I'd kind of like to emit like a different death state depending on how you die. So let's actually set that up. Let's come to the player and let's make an enum. I'm gonna make an enum. Let's also make this a little bigger. I'm gonna make an enum. I don't think it needs to be exported. Enum death states. We'll have death by enemy, death by water, death by time out, death by wall. I don't know if I want to say wall. Yeah, we could say wall, because there's things that are walls that won't hurt you. Well, that's okay, we'll say wall. And then we're gonna make variable death state be typed as the death state enum. Okay. Now, on my messenger script, I'm gonna set up a new signal for player dead. Now, I'm also gonna wanna add some arguments in here. I think just one. Argument 1, death type. Enum. Now, to be able to access this well, I think I'm gonna wanna have a class name. I don't need to, but I think it'd be easier if we just set up a player class name. Then I'm gonna come to something. The enemy, I guess. And we want to say that when the player's dead, expected expression as the function arg. Oh, my bad. Emit. Okay, there we go. And so we want to say player death state death states enemy. So it says, hey, you died by an enemy. Now over here on the player, we're gonna receive that signal. Player dead. Connect to on player dead. I actually want to reorder this a little bit. Okay. So then we need to make on player dead. On player dead, not layer, on player dead. And this is going to call with one of those enums. So we'll just say state. And we want to say if, or we'll do match. Match state. if that state is def states now, why isn't that completing? What am I doing wrong there? Death states, it exists? Yeah, totally exists. Okay. I would have expected that to autocomplete, but okay. If death states enemy, then let's see if we can at least get a queue free in there. But wait, we don't just want a queue free, we would want to set the state as well. So we'll say death state becomes death states enemy. Okay, I don't know if that's gonna work. I'm concerned about the lack of auto-completion, but let's see. Yeah, dead. Disappeared. Excellent. Now, I don't just want it to die, I want there to be like an animation and stuff, but for now, let's just have it die. And then we're gonna want a new one. Now, it's gonna be dead, so I can't actually spawn a new one. So I'm gonna create yet another signal. And so we're gonna say, well, you don't wanna do that. Well, you could. Because it's not gonna be immediate, there's gonna be an animation. So we'll probably want like some kind of animation finished, and then we'll want to emit player deleted. I almost want to say despawned. Maybe freed. Let's say freed, because that's more accurate to what we're doing here. So player freed emit. Obviously, I need to go to my messenger, and we are going to add that in. It's just where I handle these global signals. Player something freed. Then on the dead script, the main script, the dead script. On the main script, we are going to connect. Oh, right, that's just in the ready function. Well, yeah, we might want to fix that. Messenger, maybe not. It's kind of fine. Messenger, we'll see, because I might want like an intro with like a menu. Oh gosh, that's another thing I still haven't gotten used to, is making the main menu before I make the game. I don't know if I really care to do a main menu, to be honest. I'm just keeping it real. Messenger. Player freed. Connect. On player freed. Here's that long boy. Function on player freed. We're then gonna do the same instantiation code. Making a menu before making the game really be a good practice? Potentially. Aren't you supposed to make the game as basic and quickly as possible? Depends. Everybody's gonna approach it differently. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Well, you know, here's the thing. If it depends on the context, right? Like, I'm making a jam game, right? So I know that whatever I do here is probably going to be what I submit. On the other hand, I would say you can make a basic menu. That game... So here's the other thing. There's a problem I have with prototypes, and I'm not saying prototyping is a bad thing. It's an incredibly good thing and really important. But in my opinion, you also want to make sure that that prototype, when it's done, isn't going to necessarily require you to completely redo every little thing, so that what you have is modular enough that it could be plugged into, say, a menu later. So you could make a very basic menu, very, very highly basic, and that not waste time. You could even have a template that you usually do for your menus. A lot of you guys I see do that. right? I play your games and each one has the same menu. So if you have that template and you make your game, be sure that it is triggered by that template. So you make sure, okay, I know I'm going to have a play button, so I'm going to say that when a play button is pressed, the player is created, the whatever, the animation plays, the tutorial shows, whatever. And you can also make sure you have like a settings menu placeholder. And again, you don't have to fill out the settings because like you're saying, if you want to quickly iterate, maybe don't worry about that. But if you already have some of that modularity built in, it can save time later. To me, I think it's a good practice to have a nice, simple, basic template that would be able to match anything that you're making. Because, look, in my experience, my limited experience, if you don't anticipate something that's supposed to come before your game starts, it can, depending on how you make that game, it could be really, really messy to wedge it in later. But it depends. Maybe you're already prototyping things in a way that lends itself to a menu. I know sometimes I have found that that is not the case. So that's just my thoughts on that. Excellent question. So when the player gets freed, something I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say spawn player. And we're just gonna take all of this. We're gonna say run spawn player in the ready function, and then put all that in. And then when the player is freed, spawn a player. Simple as that. Okay, let's see what happens. So when it starts, we have a player. When I run into an enemy, we get another one. Oh, what? What's the error? Can I call method set on a previously freed instance? So we can't be on-readying everything like that. That is not gonna work. So we're going to remove this animation tree setup. And now this is on, what script are we on here? This is a player script. So we kind of want this to happen when the player spawns, right? You could put in the ready, just put in the ready function. Yeah, put in the ready function. Whenever it actually spawns in, you could then say that animation becomes that. Let's see if that is better. You have a miscellaneous handler object that you copy for basically all your games, such as handles, global variables, and integer scaling with function keys. Nice. That's good. Right, exactly. Good practice, right? Is to have to make that prototyping a little faster. I'm interested in your techniques because you've been pumping out Frogger games like nobody's business. You have a pixel text drawer function using a sprite that you reuse a lot. Nice. Yeah, I should get into that. I've been doing a lot of like building from the ground up for now because I just feel like there's so much I'm still learning. And I want to figure out what do I even want my template to be? That's a good practice. So what do you mean a previously freed instance? I'm wondering, okay, let me see also in the remote tab. Ah, that's it. The name is different. All right. That's all the code you reuse. Yeah, you know, it just depends. Depends on your needs. You know, it depends how you want to approach it. Personally, I would like to be more prepared for things like menu and stuff. Just kind of remember the way you do stuff. That's fair, that's fair. So instead of having it be by name, I want it to be by something else. We could do group. Yeah, but I mean, you could do... You'd have to still fetch it somehow. I wonder if it's a timing thing. Like, would it come through as player if I... Because it's happening... Let me try something, just as an experiment. I'm going to say that spawn player doesn't happen right away, which it kind of won't. I'm gonna add an await in here, just as an experiment. Create timer. Let's say after 1 second. Because I'm curious if the naming of it is related to the timing. It is! Okay, then it works. Good. Got it. Alright, cool. So as long as it doesn't spawn in before it gets queue freed, it all goes well. Cool. Nice. Now, I have an await right now, but eventually that's going to be like other things besides the await. Like some animation, some other stuff that's going to happen when you die. Probably. Or maybe I'll leave the await. Great. So we've now got dying and respawning. Now, obviously, we'd want to set it to certain lives and stuff, so I'll worry about that at some point. So let's get the other types of dying. So obviously, I just fell through the water there, and I didn't die. So what I'm going to do... And by the way, there's also... Okay, I feel like I need to... Okay, I do need to stop myself for a second here, because there's a bug. Now, this is all... These platforms are moving at the... Oh, God, I have to play it for real. These platforms are moving at the fastest possible speed. I actually don't have the enemies moving at the fastest speed, but I do have the platforms moving at the fastest speed because they have these important like physics calculations, right? And it could be a little broken. So sometimes, like, for example, it's pretty... Okay, not that time. Often, it's pretty easy to move in between the platforms. It just kind of lets you jump across them. Sometimes, not all the time. I think in part because of the super high speed. So something I want to do is I want to add in like damage that happens or some kind of check that happens. Did you move your player in between two platforms? And if you did, two platforms on the same row. And if you did, that was actually kind of a little fudge there, where I was pretty much off the edge, but it corrected itself and got on there. I would like it to basically turn off the collision. Turn off the physics collision. I mean, I kind of hate that. Like, it'd be nice if you were, like, bumping against the side. I like that you, like, fall into the water. I think that's something kind of nice about that. Obviously, it does mean that the player is potentially going to clip through the platform, which is not ideal. But the reason why I'm saying this is because it's not just going to be like a single moment of death. There's going to be like stages to falling off this platform and dying. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to change my task. I'm going to augment my task to saying player has no physics, player loses physics in between platforms on the same row. that is a lot of words, right? I acknowledge this. That just has to be okay. So, here's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna create a new thing. Let me collapse all these in my node tree. There's a lot of stuff in here. And where do all the platforms exist? Exactly. Do I still have those in debug? I do. That's funny, because they used to be debugged. For our debug code that adjusts the row speed. Oh, it signals. Okay, so I think, okay, let me try something that I've been meaning to do, but I forgot to. So this is gonna be rows 8 through 14, or 8 through 12, I think. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So I'm gonna try something that might cause some problems, but from an organizational perspective, it's gonna make my life easier. So I'm gonna go to... Oh my gosh, so much scrolling. Here, we're gonna call this rows 8 through 12. Then I'm gonna drag, oh, we have a platform script. So that should actually be on there. So actually, I didn't need to create that. Let me drag this out. Delete that. Hopefully we don't actually need that anywhere. Doesn't look like it. Rows 8 through 12. Okay. Let me make sure that didn't break anything. It might. I don't think it did. Looks good. Okay. As good as it did anyway. Okay, then I'm gonna create, let me collect, can we, I think there's, I don't know. You have something to confess about your Frogger-like? Okay, all right. Let it all out. So let's collapse all of these. You took the player sprite from a previous top-down shooter game you made? Okay. I mean, that's good game jamming. That's good game jam behavior. You should reuse assets. That's correct. It's a good way to save time. I got most of my assets from another game. Good job. Well done. Ponix Pawn has returned! It's member song time. Correct me if I'm wrong. You can't, because it's true. Okay, let me get a song queued up. Things are about to get weird. Things are about to get weird. If you don't know what's happening, things are about to get different. Real different right now. Just for a second.
Perfect.
Oh, Pawn X Pawn, you came back and you're going on and on about being here. And I'm so glad you're not saying so long, Pawn X Pawn. You're going on and on, you keep going on and on with the aliens on the screen. Thank you for being you and not mean. Pawn X Pawn, not so long, cause you're so here and that can't be wrong. Pawn X Pawn, going on and on about aliens on screen, and that couldn't be mean. Welcome Pawn X Pawn, and thank you for being you and not me. You're you, and I'm so glad that you do what you do. Who else is here? We got Sean S. Sean S. This is your song. Yes, Sean, this is your song. Sean S. gets a song. Oh yes, I'm glad you came on through and you said the things that you be saying too. What does the S stand for? You know what it stands for. It stands for song. Sean S, you get a song. Yes, the S stands for song. Can't be wrong when we're singing a song. Sean, oh Sean, I think you're cool and you're chill and you're hanging out with us all the day long, all the day long. Oh Sean, you get a song. Sean S gets a song. Oh yes, the S stands for song. Sean S, oh yes, Sean gets a song. S stands for song. There you go, guys. Thank you both so much for supporting the channel. It means the world. I'm glad you guys come through the member streams on Mondays. It's always a pleasure to hang and chat. And thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to show my appreciation through an admittedly not good song. But it's a song that comes from my heart. And that's what counts. Alright, no, we heard that song already. Yeah, you can play the next song now. Thank you. Welcome, guys. Hope you both are doing really well. What am I doing? Well, I'm doing platform stuff. Best songs. Well, look, I mean, if you appreciate them, then that means I'm doing my job. Right, I'm adding I put player loses physics in between playforms. Okay. Let's fix that. Little typo. The playform. There's something to that, but no, platforms. Platforms zero. Okay, right. Okay. So I want an event to happen in between the platforms on rows. So right now, let's just look at the first row, which is row 8. And in between each one, I want to make a thing. So these are grid spaced apart, which makes this a little easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a area 3D. I guess we want to do a detectable, actually. So let's use our detectable class here. We don't need it to have the detectable script on it, though. And we're going to put this between row 8 and row 1. Okay. Then I'm going to add a mesh in here so I can see what the heck I'm doing. And I'm going to move it along the grid right into that slot. This is why I wanted to make sure everything was aligned nicely on the grid. So we can just plunk it in. Now, I'm going to stretch it out to a width of 2 and fit it right in there. Okay. Now I actually want it to be taller than that, so that way it can definitely see the player. I probably want it to be like around here or so. There's no jumping, so that should be plenty of space for the player to be seen. And I'm going to add in a collision shape. Make it the same size and everything. Same position, same size as that mesh. which was negative 9.5, 0.6, negative 8. I could have done this differently, but I didn't, so that just has to be okay. 0.6, negative 8. 0.6, negative 8. Okay, there it is in the same spot. I've just used the mesh as like a visual thing. Debug tool. Okay, great. That's there. And we want this to be looking for the player, of course. And I script my collisions. Do I? I think? Let's call this... This is a... what do I want to call it? A gap killer? I'm gonna call it a gap killer. It kind of doesn't make sense, but I guess it's a killer gap. It's a killer gap. What do you mean? Do I script my collisions? Do I script my collisions? Yes? I think. Let's find out. Oh, you mean like setting the layer and masks? Yeah. Correct. I absolutely do. Yeah. I don't like doing it in the inspector because I can't search it in the same way that I can search other things. I mean, I can't really search it all unless I'm in VS Code. And I don't really know how to even search that in TSCN files anyway. And you know, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't like it. It leads to me being confused about what's going wrong with collisions for way too long. But if I just script them, yeah, I don't have to worry about that. I can just look and see, oh, that's in the wrong place. You don't think I can? Oh, search it, yeah. I mean, maybe like a again, if I'm looking at the TSCN file, maybe. But I mean, like, it probably is in like some weird like bit value, and I'd have to know what that is. I don't know. I don't want to do all that. So to me, it just makes it a lot easier to work with. So let's make a killer gap script. This does not extend area 3D. This extends detectable. And so just like the enemies, it's actually gonna be very similar to the enemy script. Might as well just copy the whole enemy script. TSN is easy to read, but really not worth opening. It's all in readable text. Nice. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's possible someday I do like VS Code and I just like actually like modify TSN file. I've experimented with that a little. It's okay. I don't know. Pretty much everything in there is interfaceable with GTScript. So yeah, there's really not much point. So yeah, so I do it like this. So I set my collision layer value, and then I have this enum. I used to not use the enum, but someone in the chat was like, if you're gonna script your collisions, please use enums. I was like, that's a good idea. Actually, I'm gonna do that. So then I can just set it to enemy, whatever. So if I come to this, it just list, there is no zero collision. I know, I was like, first of all, excuse you. Second of all, it's a really good idea. I should do that. I'm gonna do that right now. Thank you. Much appreciation. There is no zero collision, so we need to say do not use on that one. And then I set them to equals. It just makes it easier to like visualize which one's which. And then yeah, it works really well. It's super readable, and it's better this way because it's even more searchable. Dude, that suggestion was amazing. Like, I'm really appreciative of that suggestion because it's so much easier to at a glance quickly see what is what. I guess wait a little more because you have as many as you want. Big games could go crazy on collision layers. That's true. That's true. Right. I mean, look, and I don't know, but I have noticed that it, you know, so here it only shows 16. If I shrink it down, it goes down to 8, right? Oh, it only goes up to 32 here. I was wondering if I like kept stretching it, if it would just like keep growing. Yeah, I wonder if you can have more than 32 collisions, and if going outside of code lets you have more than that. Maybe that's just like the editor that shows 32, but beyond in code, you can actually go further. What's up, Reactor? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I'm working on my Frogger-like game for the Game-like Jam. It's a jam. Yeah, you can join if you want. We're making Frogger-likes, so games that you would, if you played it, you would be able to call it a Frogger-like. It's similar enough to Frogger. It can be as similar as you want, as long as it doesn't use the exact same assets. On the Jam page, the game is embedded. And mine is coming along. It's based on another project I'm working on, so I just borrowed art assets from another game that I'm doing. You're probably not old enough for it? Okay, heard. All right, you don't have to tell us your age. No need. Don't worry about it. All good. But honestly, you can really, if you know how to make games, you could still join. But that's fair. That's fair. All right, heard. Understood. Well, anyway. If anyone didn't know and you're interested, it is based on Frogger, and mine is coming along. We got some great entries in progress that we've seen. I'm excited to see what everyone else is coming up with, and we're going to do this every other month. So right now, January, we're doing it. Then the next one's going to be in March, then in May, July, etc., and so forth. You've done Roblox Studio coding. Nice, that's legit. That's legit coding. You can't export your games and stuff, but, you know, that's Lua, basically. It's slightly different, but it's very similar to Lua. There are some good engines and frameworks based on Lua. I think Defold is one that uses Lua. Don't tell us your age. You don't have to tell us your age. It's okay. But yeah, that Edgeworth, that's a good point. It's a good point. Like, you're young. Redacted. Yeah, you really shouldn't tell us your age. It is a fun language. I should really make it a rule not to tell your age. But I like Edgeworth. I appreciate that because Reactor, you can. Yeah, it's not about you. It's not about you. Yeah. You shouldn't do that. Just so you know. But I hear you. It's anyway, we're not gonna talk about this. But in general, guys, please don't post your ages. It's a rule. I didn't say it anywhere except for right now. Please don't tell me your ages. Thank you. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't ask. Just obey. Obey. Yeah, it's just about, it's a content creation thing. It's not about you. It's not even about me. I'm currently working on a, don't tell us your age. I'm currently working on a Roblox Doors horror game. Nice. Yeah, I've played some Doors games. They're fun. Obey or die. Whoa, wait, I was just reading what they said. I didn't say that, but, you know. Okay, so right, I'm creating some collision layers here. You're referring to what was popular when you started coding? No, it's fine, Ken. No, it's not about that. Oh my gosh. It's just like, it's like literal number. It's like the number, okay? Don't say the number. Well, that's just it. We can deduce. If you talk about Scratch or Roblox, we're gonna deduce pretty quick. All right. Welcome, Ken. Good to see you. What was popular when you started coding? Right, we gotta save this look. So I'm just gonna copy what's on the enemy script and we're just gonna pop it in there. I'm old enough to be there when King Arthur pulled the sword out of the stone. That's old, I think. Is that a true story? Gotta love that DirectX 5. Whoa. Is DirectX a thing anymore? RuneScape? Who is King Arthur? It's a good question, Reactor. I was sad when the dinosaurs died. So Jurassic Park, the 80s then. Okay, so what things, we do want the movement to happen. We do want the direction. Well, really, this doesn't make sense. I feel like these should actually be a part of, I don't think I should put them in between. Anyone remember the Big Bang? That was crazy. Only 90 kids remember. It isn't getting updated, but DirectX included direct storage, if I recall, recently. Wow. Wow. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know what that means. I don't know anything about it. I need to actually not do what I'm doing, by the way. I'm gonna actually completely undo what I'm doing. We're gonna get rid of this killer gap script. Well, you can keep the killer gap script. Well, actually do keep it. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually put it in the platforms. So I'm gonna cut this. We're gonna Control X, cut that out. And I'm gonna open up each platform on its own. So this platform type right here, the only difference is we have to choose well, we don't wanna choose left side or right side. This is actually a little tricky. It's a little tricky. We'll see. So making my living coding COBOL on mainframes years old. Welcome, Douglas. We got a member song to sing. We got a member song to sing to Douglas. Let's do this. That is old. Dude, some people are that old, actually. Believe it or not. Oh, Douglas. Oh, Douglas Allen. Oh, Douglas Allen. I'm so glad you're here and you're fabulous. Douglas Allen. You're fabulin' around. It's like fabulous, but a verb. You're fabulin'. Douglas Allen. Douglas, thank you for being here all the time and hanging out and being a member and stuff. Douglas Allen is fabulin'. Douglas Allen is fabulin'. It's nice to be fabulin' and not anything less than that. Douglas Allen. Douglas Allen is fabulin'. You can tell cause it's in their name right there. Douglas Allen is fabulin'. Thank you, Douglas Allen, for being a member. Douglas, 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 Douglas. Wow. That's what I did. That's the member song I chose for you. Thank you for supporting the channel, Douglas. What's up, Douglas? Thank you for being a mega hyper, if I remember correctly. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much, Douglas. Being a member means you get extra live stream and stuff. Oh, wow, Nightbot. Wow, Nightbot. What? That's nuts. Nightbot is set on a timer. Very good. Yeah, well, there you go. I don't need to say anything. Well done, Nightbot. Good job. What in the world? That is actually crazy. Good timing. Excellent timing. January 15th for you? That's fair. That's fair. Oh, it's the wait, it's the 16th for you? Dang. Wait, then you said, oh, so you must be on the other side of the world. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, it's very kind of you. It's very kind of you. Around when everyone was playing pinball? Nice. Video card I had a pinball machine. It was like a weird hand-me-down that I somehow acquired. Bride of Pinbot is what it was. It was weird, but it was actually awesome. A video card can skip GPU and textures from your storage. It requires NVMe speed, makes infinite worlds more seamless. Ah, neat. Just dodged Cobalt. If Scratch, Beatbox, and Psst didn't exist, I would be the world record least interesting person. I doubt that. I doubt that. Me scared when I get into the stream and see that Lisa singing member songs. Rorik, hide, hide. You will not be spared. You will not be spared. You're getting the same song too. Rorik, oh Rorik, you're full of fantasticness. Rorik, oh Rorik, you're full of fantasticness. I can tell cause your name is Rorik and roll has rhyming with full. And ick shares the same last two letters as fantastic. Therefore Rorik is full of fantasticness. Oh Rorik, I hope that logic made sense. Rorik will not be spared. Rorik will not be spared. No, no. Oh Rorik, you're full of fantasticness. Thank you for supporting the channel and stuff like that. You're a great person and maybe sometimes you like to wear flannel. Oh Rorik, you're full of fantasticness. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh Rorik, you're full of fantasticness. I can prove it cause your name starts with roll and that rhymes with full and it ends with ick, which also is the last two letters of fantastic, 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 fantastic. There you go. There's your member song. That's what you get. That's what you get. Thank you for supporting the channel, Rorik. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You will not be spared. It will make you scared. Yes. Nice. Nice bar, Reactor. I started a project, but not sure if I will have time to finish it. I only had 2 days to work on it, and it's already mid-January. Oh, it's awesome! I'm so glad you're trying, though. Yeah, there's a couple weeks left. There's a couple weeks left. You know, just keep it simple. Keep it stupid simple, you know? But hey, that's awesome. I'm so excited to see whatever you come up with. Even if you don't finish it, right? You can still share it in the Game Like Jam Discord, and I'll be happy to go through it on the playthrough day. Still. You know, and there's every other month, so you can always join the next time. But let's see what you can do. Let's see what you can do. That's awesome. Yeah, you got this. When did I start doing member songs? As soon as the membership existed. So probably September, October of 2023. 2023. Yeah. Yeah, maybe like October of 2023. Maybe? I don't remember. a long time before any of you were born. No, you're kidding. Your goal with this game is not to learn online multiplayer. Come on now. You can't live stream for now? That's okay. You don't need to live stream. Take your time. All right, what am I doing? I'm working on a game, guys. So I'm gonna look for, let me look for this platform. Oh, this is the same one. I see. Okay. Where was that? Scratch, Beatbox, and Psst are what started all your hobbies. Nice. Yeah, those are good tools. Wait, you're serious? You're not joking? Rorik, be careful! Be careful! Come on! Oh no! I mean, look, if that, I like that you're setting a goal for yourself. That's fair, but like, man, just be careful. Be willing to say, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna make it on my multiplayer. Do yourself a favor. But like, also, if you're only gonna be motivated if you're working on online multiplayer, then, you know, go for it. But my God, that's horrifying. Use Game Maker Studio 2, Furnace Tracker, and Ace Sprite. Nice. Acid Sprite, whatever. I started programming on a TSR 80. Old. What is that? What is a TSR 80? What even is that? TRS 80? TRS 80. I was like, is that my dyslexia or yours? Okay, yours. Dude, this is a beautiful, beautiful machine. I feel like I remember when I was a kid, my friend's dad had a computer like this. And I was like, what is this? What is this weird old thing? Except, I think it must have been different, because his had green text and a black background. This has white text, so it's a little different. A Radio Shack PC. So it is! So it is! Dang, look at that price. Look at that binding on that book. Got a tape recorder in there. I would love to mess around with this. When was this? What year? I don't know. Look it up. Google it. Have you ever wondered what is outside the skybox of Roblox? No. It's been a while, and this felt like a perfect time. A month deadline is good enough, otherwise I'd keep delaying it. All right, Rorik. Hey, you know, make it happen. If it helps you, like, dig into that a little bit, then, you know, it's worth it. Yeah, double quotes are awesome. I love me some double quotes. Always useful. We got 15 of you hanging out with me right now and 12 likes. Who three are holding out on the thumbs ups? Hey, hit those thumbs ups if you haven't yet. If you see that you haven't pressed the thumbs up button, guys, press that thumbs up button. It really helps the channel out a lot. Thank you for willing to do that. Thumb it up. How we gonna, oh, there's 16 of you here. There's 4 of you holding out on us. Come on, thumb it up. Thumb it up. The thing is, this skybox in Roblox is the skybox. What? Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Frank. So I'm gonna actually put this thing next to my platform instead of otherwise. Now, that does mean I'm gonna need to have one on one side and one on the other side. I'm a little unsure how this is gonna work, potentially. Kind of depends on what direction it's moving. It's not a box, it's a background. Oh. We need to adjust this position very much. Very badly. Wow, I was doing this wrong to begin with. I was putting the transform on the wrong thing. Good thing we fixed it. Okay, so move that there. Means it's endless. I like that you have a knack for curiosity. Okay. You have Jamiroquai's album synchronized on vinyl. That is very unrelated, but that's actually sounds nice. Alright, so I'm gonna duplicate this. Vinyl's fun. I used to collect vinyls when I was a young girl. I still have them, but I don't use them anymore. But they're sitting in a box. They are in that box. There. So. Okay, so we're gonna call this, so I wanted to be able to find the left and right ones, and I want to put an export variable. So on every platform, we're gonna have a export variable that is, we're gonna say killer gap on right, and that's gonna be a boolean, and we're just gonna say false or something to start with, and then we'll change this for each one, whether it's on the left or the right. All right, this is the way it's gonna be. I wasn't planning on doing direction changes, but what if I change my mind? Then we need to make sure the killer gap changes. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Just set it in the ready function. Scope down, keep the scope small. So we're gonna say, add killer gap is gonna be a function, func add killer gap, and we want to say if killer gap on right. Roblox uses 6 images to make a skybox, like inside of a square. It may be possible to make it seamless. Neat. Napoleon Dynamite. Wow. Yeah, that was a movie. That was a movie. Being with Pedro and everything. Yeah. I remember that. Killer gap on right. Then, so we actually need to set these up, and these would be on every platform, which currently they're not, so we'll have a bit of an issue. I'm gonna name this killer gap left. I'm gonna name this killer gap right. Let's come back to the script. Killer gap left, killer gap right. Probably should make them accessible as a unique name. Just in case, probably won't need it, but I might as well just to be safe. Just to be safe. If killer gap on right, killer gap right. Oh, whoa, I didn't know that. If I select multiple and I drag it in, it adds them with a comma. I didn't know that. What if I select 2 and I do the on ready drag and drop? What does it do? So I'm holding control while I do it. It just creates 2. It's really interesting. I didn't know it would like add I don't know why I'd need that, but I guess if I did, I could. If killer gap is on the right, then I want killer, so we don't just want to make it visible, we're actually setting the collision. So I'm gonna have by default these collisions be off. So we're gonna set disabled to be true. If it's on the right, we want killer gap right dot collision, as that's not gonna work, so you have to set it up. Okay, so let's set it up. So we're gonna come on each of these, we're gonna on ready its collision just like that. That should be the same on each one. They both share the same script. I could store them in an array or something. I could. It's very vague. Perhaps. Well, maybe I'll wish I could do that. Maybe I'll wish I could do that. Killer gap right. Collision. But I'm not, at the moment, I don't see why I would need to. But it's possible I'll be like, you know what? I should have listened to pawn. Collision disabled equals false. Otherwise, else left equals false. Okay. Done. Best part of programming is the millions of ways to code. I agree. I agree. And you know, I often find myself preferring others over others. So sometimes just because there is a way doesn't mean I should do it that way. But for now, we'll see if I run into problems. If not, we'll be good. Because there'll be no problems. Killer gap on right, collision disabled, killer gap right, okay, good. Now, I need to make sure that there is a killer gap on each platform type. For now, it would be kind of nice if they were visible. Just from like a debug perspective, which is a little annoying, just because I'm gonna have to remove it. But I wanna be able to check it easily right now. Now that's not necessarily telling us about the collision, but that just has to be okay. Collision not enabled, right? I do, and you told me that makes the if you type in collision, that makes the emoji appear. That blew my mind. Add tool? Why would I want to add tool? Right, so add tool will make it visible in the editor, in theory. Sometimes it doesn't work as good as I want it to. But why does that help me here? Oh, I see what you're saying. So I could, well, but I don't know that making it disabled or not actually makes it disappear visually in here. Does that? Let me see. Oh, it does. I didn't know that. That's true. That's true. I don't know. Something about add tool that skews me out. I'm just gonna... But you're right, actually. That would be a way to potentially do that. We meant to say visible. It's just for debug. I'll just get rid of it later. Yeah, add tool, actually, maybe I should do that. I don't know. I don't know why I don't want to. Because it's going to do a bunch of other things. I'm just worried about, like, unintended consequences. I don't know. It makes me nervous. I don't like it. Call me stubborn. Killer gap, right? Okay. And they're both not visible. Okay, now I need to make sure that this is in every platform, or else we're gonna have problems. That's platform 2. We already got that good to go. Not electric pole, but the row. And what it needs to be in between is however many steps are in between, which actually I don't know. Actually, it kind of does make sense to do this here. Okay, stubborn. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. You see me. I'm just gonna add a random mesh in here. We're gonna make it a box mesh. I probably should just keep this around. Whatever, make it too wide. And drag this up. I hate that Roblox gives developers the option to make their games cost real money. You hate that Roblox gives developers the option to make their games cost real money? I mean, look, I'm gonna say that developers deserve to be paid for their work. So, your feelings have been noted. But wow, I don't share them. I don't share those feelings. I mean, to be fair, I don't think it has a very, like, good system, in my opinion. For getting people paid, but they should get something. Your parents agree to it, you could get paid for it. If your parents agree to it? Or just game subscriptions? Well, that's what, I mean, that's what you should hate. Right? Not necessarily the devs being able to make money, but the fact that Roblox takes a cut of the money that devs make. That, in my mind, is what the problem is. Where's the collision on this? I cannot tell. I'm just gonna put the mesh in there. Okay, okay, okay. That's very helpful. Okay, good. So that looks probably good. Let me just actually double check to make sure that is good. Yes. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's why I don't like Roblox as a platform, because they are kind of like stealing from game developers and forcing you to operate within their ecosystem. Yeah, it's not theft. It's a walled garden, where specifically they're profiting off of your labor. How can I look like Roblox in real life? I'm sure there's some cosplays out there. It sounds like Roblox has some weird monetization. I don't have a lot of respect for the Roblox platform, or any platform that traps in your projects on them, especially if that platform is profiting off of your projects. That's why I use Godot, free open source. That's what I was thinking, Edgeworth, cardboard boxes. Yeah, and Jack, I saw that People Make Games documentary. I know, it's so bad. They made a couple of them, and there's a couple good ones out there. Yeah, man, it's super, super bad. Swallow a cube or 3. If it rains, you ride a bicycle. Plastic boxes? I don't know. Is that like a thing? Okay, so this is 3 wide. So I think these have 3 wide in between them. So let's make sure these meshes are absolutely not visible, please. And thank you. I'm gonna open that up, and I'm going to add in the killer gaps, and I need to adjust the killer gaps to be much wider. So let's adjust the mesh to be 3 by 3. Well, before you do that, you should make them unique. I'm actually gonna delete the right one. And we're gonna make this unique. And I'm gonna make the collision unique as well. Then I'm gonna duplicate it and call it right. Move the one on the left to the left. Are we looking at this in a weird way? Wait, now I'm confused. One on the left doesn't look like it's on the left. Did I do this correctly? Let me make our left one on here visible. And save it. Let me make sure these are actually on the left and right. Nope, they're flipped around. That's okay. We can fix that, I think. Oh god, now I gotta use my brain. So this is how it actually is. I mean, if I just rename them, that'll be fine, right? I think so. I think it'll be fine. I don't really have to rename these, but I don't like the order that they're in, so I want to change it. Roblox, hey Devs, yeah? Roblox, I see you made a ton of money on this game. Devs, sure did. Roblox, I'll just take a giant cut of your money you made on Roblox. Thank you. Yeah. I don't even think you gotta make that much. You know, it's not like Unreal Engine where you gotta make like millions or hundreds of thousands or something like that. Whatever, Dev. I bet it's even less. Okay, one on the right, one on the left. Make this 3. Make this 3 a real engine. Yeah. I mean, it's a real, you know, like don't get me wrong, like you can make real games. But like, you know, it's just really unfair to developers. It's great for players for the most part, maybe. Actually, I don't really know. I assume it's good for players. But it's less kind to the devs, it seems to me. Okay, so they're 3x3. That should be good. Unreal Engine 5 is pretty cool. Make sure these didn't get made 3x3. They did not. Excellent. And we should have the right and left ones set up respectively. Let's make sure I did that right. So this is the one on the right on the long ones. Yes, good. Excellent. Yeah, there's definitely a legit reason to. But I mean, that's just because people say it's cringe doesn't mean they're saying it's cringe because of the reason there is to hate it, to be fair. Also, cringe is underrated. It is so underrated. Cringe is being human. If you're not cringe, you're not living, man. Okay, so now open up this one. We're gonna want to do the same thing. I'm gonna paste these gaps, killer gaps on here. Oh, but first I need to measure what the distance is between them because I don't really remember. Cringe culture is just cyberbullying and benefits nobody. Yeah. Absolutely. 100% agreed. Would I say these are too apart from each other? It's so hard to see. Let me try overdraw. Sometimes that makes it a little easier to see collision shapes and stuff. Also known as bank heist mode. Okay, that looks lined up. So these are 2 apart. TWO. Starts forming horrible stereotypes. Yeah, welcome to society. That's right. It's reprehensible. It is. Hurt people. Not to, you know, be sympathetic towards the bulliers. But they got something going on themselves. I'm gonna actually not reuse these. I'm gonna reuse the ones that are already 2x2 or 2 wide. So let's not worry about it. Well, the furries bullying began a long time ago. Pretty much as soon as anyone found out that people identify themselves as such. And some of those things just will persist, unfortunately. So a lot of us are just forced, not that I'm a furry, but I'm just saying, and I have no fursona. But if I did, it would be a cat. But it just means one has to learn to be resilient. Thicken that skin up a bit, unfortunately. We gotta get through it somehow. Meow. So I want to keep this the same. I think it's actually fine. I think this should be good. I don't think I need... Oh, that's... Okay, wait. We were copying it. I was like, that looks good. Well, yes, because that's the source. I want to put it on here. That does not look good because it's a different size. So let's make sure we snap it in. Yeah. No, it's not the same as being gay. No, it's totally different. Yeah. That's true. That is true. Yeah, but I think it's also like liking to see yourself as that animal and like represent yourself, like the fursona idea. Like representing yourself in the form of like that animal or whatever. But you know, with these things, there are a lot of overlap between isms and the hatred people have towards anything that's different, you know. Not all identical, but overlap. Okay. We got left, right, same size, looks good. Is there a platform I'm missing? Did I do... Oh, I measured the wrong one. But is it fine? Is it actually still 2 apart? Please be. Yeah. Yeah, it's different. I think that's the same. That looks good. Okay, so they're all 2 apart, which is really nice, because that means I can take the same ones and paste them onto this platform as well. Let's pop open that, paste it in. Make sure we're snapping on the grid. And move it like that. Okay. So, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the game. I'm gonna change these mesh colors because they're gonna look very similar, if I don't, to my damage areas that I'm creating. So we're just gonna quickly give this a different color. Let's make them brownish. Okay. Hey, Timeless, welcome. How you been? Good to see you. Here is to see if that code works, and it shows no. Invalid access global position on a base object of null instance. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, right. Because we're still setting them up as detectable and needing to move. We're setting up an object dot, which is coming from move object. What is move object again? Oh, right. So that's like a... What is move object? Move... Or just, what is object? I'm confused. When does this get called? Probably in the physics process. Move object. I see. We don't have a move object on there. Well, it doesn't need one. It just doesn't need it to be on there. So, yeah. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to come to the killer gap, and we're just going to say func move object. Is that the name of it? Yes. Move object, rate, direction, ground. We'll put underscores here. We're just gonna pass because it should be moving along with the other one anyway. Let's see if that resolves that. Because I do want some of the detectable stuff. Oh, it's still trying to do it. Okay. And just to be clear, this is happening on the gap, on the killer gaps, right? Yes, this is happening on the killer gaps. Wait, this is happening on the platform. I'm very confused what's happening here. What is happening here? What do you mean that it's a null instance? What are you talking about? Why would you say this? I don't know. I must have got confused. I must have gotten very confused when I was setting this up. So the platform itself, did it get unset? Did it get removed? What is object? I'm so confused. Okay, let's search. Remove object. So this is a function that exists on the class script, the top level. And all that it does is it takes an object, makes its global position X, move at rate times direction. Now on platforms, what is object set as? I mean, it looks like nothing. Okay, so the enemies are the same. What about on the enemy? Self. Did I remove some code that I meant to leave in on the platform script? Ground. Oh, we're trying to do it on ground, I guess. Wait. Ground platform. Oh, what? Where did the M go? What? That's not an error I expected. Okay, so I don't need this at all. Apparently we hit backspace where we weren't supposed to hit backspace. And it broke everything. Okay, we're good. We're good. Whew, I was like, y'all. I had a typo. I had a little typo. At some point, the backspace key got hit, and just ruined everything. It's honestly one of my worst nightmares, is just like one little thing getting changed and I can never find it. But that is what GitHub is for. GitHub does make it easy to find those changes. But we got there. Okay, so this looks pretty okay. Funny that there's like actually a little space in between one of these. You can see right here. It's a little hard to see, but there's like a little gap that appears. Let's see if we can catch it. There. That's probably fine. On this row, you can see it's not quite completing the gap as it should be. Some of them should be on the other side. Missing my vein, thank you VS Code for catching it. What does that mean? My vein? This looks good up here at the top. Completely consistent all the way across. Now it's tough on the row with the cars because we have a long gap. This should be on the left side up here, I think. Well, but then you'll not have one over there. That sign's a little trickier. Semicolon. Oh, missing a semicolon. Nice. Oh, because you're doing like C# or something. We could even base it on direction of the platform parent, honestly. That would probably be easier, now that I think about it. Although these look fine. Well, I think it'd be better to do it one at a time. So like on this one, set one on the left, right? Didn't really need a lot of the left ones, did we? And then on this row, it needs to be expanded considerably. I did that quite wrong. Which is tough because I could put two there. I could like have them both facing each other, which might be a little strange. You know, it might like trigger it twice, which isn't a good thing. So I probably shouldn't do that. That does give me kind of a funny idea. No, I don't think I'm gonna do that. So I actually need an alternate size because these both are the same platform scene, but they need different gap killers or killer gaps. Okay. All right, this is a bit annoying, but we gotta do what we gotta do. So what I want, where do I start? Where do I start? Let's just put on that one truck up here, one on the left. Now, obviously, it is missing that whole gap in the middle, but I think that'll be okay. I don't think we'll have the issue that I'm having over there. So we're gonna make sure that the gap on, so we're gonna go to this particular platform, and we're gonna set the killer gap on the other side. Wait, it says right, wait, they all have right unchecked by default? So they all should be on the left. So why is it on the right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be there? Well, now I'm very confused. Now I'm very, very confused. Which one is that one? This one? Are we on the wrong side over here as well? Right, left. Make that mesh visible on the right. Come over here, save it. Oh yeah, that is the other way. Oh my. Oh my. Alright, well, I'll change that to left, and I'll change this to right then. Wait, did I do that on the wrong one? I don't think I did. Did I? I hope not. Oh gosh. I did do that on the wrong one. Dang it. Okay, come over here. Make this left. Oh yeah. Make this right. Make that left. Save it. Okay. Then if I set them all to be on the right, and we say, not that one, not that one. Come over here. Put them all on the right. And open it up in the main scene. This is better. Although it is still very strange. Because they're on the left. What is happening? So, like, this... What? Why is the one on the right on the left? Oh, because I guess we... What? Why does just changing the name not work? The blue car... Oh, they're not blue. They're different. That one is rolled over like that. Oh, that one is flipped around. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come over here, save it. Turn that one on. So that's the one on the right. Okay, good. They're all turned on the right side. Now on the left side of this one, I would like that to be activated. So really we should say both. I really shouldn't do left or right. We should do has one on the right or has one on the left and the right. I think actually ends up making more sense. Yeah, that's what we should do. Okay. So let's change that. Let's refactor that. I'm going to come to the platform script. And instead of is on right, we're going to say has 2 killer gaps. By default, that is false. If has 2 killer gaps, then we want the left one to be true. Otherwise, by default, we want the one on the right to actually be there and be active. So we're gonna make sure that this one is not disabled over here, unfortunately, for my time-consuming effort. Turn all that off. The gap on the right is there. Gap on the right is there. By default. And then for a select few, like this one, it has 2 killer gaps on each side. Really just that one, actually. Literally that single one. But if that ever changes, we'll be ready. And then I need to, for this one, actually make it a little larger, unfortunately. So that one is platform 2, I think. And then it looks like it's 3 apart to me, but I'm gonna double check. So I'm gonna grab my debug mesh here, drag it in between to confirm. Actually, it might be more than that. I think these are 4 apart. Maybe even more. I'm gonna show its debug mesh. And this is all just so we can have damage in the middle of gaps. Because unfortunately the physics doesn't all work as cleanly as I would like it to. Okay, yeah, that looks good. Now I do need to make sure we hide these again. Okay, so it's 3 apart. So coming back to platform 2, we're gonna actually make more killer gaps on these, which means I do have to set those up, unfortunately. Let's delete this one. This is not, I've made mistakes. I've made a lot of mistakes, but that's just the way I am. I'm a super imperfect doer of this stuff. Okay, and then we're gonna make this be 3. I often have to try something the wrong way to realize the right way, which means I'm also often left behind with things that I don't need, but are still there. And it just has to be okay. I keep right visible. We're gonna move the left to the left side. Right there. Now in platform, I'm gonna need something else. I'm gonna refactor this. No, let's not say that. We're gonna say export variable uses alt killer gap. Boolean false. So I'm gonna on ready, but I'm not gonna finish it. Killer gap left to area 3D. Again, pretty oddly done here, but that's how it's gonna be. And then this is going to be change killer gap. And this is if has or uses alt killer gap. Thanks, Pawn. Thank you. appreciate the observation. So let's do a function and change killer gap. I mean, it is gonna be what it's gonna be. It's a game jam game. Change killer gap. I'm going to say that yeah, killer gap left 2 equals this. Oops. And killer gap R2 equals this. It's set up. I don't think it's as much messy as it is set up for the possibility of modularity that I'm probably not gonna need. And maybe not in the most ideal way, because I changed the way that it's working mid making it. And that just has to be okay. Actually, I would not do this. Get rid of that. I would say you just reassign these. And then you can do that before we add them. So let's actually say that the one... So this was supposed to be left, by the way. Let's actually say that by default, the right ones always pop up. Okay, it's okay. I don't think you are. Does it seem like I'm doubting my code? So let's do this. Just like I prefer to put them in order of when they're called. It just is less confusing to me personally. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna actually hide these all. And I actually want them all to be disabled. By default. All the collisions. And I want that to be true on every single one, so let's set that up. You've been recently working on a game that has exactly 100 billion platformer games using random numbers and the game number being the random seed. It's not hyperbole. 100 billion platformer games? Okay. I don't understand. So it's a game that has 100 billion games within it? Is that stealing? Okay, so we don't actually need the second ones. We're not going to be marking that on any of these anyway. But I do want to make sure that we're turning off the right ones. Wow. Are they all randomly generated? So are they really 100 billion games, or are they 100 billion levels? Okay. You're randomizing the game? So what, like the different rules in the game are being randomized? It sounds cool. But I'm sure there can only be so much functional variation between them. Okay. You can explain, because what you've given me, I don't understand. It sounds very interesting. Graphics, physics, animes, randomized. I mean, it can only be randomized so much. Like, it has to be drawing from a pool of certain things. That sounds cool. That sounds really, really cool. I bet it's cool. I bet it's cool. You should share it for the secret live stream. After every Game Jam stream, I do a secret live stream. It's where we play your guys' games, check out your projects, your art, your music, as long as it's copyright free. I use Patreon right now. It's like a newsletter service, which isn't great, but It's just kind of how things ended up. If you sign up for free on the Patreon, so it is not costing you anything at all, patreon.com/hypergamedev. If you join there, you'll get a newsletter in your email inbox every Friday that includes the secret live stream where I play through your guys' projects if you share them. I'd love to check that one out, Edgeworth. That sounds really cool. But, you know, don't use the Patreon for, like, contributing unless you don't want any perks. If you want perks, use the membership join button below to support the channel, because you'll just get more stuff. The Patreon, it's free. It's just for the secret stream. So, now it looks very clean. And then, let's make sure some of these things are still here. On this one, has 2, that's correct. And then on this row of them, row 9, I believe. Join Patreon for a whopping $0. It's expensive, but worth it. Exactly. Exactly. I need like a proper newsletter service. What I really want is to run it all through my own, well, for the Hyper Gamedev website. But I haven't had time to get that set up as much as I want to yet. Okay, this uses the alternate ones. So let's see if that worked. So I'm just looking for there to be boxes in between. Perfect. So now we have full white box in between this row, all of them perfectly. It's all between these. Now there's a little gap on this one, but there's one on the left side there, as there should be on that one, and on the right end. Good, this is what I wanted. Nice. Now it's got all the debug meshes, which I don't want. You got the idea from a Jonas Tyroller video? Nice. Remade 10 billion physics games? Ah, I haven't seen that one. Nice. Yeah, Jonas makes great content. Does that mean why would that mean that? Why would that mean that? What makes you think that? I mean, to be fair, there's no proof that I don't have overlapping boxes other than I think that it shouldn't. But yeah, does what mean I have overlapping boxes? If we were gonna test that, what would be the easiest way to do that? Probably, I mean, it's just gonna be kind of a bit of a waste of time, unless it's not. It shouldn't. It should not mean that I have overlapping boxes. That absolutely is not what should be the case, because we're turning off the collision of the ones that aren't being used. So there should not be any overlapping happening. There really shouldn't be. It would be malfunctioning if that were the case. That would be wrong. I mean, we could test for like Z fighting. You know, I could change the size of them so that way we could check it. Now you're making me doubt. Which is fine, which is actually a good thing. So here, I'll make on the alternate ones longer. And those will be red. We don't see any Z fighting. Probably the easiest, actually, you know what would be easiest to test it is if I just pop these open. And we looked at this row here. Which should be row 9. And if we look at, so this is the alternate mesh here. If I hide and show it, you can see there's nothing underneath it. So there's no overlapping there. What it's doing, so what the code is doing is, based on an export variable, it's do we use the main one or the alternate one? In this case, it's using the alternate one, and the alternate one is red and a lot longer, so it is not using the main smaller one that is not red. And then up here, that's row 9, 10, 11. So this one this one has a special export checked has 2 killer gaps, and that's only the front one here, which means it has one on the left and it has one on the right. So one on the left and one on the right. No overlapping, because the green one, the green truck, does not have one on the left. So it's specifically designed to not have overlapping. So none of these should be overlapping because the code is Boolean either or, one or the other. So I don't actually think the code is that messy. I think it seemed like it, and it was definitely potentially going that route, but it turned out well. So I'm happy with it. And then, fortunately, none of this is set up in the scenes, the mesh visibility, so if I want to make sure those meshes don't show, I only have to come to like 2 places. Right here, and comment those out. And now those meshes won't appear, but the collisions should. So now that those collisions exist, assuming they're set up correctly. Now it's possible I've done something wrong here, so we're gonna find out. But hopefully it isn't wrong. So as for the killer gaps, they're going to need to know what they're colliding with at all. As a baseline on the detectable script, there's no collision setup. On the platforms themselves, they do have collision setup, where their layer is platform. So I guess we would kind of call this water. Do we have a global collision for that? We do not. I'm just gonna call this killer gap, and that's gonna be collision 7. So on my killer gaps, we've got a collision shape on every single one. So we're gonna do a ready function, and on here, we're gonna go to collision, figure out whatever the code is, because I forgot. So let me hop back to platform. Set collision layer. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna copy that, come over here, and I'm gonna set collision layer value. But I really want to set it to mask. I don't actually want to set its layer. I don't care about its layer. I care about its mask. Although I do actually care about its layer now that I think about it. I mean, I kind of don't, but just as like a safeguard, because the inspector, like Godot by default sets it to have layer 1 be true. And I definitely don't want it to be ground. So real quick, I'm just gonna set its ground to false. And then we're gonna say that it is on killer gap, and that's gonna be true. So oh wait, not killer gap, just kidding. Actually, I don't know that I needed to create a killer gap. We want it to be looking for the player. Wait, what's the other player? Wasn't there 2 player ones? Player rep. Okay, we don't care about that. So this actually, I may not need killer gap collision, because this is just gonna look for the player. I might, but for now, I don't think I do. So if the killer gap sees the player, so then let's also create a area entered on area entered signal function situation. Oh, but actually we want to do body entered. Because the player is a character body. On body entered, if body is in group player, then we want to make sure that it's a death, right? So with the enemies, the way we set that up was player dead emit. So I'm just going to actually copy that. And we'll just slap that in right here. Player dead emit player death states enemy. So instead of enemy, well, I don't know. What do we have? So on the player, we've got enemy water time wall. We're going to call that water. Okay, so it's going to emit the water death state. That is going to be received on the player. I probably could have just put that signal on the player. That's fine. So on player dead, it's going to check the state. If it's an enemy, it does all this stuff. And if it's water, it's going to do all this stuff. Now it's going to actually be quite similar. It's going to be exactly the same as the enemy because I haven't set up anything that like happens differently based on which state you're dead in, but we can deal with that later. Oh, right, we don't set the collision layer on the collision. We set it on the area 3D. I don't know, like logically I'm like, right, you set the collision to a layer, but that's not how that works. Okay, here we go. So what I'm looking for is if the player goes in between any of the platforms, will it kill us? So I'm just gonna move off the platform. It did! It immediately killed me. Just insta-death. So I obviously don't quite want it to be that way, right? As I have in my task up here. I want it to turn off the physics. But it's good because now we see clearly that the player is quote-unquote dying when we go outside of there. Which is just what I want. Pawn, I have to say, by the way, I really like how you were like, this seems messy, or like, is that gonna be overlap? Because it adds some like, it adds like really good like dramatic tension. Like you should like do that. Because I think it makes this more entertaining, at least for me. Like, what's gonna happen? Is it gonna be broken when she plays it? And then when it isn't, it's like, nice. Awesome. So this is actually working awesome. It's working really, really good. Even if I get into the middle section where we don't have a killer gap, the killer gap eventually catches up and kills the player. And so what I actually want is I want when you hit the killer gap, it actually is going to just churn off the collision between the player and the ground. And then I want the player to fall into the water. We made a deal. To fall into the water, and then when it gets to a certain Y position, or negative Y position, as it may be, it's then going to be registered as dead. Because I really like seeing the player fall down into the water. I think that looks really good. And I don't want to lose that. But I still need something in between, because due to the fact that these platforms are like moving so fast, the platform catches up and you get caught by the platform and it doesn't actually kill you, which isn't really the game I'm trying to make. Whoa, what happened? We got an error. Invalid assignment of property or key visible with value type bool on a base object of type previously freed. Oh, so this is on the wrapper. So I was trying to set up so the player would wrap around the screen if you go off the edge. I actually don't want that anymore. And what it would do is it would teleport the player to the other side. I've given up on it wrapping around with the player. We're just gonna kill it over there. Couldn't you spawn some kind of dummy player without collision and that would fall into the water? Yeah, but why? Why would I need to do that? I could, and that's what I plan to do, something like that for the death, kind of. But also why? Why spawn a dummy when I can just use the player? You know? What I will do something like that for is the like effect. You're late for the party? Wait, you were already here. You're on time? You're popping out? Popping in? Or you're saying you're starting your game late? That's fair. Alright, so I don't want the player to wrap around anymore. Instead, I want that moment of detection to kill the player. So this is the wrap script, and the wrap script is set up to wrap the player. It detects the player. Match target type. Collisions to wrap. Can you make the player collider tiny so it goes down without the upper body touching the trunk? Yeah, I've already done that. It doesn't help. Please don't try to solve problems that I don't need. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your idea. But the reason why I say that is because I have tried that, and I have long ago decided that that's just not even worth troubleshooting, you know? Like, if I had 10 years to work on this, sure. But in fact, look how tiny the collision is on the player. Look at it. You see? I mean, turn it to overdraw, so you can definitely see. Look at it. Can you see it there? I'm gonna make it visible and invisible. It's a very, very tiny, tiny, tiny box. But it's just like the way the physics engine is working, the way the movement is happening, that it's continuing to see it. So this is my workaround. Yeah. Right, yeah, that's okay. And that's okay, that's okay. I shouldn't have been like, don't say that. I just mean like, you know, unfortunately, yeah, that ship has sailed. I have very much given up on that being a solution. And it's fine. Like I think this is a better solution anyway. I think it'll be really good. Only the feet. Yeah, well, I mean, that would make it worse because we have it in between the feet. So I'm saying even smaller than that, right? Shorter, like not long. Yeah, it's fine. I hear you. Don't mind being thrown away. It's okay. Thank you. But no, I mean, I think it's interesting to talk about. It's just like with the pressure of the game jam, it's like I also just want to like make it work and be done. But you know, it's tough. It's hard. So make sure my keyboard is okay. It's good. So where was I? Yes. The in-between gaps. It's detecting it. We want to turn off the collision when it hits it. Right now, I hit a little bug that I guess I want to address real quick. Okay, Edgeworth. Meetings. Boo meetings! Boo meetings. Who knows what happens, Edgeworth? We'll see. We'll cross those bridges when we get there. Right now, I don't need to worry about that. So, real quick, I'm going to fix... come back with bad... They're not bad ideas. Fix... And I'll see you then. Good luck in the meeting. I know you are. I know you are. but I can't. Not everyone necessarily knows you're kidding, so I always want to try to like promote as much kindness to ourselves as possible. Okay, so I want to fix really create edge damage. So that is to say, if you stay on the platform too long, that also kills you. I'm gonna call it edge. I was calling it something else, but I actually kind of like edge. Because it's not a wall. It's an edge of the screen. So let's say, let's go back to the wrap script. So it sets up collisions to wrap. If it sees the player, on body entered, if it's a player, so it's doing all the teleport stuff, which we don't actually want it to do if it's a player. What does it do if it's not a player? Oh, because those are areas. I see. So that just goes right there. And then it awaits. So we're going to get rid of all of this. Just throw it all in the garbage. No more of that. No more of this. Don't need it. Instead, we want this to emit a death. Right? So whenever the player hits the edges, it's going to kill it right away. Animal bodies will go... Yeah, it does. It does. It does. All right. I here. Yeah, I know. But it's a little more complicated in this case. It's very nice of you to try to solve problems that I'm beyond. It's very nice of you. But I've already determined that that is insufficient. So the reason why that's insufficient is because the wrapper collision, it's very nice of you. You guys are very generous to want to help. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. You were just saying it for the sake of saying it. Right, so we wouldn't want to put that, we would want to make sure that good knowledge is going out there. Yeah. Fair. So, my wrapper collision, just for clarity, is all the way out here. It's not actually the edge of the screen. The edge of the screen is like over here. And so it will wrap around, because the whole point of the animatable body, which is what the platform is, it's an animatable body. The whole point of that, if using that, is so that way the player will be carried on it. And when I move the position of the platform to the other end, it wraps around. The player will stay on there just fine, even if I teleport that platform around. However, there's visual trickery going on, because the way that I want it to be set up is that the super long ones appear that they wrap around. That is to say, if half of this pipe is off screen, half of it should be on screen on the other side. But the way that I had the wrapper set up, well, almost the only way I can do it without immense complexity, means that whenever it teleports the entire pipe or log to the other side, which means you just see it snap instead of half of it being on one side and half of it being on the other side. And so the way we resolved it being visible half and half on each side is by having an extra platform there. So that way, when one is there, the other half appears to be coming on the other side, when really it's a different one that's there, essentially. And so, which is going to be a little weird since some of these look different, but that's fine. And so what that means is that the player wouldn't wrap around right away. It would take all the way until the player reaches out here before it wraps around. So that means that you would be standing on it, you would go, another platform would come, you'd have to wait, and then finally you would come in. So that's why I was setting up the alternate wraparound where the player gets teleported itself to another platform, but that wasn't working correctly. Physics, rigid body stuff, and that was just like not going well. So instead, when we get to the edge, the player just dies, which is totally fine. I'm happy with that. But to be fair, you are absolutely correct that if you just want the body, it's the animatable body itself, to fully move to the other side and the player go with it, it will, even if you teleport that animatable body around. Definitely true, definitely accurate. But it just wasn't working for my particular use case. So, if the body is in the group player, what I want to happen is the I guess just the same thing that happens on enemy. Probably already have it in here. Player dead. Yeah, that's it. That's all we gotta do. Admit that. Except instead of death by enemy, it's gonna be death by edge. Now back on the player, it's going to receive that it died by an edge. Change that to edge. Again, it's behaving exactly the same as the others at the moment, just to make sure that works. Okay, player spawns in. So we should die and reappear, and there we are. Now, I do actually have a bit of a problem with this. I actually don't know that I really want the wrapper to be the thing that kills it, because just like with my problem that I was describing, where it takes too long for it to hit that wrapper, it's going to take a long time for the player to die. We want to communicate that really quickly. So I'm probably going to actually create like another collision area that represents this edge, and that's what's going to, so that way it dies right there, and we can like see the death on there or whatever. I think that will work a little better. So obviously, since I have these different, it doesn't work out perfectly. So like, oh, I didn't mean to restart it. Hey Joe, what's going on? Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. We're getting there, little by little. So here you can see this pole is on there, but a pipe is reappearing. So by me adding like different looking assets in there, it kind of breaks that effect anyway. But at least there's still something you can like get on if you want. I kinda don't care. But I do know it'll take too long if the player dies. And because the reason why I wanted the full wraparound was so the death could appear on the other side. Because that's how it works in Frogger, basically. If you have just no idea what I've been talking about, why would you even need that? Well, I wanted it originally, but it just became more trouble than it was worth for me. A lot of y'all have already been like, we got wraparound death, and I think that's awesome. Nice. Let's go wraparound death. Let me restart this. But for my purposes, it's just not, it's not working out. So we're just leaving it out. Okay. Why? There we go. Oh, I was trying to use WASD. So right here, if you watch on the other side, see how the death appears on the other side there? That's what I was trying to recreate. Was that it wraps around your death. But I just realized it was not worth it, so I stopped. So there, we die. We come out the other side dying. But I don't need that. I realized it was really interesting and fun and valuable to like explore trying to emulate that. But ultimately, like I said, it just turned out to be a waste of my time. Okay, so that kills you there. I'm not actually happy with that edge death, so I do need to fix that. I don't really want to do it right now, but I'm noticing myself apparently doing that because I don't want to deal with it later. So here I go. So I'm going to add in some new collisions. Well, I think we already have some. Look at that. Now wait, what's all this? What is this collision shape here? I don't even know. Let's see, area. Okay. What is that? That's right, Frank. Collision emoji. Where is that? So I'm pretty much trying to set up death stuff right now. Is that a wrapper? It's kind of hard to find that. You like the bomb shelters? Mine slide. I'm so glad that you can tell it's a bomb shelter. Oh, filter by type. Nice. Nice. Thank you very much for saying that you can tell it's a bomb shelter. I appreciate that so much. Because I wasn't sure if it actually looks like that to anybody. Oh, it's called Rapper's Player. Oh my gosh, we already have it set up. Well, in that case, let's use that. What I'm confused about is it already using that though? How does it know which one to do? Target types, player. Oh. Target. Oh, it's already doing it correctly. Wow, I made it all modular. Wow, it's already good. It isn't. The delay is just that 1 second that I put in there. Okay. Oh, wow. I thought it was going all the way to the outside, but it's not. Yes, modularity. Dude, I had no idea. So, like, if I were to change that time, that death time, your kid threw up? That sounds like having a kid thing. That sounds like exactly what having a young kid entails, is cleaning up their throw up. You're a good parent, you know that? You're doing your duties. Yeah, it was Frank. It probably looks something like that. I hope your kid feels better. I bet it felt better to let it all out, though. All right, I'm not going to worry about this. I'm actually going to say that this is fixed, and I don't have to worry about anything. Good, great. Wow, edge damage is... Wow, it's all good. I didn't even know that it was that fine. But I'm very happy. All right, so let's go back to player loses physics in between platforms on the same row. Because I just hit a bug. Basically, I hit a bug. I mean, he did feel better. Yeah, right? Yeah, the edge damage, it works. It works even better than I thought it did. So what's next? Oh yeah, making the player fall. So instead of deleting it, so on the player, when it's the water, I don't just want to queue free it. So that means I actually want to do like fall damage. I kind of don't. I kind of want to do like an await or something. Like I could do fall damage. Yeah, we could do fall damage. All right, let's do fall damage. So we're gonna do damage type fall. Are you sure you want to do that? I don't think you have to do that. You don't have to make that, because we can just say in the physics process, if, well, let me figure out what position we want that to be. It's death position. At least below the water, basically. I'm gonna get my debug mesh. Just for like measuring positions and stuff. So maybe like just that low or so. Could probably even do a little higher than that. That is at negative 1.2. What's negative 1 like? That's a nice clean number. I'm worried it might not actually go down that far. Okay, good to know. Heard. So we're gonna say if its position on the y-axis is less than or equal to fall death. Make sure we set that up as an export variable. At export variable fall death. We'll make that a float. And we're gonna say negative. I'll do negative 1.1. So if the y position is less than or equal to the fall death, emit player freed, and then queue free. Now on the water death, instead of doing all of that, ideally, we're sending messages. That's right, Frank. Instead of killing it or freeing it. Now, ideally, this is where I would emit like a death animation or something. I'm not really sure what I want to do yet. So I think I'm just gonna pass. And I'm gonna do anything right now. But we've got it available in case I do want something. Alright, so what? Well, we don't want to do that, right? We want to turn off the collision. Right. So you're making wall assets and enemies? Nice. Clean up. Throw up, clean up. Wall assets and enemies. The life of a game dev who's also a parent. How do I want to do the collision? I think it's just called collision, probably, right? That's what I like to name things. Okay, so let's actually unready the collision here. And then we're gonna say collision disabled true. All right, let's see what that does. So in theory, maybe instead of just killing us when we hit that area in between platforms, forgot to hide my debug block. In theory, we should fall. Nice. And then the fall death respawned us. Oh gosh. Oh. Oh, that didn't quite work, did it? As you can see, I'm crossing across. So I think I might also want to do something more than just that. But let me check. I would just like to print player dead by water. And let me see if that prints in those moments that we managed to like get across. Okay, so that time it fell, but it's not always gonna work. Oh, I'm so used to having to press restart that I just do it, but we don't have to press restart anymore. Okay, player dead by water. I don't know exactly why sometimes it does that. I think what we need to do, we need to interrupt the movement tween. I think that's what we need to do. Because there's a tween that's moving you between grid spaces. And if that doesn't get interrupted, then it's like forced to play out. And sometimes it leads to this bug where you can just like walk across the wall. There we go. I just did it. Okay, so how do we interrupt that tween? So there's a tween. Yes, they're eating the human. Right, they are kind of eating the human. I didn't even think about that. Dude, don't even. Dude, you did not just inspire me. Like, you know, it's really not that undoable. It would be harder. Yeah, it's pretty undoable. It would be harder with the long alien. You didn't say that, but that inspired me. Because we do have animations on most of these enemies. Like, they're just already there. We have animations on here. Right, but I don't have the animation tree set up. Technically, if I had the overscope bug, we could play an animation where it eats the human when it dies. Man, that would be dope. So it would just loop in theory of it just like shoving its mouth, and then we could have blood come out. Man, that would be sick. That would be so good. But that's a lot of extra effort. Totally could do it, actually. Because that's the way it works. So there's a game, you may not know this, you may know this. There's a game that this is based on with the art assets. It's a game that I'm making my main game. I don't have a Steam page yet, but when I do, you'll be the first to know. But it's very much a work in progress game. Definitely extra effort. And delicious! While it may be extra effort, it also will be delicious. And the other game I'm making, the main game, Harvest Earth, which will have this Frogger-like embedded in it as a mini game. The aliens can eat the humans, which is what Frank is referring to. And, you know, it would be really cool. It would be really cool. Let me load it again. If I had the aliens in the Frogger-like eat the humans. To me, that's like last minute polishing. So if I get the whole game set up with the UI, with lives, with the time limits, with the score, with the bunker doors closing when you go inside of them, if everything else functionally is in place, and we're in the last day of working on it, or the last times of working on it, then I would add in that. but I wouldn't want to take away from getting the game functioning on a base level right now. So yeah, so this is a little of where Harvest Earth is at. And you can eat humans. And as you can see, my little radioactive guy, it's a radioactive skin, can pick up these humans and then stuff them in their mouth, and then blood flies everywhere. So like this same animation is already actually there in the Frogger-like, and I could implement it. I would have to get the blood particle effect working correctly, so that would take a little bit of effort to get that in. So I do think it would take a little bit of time. You know, we'd obviously have to tell the alien when to do that. We'd have to make sure we have access to the animation via code and stuff like that. But yeah, if you ran into it, it would kind of be perfect if the alien just gobbled you up. You know, I'd have to decide, do I want the alien to like move its head towards... Because like if you don't have any arms, for example, you know, do I want it to move its arm to grab it? But if you don't have any arms, let me break off my arm, and you try to eat a human, your whole head stretches down to gobble it up. You know, would I want to set that up? Or would it just be that the human would disappear and the alien would start eating it? You know, there would just have to be some kind of decision there. Like, in theory, I really, really, really like the idea of the alien eating the human. But definitely in terms of time management and getting this thing done, it's probably not the best idea. But I gotta give you a credit for that, though. I actually do have to give you a credit for that, because I might do that, and it didn't even cross my mind until you said it. Yes, the scope creep it's itching at me. Literally, completely, and absolutely. That's correct. That is correct. We're just noting it down. We're just noting it down. I feel this is game concepts. If there's time. Only if there's time. Like, if there, like, the version that is done at the end of this jam is what's gonna go into Harvest Earth. And basically, they're just gonna be mini games, so you can grind out skins, because there's skins you can unlock in Harvest Earth. They can take a long time if you're playing the game normally, so these mini games will be ways you can get skins without having to play the game too much. And yeah. My plan is that the version that is done at the end of this jam is the version that's gonna go into Harvest Earth, period. Like, they're just little fun extra things that are there, not super polished, but ideally functional. So, it really, the idea is just if I get everything else done, and there's time, then I'll add that in. That's the only situation. Which probably means I won't do it. Which is okay, but it's a cool thought. What was I doing? Player loses physics. Right, we need to interrupt the tween. So there's a tween that happens when you move up, down, left, or right. And I need that tween to get interrupted. Can I just, like, delete the tween? Like, I wonder if that would work. I'm not really sure. I don't know much about tweens. I do, but I know about tweens, but I don't like the tween node. It's not even a node I can like add to the tree normally. Like I don't know what properties it has. Kill. What is that? Aborts all tweening operations and invalidates the tween? Yeah, I guess we would want to do that. Now, if I am going to kill it, we would have to make sure it goes and finds the tween. So right now, the tween is being added to just the scene tree in general. We can do a little better than that. So I'm going to actually create something new. Inside of spawned, we're going to make a node 3D, and we're going to say player tweens. And that's where I'm going to put this. So if we go back to that script over here, instead of get tree create tween, we're gonna say get tree get node percent player tweens, and then we're gonna create the tween in there. Of course, I'm gonna wanna make sure that that actually works as such. So let's check. So we'll see it immediately when I start moving, because that's when that tween runs. Nope. Non-existent function, get node in base scene tree. Oh. Oh. Okay. All right. I didn't know. Get current scene. Okay. All right. Whatever works. Should be node path, but is node. Oh. Get path is a thing? Can I say get current scene here? Yeah. Get path. Oh. I see. So you set path. Can I do that? Nuh-uh. That doesn't make any sense. This is so wrong. What? It's not yelling at me? That doesn't work. That's not gonna work. I guarantee you that's not gonna work. 20 fictional bucks says that doesn't work. Yeah, you made that up. All right, okay. So we want to create a tween. Creates a new tween. A tween using this method is not bound to any node. Oh, it may keep working until there is nothing left to animate. If you want the tween to be automatically killed when the node is freed, use node create tween or tween.bind node. Oh. Oh. Well, that's exactly what I need then. So then I guess we can just say get node that. Wait, isn't that what I was trying to do? Invalid argument for get node path but is node. Oh, I just needed to do quotations. That was my problem. Okay. We got this. I panicked. I've never done that. Okay, let's see if that works. Gotta put those quotes. Nice. Okay, it works. The tween is created. And so what I'm gonna want to happen is when we die there, Hyper Game Dev bucks. We're all betting now. Will it work? Hyper Game Dev bucks. I bet you 20 Hyper Game Dev bucks, which are not real, but maybe they should be. And then just give chat 20 Hyper Game Dev bucks. Why is that kind of awesome? It's very Twitch, but not necessarily a bad idea. Welcome, Kai Guy. Good to see you. Hope we're doing well today. We do got to get you a member song. It is essential. Let's see. Like this one is approved. Hyper game dev bugs entitle you to no compensation. Exactly. You already know. Oh, 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 Kai Guy. I appreciate you saying hi. Kai Guy. Appreciate you saying hi. Not that I'm Kai Guy. You're Kai Guy. And you are the one I appreciate. You're Kai Guy. I appreciate that you said hi. Kai Guy. Thank you for being here, Kai Guy. It gets me so high to know that you're here saying hi. Kai. Oh, Kai Guy, you said hi, not literally, but figuratively, but coming through and saying anything that's true. Kai Guy, oh, you said hi in a type of way. Oh, and to you I say hi back with the song now. How about that? As your member song guy, thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you very, very much. I hope you're doing well. Truly, you're a real one. You're the realist. The realist. The truest, technically. True Hypers is the actual member tier name that you're on. So you're the truest. Hope all is going well for you today. I'm working on my Frogger-like, of course. I'm currently killing a tween, which is also hopefully going to kill my player. So what I want to do is I want to say 4 tween in we're just going to paste that. 4 tween in here. Tween kill. See if that works. So this is apparently when we go in the water. All ever saying hi, worth it, right? Okay. I mean, look, my songs are not great, but they come from the heart. They come from the soul, and I mean them. And I appreciate that you find that worth it. That means a lot. That actually means a lot. All ever saying hi and being a member. So let's be fair. It's both. Okay, I don't know if I'm doing this correctly, but we're gonna find out. Oh, it's very kind of you guys. Thank you, Fawn. I'm not always so sure. Okay, I don't know if that worked. I don't know if working is what happened there. On player dead. Can't change the state while flushing queries. You what, mate? Oh. Oh, the collision wasn't even changing anyway. I missed that bug. Okay. I've had some truly epic bangers. The Gary Big Toe song comes to mind. That one, I don't think I'll ever make a better one than that. I mean, Gary Big Toes has the name Gary Big Toes. And was gifted a membership for a very short time. So, you know, it was like a rare opportunity. That one's hard to forget. That was a special one. The clip still exists. You put it up on the Discord, right? Was that in the secret? Where was that? Where did that get posted anyway? I don't even remember. I genuinely have no idea where that was. That in live text? That was probably in live text. If anywhere. Surely we wouldn't pin something like that. That would be embarrassing. No, it is! It is in there! Yep. Yep, it's in there. It is. Oh, but I'm gonna get CC. It's this, or it's not Creative Commons, it's attribution. It's Creative Commons 4.0. That's why, that's the other reason is like this song can never happen again. Because I don't like dealing with attribution. Oh well. Where's the clip? Play the clip! You clipped it, but YouTube clips are not loading good. Wow. I don't even know if it loads. That's a shame. Maybe it'll load for you guys. I don't know. Possibly. Maybe not. I could try incognito. Maybe in some weird way that'll help. It looks like it will. Oh, that's strange. Maybe because I'm like logged in, it like sees it differently somehow. Gary and the big toes, they're coming for you, better watch out. Oh noes, Gary and the big toes, they're scary and coming for you. Gary's big toes are what you gonna run from. Gary and the scary big toes, they're gonna get you. Gary's scary big toes. Gary's scary big toes. Oh no, watch out for Gary's scary big toes. What are they doing over there, Gary? What you doing with your big toes? Please leave me alone. Don't you know I'm not interested in the big toes? Ah, Gary's scary big toes. They're coming at me. They're creeping forward. I'm not that interested, Gary. Please, Gary's big toes. Oh noes, they're coming for me today. Gary's big toes. It's scary and coming for me. Please, Gary, spare me. Please, Gary, spare me from your big toes. Gary and the big toes. Oh, that loop! For you, better watch out. Oh noes, Gary and the big toes. They're scary and coming for you. Gary's big toes. Welcome. What you gonna run from? Gary and the scary big toes. It's the best member song I've ever done. Gary's scary probably big ever toes. Will. Gary's scary big toes. Oh no, watch out for Gary's scary big toes. What are they doing over there, Gary? What you doing with your big toes? Please leave me alone. Don't you know I'm not interested in the big toes? Ah, Gary's scary big toes. They're coming at me. They're creeping forward. I'm not that interested, Gary. Please, Gary's big toes. Oh noes, they're coming for me today. Again. Gary's big toes. It's scary and coming for me. Please, Gary. Yes. Please, Gary, spare me. Please, Gary, spare me from your big toes. Gary and the big toes, they're coming for you, better watch out. Oh noes, Gary. Crazy. Every game dev out of context. It was just the best member song that's ever happened, and honestly, probably ever will happen. Thank you, Kai Guy, for making sure we never lose that moment. Pinned to live text for as long as Discord is around. But yeah, so it's CC4, it's Creative Commons 4.0, it's like attribution license, that song, which I didn't know at that time. And look, that's not really a big deal. It's just like extra work, right? Like I have to make sure, and I don't have to, dude, I could literally not put the attribution and it would be fine. Like there is a very low probability that anyone would ever do or say anything. But I feel like the whole system breaks down, all right? Someone has to honor the licenses. And so for me, the way I honor the license is by not using the attribution. I just say, you know what? I'm not gonna use your music because I don't want to put an attribution. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. But now I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to have integrity. I want to protect the sanctity of the licensure. So I'm actually gonna do that right now. Yeah. And so all the music that I have now that you hear it's not CC0. What it actually is YouTube Audio Library license. I should have it in here. Oh gosh, I don't even have it in this stream. So I'm already doing the wrong. Nuh-uh. Oh, I didn't even put it in here. I remember I tried to go back and guess which ones had it, but I missed it. There's a specific way that you're supposed to like cite it. I don't remember what it is. So we're just gonna say, whoops. What is even the song called? Oh dear. You see, this is why I have to deal with all this. Actually, I think I do have it. Kevin McLeod. Oh, you can't search the descriptions. Cool. So you know what? Wow. We're gonna let the system fall apart then. Dude, I really don't have it in here? That's so disappointing. I have a contract with the band. I can put any of this band's music in my stuff as long as I add a link to their stuff. The music isn't clean, so I avoid it. Well, and then there's the thing too, right? Like I don't even like having to deal with. That's nice. That's very nice. That you have the contract. That's actually awesome. But then I don't have to deal with. They could make the claim, right? And YouTube might pick it up and be like, hey, you need to prove that you actually have the license for it. So then you gotta prove it. And then the people who own the license have to be like, yes, you're allowed, right? And it's just like all that extra rigmarole, I just like don't even want to deal with, like at all. So that's why you're hearing music you probably hear all over YouTube. Because it's just easier to use the YouTube audio music library. It's less effort. And then you have to go through loops or short. Yeah, exactly. We often hear the music playing on stream, but they never provide the music playing in videos or streams. Well, so if it is often, what you'll see is, so like if we go to that particular one, for example, YouTube will try to catch what it can. The headache of copyright laws falling apart. Sorry for the derail. It's okay. I didn't have to go this far into it. So if YouTube detects it, it will put it at the bottom here. But it only heard 10 songs. But as you well know, I play hundreds of songs in these devlogs. So it obviously didn't catch them all. But it tries. It tries. So, and maybe in like shorter videos, it'll catch more of them more accurately. So that's something to think about. If you're ever wondering, you could try scrolling down in the description box of the video where you hear music you like and see if you can find it in here. But that's only if YouTube detects that it's in there. And they don't always detect everything. All right, we're not gonna, I'll deal with the license thing off stream. We're not gonna do that right now. Or you know what, I'm gonna go back to work on my game. I think I'm just gonna work on my game. All right. It wasn't supposed to be a derail. I thought I could deal with it quickly. And then I couldn't. Okay, so I need to do a call to Ferd on here. I actually have that kind of code elsewhere. What if you make music in my streams? I don't trust it. Wouldn't accept it. I don't trust it. A mental break. What kind of mental break are you talking about? Taking a break, or are we having a mental break? No, I don't want your guys' music. It's nothing personal, but I just don't trust anything like that, because at any point you could make it copyright, and then I would have to deal with that. And then if I have like video after video after video after video that has it in there, now I have a huge headache. So, not gonna do it. Not gonna happen. Nope. I will use the music that YouTube gives me for now. And someday that might change, but I would have to be very confident about the process of setting it up. But thank you, it's very thoughtful of you. I think your music is awesome. Okay, so looking through my other code, I think it's actually on this script. Here, collision set, disable true. This. I think I have to do that over here. Because it's physics, you can't just update physics collision in real time if it's not synced up with the right, like, process or whatever. Okay, let's see if this works better. So I actually commented out the tween killing because I might not need to, because it wasn't even actually turning off the collision, so I don't even know if it was working. Now I do see that we're not getting the bug popping up in the debugger, so that's a really good sign. I'm not sure if it's working correctly though, because I would have expected that I would fall sooner into the water, but I'm not, so I'm a little concerned about that. So I'm gonna unfortunately need to play it a bunch of times to see if I can recreate the issue or not, where you're able to like walk across platforms. So far, I'm not getting it. That was tough. It almost kind of looked like it happened there. Oh, there you go. So there, I clipped right through the platform because it detected that I hit the water. I was kind of worried that this would happen. So if I walk onto the water, it kills me. But I now am clipping through the platform because it's catching up with me before I actually fall down into the water. And those I think are instances where it often wouldn't. It wouldn't actually result in a death. That's where I would get caught. Hey, thank you, Mervkins. That's where I would get caught on the platform, and it would be like cheating basically, where you'd be able to survive anyway. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. So I'm setting up like death and damage right now. I can now run into enemies and it will kill me and I'll die. If we ride this off the edge, it'll kill us and we will start back here. And now I'm trying to figure out how I want to do like the water death. And so, you know, if you fall in between the spaces, you drop down and it looks fine. It's a little weirder if I go in them, like in between them from like vertically. I'm not sure exactly how I want to deal with that. I almost, because obviously like visually I don't like the idea of you falling through, and I don't think canceling the tween is going to make any difference there. I don't think there really is a very elegant solution. If anything, it should just catch you. Like, that would be probably the most logical thing, is that actually walking onto the water is fine if you're going to land on the platform again right after. But unfortunately, it's not actually a good solution, and it leads to a lot of problems. See there, I just came back and I clipped right through. You know, I could just have it just emit a death animation and you just die instead of like falling into the water. Yeah, I don't see a way around it either. Yeah, so they're fast because that's kind of the way I want to do the difficulty scaling. So I have it at the most difficult platform speed right now, so that when that way that's why I have it set up right now, and I'm testing it this way. If you try to put it under Creative Commons 0, I still wouldn't trust it, honestly. Music, I don't trust creative. I don't trust music Creative Commons 0 either. That's why, like, for the Game Jam rules, you have to have created the music, because I still don't even love that very much. Basically, still not good enough for me, because you could change that license at any time, right? There's no guarantee that you won't change it. And then I have to go through the trouble of proving that when I added it in, it was Creative Commons 0. It's just not gonna happen. It just won't happen. I'm not gonna do it. Have the plate turn into a ragdoll when hinted from the side. A player turn to a ragdoll. I think that's gonna eat up a lot of time. I think visually that would be nice. But I'm not sure that it's gonna so simply ragdoll. I don't even know that I can make it ragdoll. I'd have to like basically create an animation in Blender that simulates ragdolling, which is possible, but still a bit time consuming. Yeah. It's I think an animation would be, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. In your head is easier than a well-done animation. So I can't just, there's no way to just, there's no ragdoll button, right? I can't just press the ragdoll button and it becomes a ragdoll. It's just not how things work in Godot. Hey Joshua, welcome. So the only way to achieve that would be to create such an animation. The other alternative is I'd just be okay with it clipping through, although I feel like that sends a weird message to the player. I do think interrupting the tween would help a tiny bit, but not much. Let me get you your member song in just a second. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. Hope your projects are going well. Stuff like that. I just need to think about it a little, you know? Just need a moment to think. Mess around and see what happens. You know, and on the ragdoll thing, like, I could do something that's a little physical, like maybe it like falls over or something. That I could potentially do in Godot. So then the alternative would just be like an animation, a very simple animation, which would just sort of be like in Frogger when like a skull and crossbones just appears. You think it's better to stress test with the actual intended platform speed? This is intended platform speed. This is the intended platform speed at the hardest difficulty. Does that make sense? Which is going to be the most challenging to account for, which is why I'm testing with it. So I can make the speed slower. Yeah. And that's why I'm stress testing with that. So I can make it slower, though. Let me find my debug, which I don't even know where it is on here. Where is it? There it is. It was right there. So that's row 8. Let's just make it a speed of 1. So there it's going very slow. I don't know if it actually would go that slow. Here, let's do the next platform slower as well. Okay, so there they're going much slower here. Still an issue, even there. The issue still happens. Less so, but you can see we clip through. It still kind of like makes more sense, but it does still happen. I mean, the other thing too would be to like increase the speed. So like, we'll say that like maybe like the gravity when you fall, like what? Why am I standing on the water there? Oh, jeez. What was that bug? Why was that bug even happening? That was weird. Why are you like this? I don't know what that was or why it happened, but I hate it. I might have just been, you know what it might have been? I think I was like just ever so slightly off the grid. Yeah, because, right, the player collision, since the player collision is so small right now, we could actually afford to make the player collision a little bigger. I think I know why that was happening, but it's gonna be kind of hard to recreate. Like, a little gimme once in a while isn't really that big of a deal, honestly. But I think just like the way, because the platforms all move you off of the grid just a little bit. And so, yeah, I don't know. You know, the probably the easiest alternative is we don't fall through down the water. The easiest solution would be if you touch the space in between platforms, you just instantly die. I also realized something I forgot to do is make sure that those killer gaps, those gap killers, those killer gaps, I made them too low. I meant to make them be up higher, but I forgot. I meant to do them like this. That's how they're actually supposed to be, but I forgot to do it that way. So let me actually do that real fast. Move them up. Okay. So that way, it'll detect it if you cross it. Anyway, we still have the clipping problem, obviously. But hopefully that will be just a little more comprehensive detection. Now there you can see it pushed it along with me. It actually shoved me, which was nice. Which was very nice. Oh man, we're just clipping on through. So the alternative would be that as soon as it detects us, instead of dropping us through, it would just immediately show like a death symbol. Because what we're trying to punish the player for is moving forward off of the platform, like not onto the platform. We're not trying to help the player do some nifty tricks and stuff. Thanks, yeah. Yeah, we do have colliders in between each platform, so that way it detects that you've fallen. And what it's doing is it's turning off the collision that the player has. So I wonder... I do have a couple ideas, actually. I have a couple ideas. I actually thought of something we could try. What I think I'm gonna try is we're gonna lock the player movement. So the only axis the player can move on is up and down. And then I'm gonna attempt, I don't know if this will work. That may be tough, because we have axis lock, so I can say lock X, lock Z, lock all these, and only move on the Y axis, right? We could do that. But I would love to also apply a force that shoves it down really suddenly. I could change the gravity, but there's something I don't like about that. Something I don't like about that. Whoa, what is this? Okay, this is intriguing. This is not gonna solve everything. But I did not know that this existed. Look at this. Moving platform. On leave. Add velocity. Add upward velocity. Oh, it's cut off right on the zoom. Add upward velocity, do nothing. That could be risky, but I'm actually kind of curious about that. What if we say that the player does nothing when it leaves? Can you start the player at the river edge to speed up testing this? Yeah, I could. Yeah. I mean, I would have to code that in, but that's a pretty good idea. To me, that's not really necessary, but it is like a good idea. So right now I just have player spawn position X. I didn't set up the Z position. But, I mean, I could. I'd have to check where it's supposed to be at. It's a bit of effort. Maybe it's worth it for the time it saves. So that's at 0 by default. Make sure it spawns the same place. I'll give you a debug credit for that. Yeah, that's good. Oh, it's not at 0, it's at 1, actually. This credit entitles you to no compensation. It only entitles you to a credit in the game. Did I spell your name right? Mervkins, yes. And this is debug tools, we'll say. So we actually want that at 1. And then we would say 7. 7 would be the position. That it would go to. Oh, and that's on the main scene. Player spawn position Z, put that at 7, and that should put it up on the safe row. It did not. Oh. Alright, I have to code that. Would probably be good. Might help. Oh, sorry, -7. -7. So we would actually want this to be -1 by default and -7 here. Not +7. There it is. And the do nothing isn't making a huge difference, but there were some times where it did appear that the player was getting like kind of flung, and now it is dropping straight down, which is good. I just wish I could, I don't know if I can add a force to a character body, but I'm very curious. All right, let me catch up. Joshua says they're working on Pico for Pico Froge, right? Joshua's making his Frogger-like game in Pico 8. Pico Froge. Wonderful name. You made a death animation? Nice. Oh, I bet it's juicy. My Froge is a robot, so no real frogs were harmed in the demaking of Frogger. Nice. Love that. We're sharing wavelengths today. I just am now working on collisions with the other sprites. Wow. I love that. I mean, maybe there's something to that. A certain timing for approaching things. I know. I wish you could make your music happen. I know. It seems it's possible. It can't be changed. Yeah, but it can. Like, okay, like, again, what you're referring to is the person who uses the music would have, so you could change. Yes, you can. Anyone can do anything. You can type and say, this is now licensed under something else, right? And then you could copyright claim the video that uses that song. Now, I may say it was CCO when I added it. Now, the burden is on me to prove that you changed it when you shouldn't have. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't want to deal with that. And I'm not accusing you of potentially changing it. Listen to me. Look at me. You're looking? I don't want your music in the live stream. Okay. But that's interesting. That's an interesting thing. I didn't know that that was true. So that is very interesting. But please understand. No. That could be animated though. Keep the player on the same level and only move the skeleton down. No one will know. I think you mean the other way around or something. Yeah, I mean, right. And so that's kind of what maybe Edgeworth was talking about earlier, is spawning a player that drops down. We could do that. I'd love to just use the player if possible. So we'll see. Let's get Joshua's member song going. I've delayed it too long. I delayed it too long. All right. Let's get a member song, approved song going. Oh, we got energy now. Oh Joshua, oh Joshua, oh Joshua, oh, there's not much that I know about Joshua, except Joshua is really real. Oh, Joshua is really real. Oh yeah, Joshua is really real. I can prove it. Joshua is really real because Joshua is Joshua Villarreal, and I'd say that you're really real. Joshua is Villarreal, and that means that you are really real. Joshua, I'm so glad you're here, oh Joshua. I'm so glad you're here, oh Joshua. I'm so glad you're here, and I know that you're real. You're really real, cause Joshua is Villarreal, therefore you must be really real. Oh, Joshua is Villarreal, and therefore you're really, 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 really real, real. There it is. There's your member song, Joshua. Thank you for being a great supporter of this channel. I appreciate you so much. It's always a pleasure to hang. Yo, right? This one's a fun one. I should like star this one as a particular enjoyable one to do. It's got good energy, right? Alright, thank you for being a member and supporting the channel. Appreciate you, Joshua. Sorry for the song, and also you're welcome, anyway. Now I have the idea of making a collection of CCO songs just for anyone. Nice! Yeah, do that! Yeah, I mean, it's just a content creator video YouTube problem. Like, it's, for most people's game development purposes, not a big deal. And we have a lot of people who come through and they share stuff that they've made music-wise for people to use in projects, which is like cool and fine. I'm very generous. So I'm sure someone would appreciate that. Oh yeah, this problem. So I actually don't need to do the axis lock thing, because I think that fixed it from moving in directions I don't want it to move in, which is good. But if I want it to go down fast, I'm not sure. I think you just have to like declare it. That's an interesting thing to look into. I think you just have to like declare it around the place that people would access it and acquire it. Like, I guess bundle it with the distribution somehow. Constant force on character body 3D. Godot. How to apply a force on a character body 3D node. Add a vector 3 representing your dash force to the velocity. Oh, so we just add to the velocity. Okay. Alright. Let's try that. That'll be fine. So we'll say that when the player dies by water, we're gonna say velocity y. We're gonna subtract it or add it? I think we're gonna subtract it. Minus equals 10. You came back late to mention this. Oh, the velocity thing? Hey, welcome, Candace. Happy Wednesday! It's the middle of the week! Hope you're having a good afternoon. I am working on games. My favorite thing to do. Can't complain. How are you? That didn't do a whole lot. If it's doing it, it ain't doing much. Minus equals 100. You're off till Tuesday, so it's time for major game dev. Major game dev. Did that do something? I can't tell if it's actually doing anything. Why do I think this isn't working? I don't know. Something isn't happening there. You just got done volunteering today. First was crafts, watercolor. Then I was supposed to have one on visiting. One-on-one visiting. But my person I was supposed to visit with today wasn't feeling very well. Oh, there it goes. Wow, no, it's happening. Oh, it's happening. It just might already have like a velocity that's okay, all right. Or something, I don't know. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Was it just not working before? That's lovely. Yeah, I mean, volunteering can be so nice. They're lucky to have you, Candace. Okay, 50? It sounds like rewarding. I got to go full ADHD and get this done. I've been leisurely doing this. Now I feel very behind. That is the game jam effect, isn't it? Oh, I got, it's the ADHD game jam effect. Oh, I got time. And it's like, actually, no. So it seems like sometimes it's working, sometimes it isn't. Like, it seems to depend on how I approach it. So if I'm coming from, if I'm getting there vertically, it doesn't seem to work. But if I go horizontally, it works very well. What's up with that? But you know, it's nice to, we gotta take care of ourselves in these game jams too. Assemble the first version of your custom joystick. Bad A. Let's try something. I'm just gonna say print, it fell. I'm just curious if that even is running when we go vertically. It is. So it's running. it's printing down there in the bottom left. But it's only when we go from the side that it seems to adjust the velocity. Now, why would that be the case? That's really cool, Candace. I'd love to see how that is coming along. You know, no pressure, but I'm just saying, like, I'd be like, wow. I would look at it and be like, wow. Why is it so different right there? I mean, I guess, if I make it something ridiculous, like 500, right? And we go vertically, it still doesn't, it just doesn't do it. I wonder if that's because of that do nothing thing. But that's not on leave. I'm just gonna reset this for a second. I wonder if that has something to do with it somehow. Welcome, Zero. It is hosted by me. Hosted by HyperGameDev. But I'm the only person who runs HyperGameDev right now. Except for the mods, who do help a lot. Shout out to the mods. But technically, yeah, it's run by me. The link I will put in the chat if you would like to join up. It's on itch.io. So it's also hosted. It's hosted by me /HyperGameDev on itch.io. It is the game-like jam. And the idea is to make a Frogger-like, a game that is so similar to Frogger that it would be considered a Frogger-like. But you are strongly encouraged, if not mandated, to use different assets to call it something different. But in general, you are free to. There's 14 days left, by the way. It's 2 weeks in, 2 weeks left. You are encouraged to either make it a lot like the original, put a creative twist on the original, and then beyond that, strive for game completeness, artistry, and/or sound design. And we're gonna do this jam every other month, and it'll be a different game. It won't be a Frogger-like every time, but this time around, it's a Frogger-like. So yeah, there's still time if you want to get involved. Make sure you read the rules and stuff. But yeah, thanks for asking. Let's just do something because they gotta do something to go through the object into the water. It's gotta do something. It's gotta do something. It must. Damn. So it doesn't have to do with the add velocity thing. That didn't make any difference. It seems like it doesn't register vertically no matter where I'm going to. It only registers when I'm moving in between the platforms. Why? Why? That's so specific. And it doesn't care how strong I make that either. It doesn't matter if I'm going in between a stationary one or a moving one. If we trigger it from a vertical position, nothing happens. You post it in the gaming channel so you can see it and where I want to go with it. Nice. Thank you for doing that. It sounds cool. Well, I'm very disappointed because it looks actually really awesome. Like it's super extreme. Obviously, I wouldn't want it to be 50. You know, maybe like 30 or 20 or something. But it definitely looks good horizontally. I wonder why it behaves so different. Look at that. Look at that drop in. That looks awesome. Going that way. It looks really good horizontally, like very good. Why would it behave differently vertically? I don't know. I have no clue. Because it's still seeing it all the same. It's seemingly applying it. How long will I stream today? Oh yeah, I like co-working with y'all. I love co-working alongside y'all. I will be here another 3.5 hours at a minimum. Ideally, not more than that, but sometimes I get so sucked in, that's what happens. But I always stream around 8 hours. Give or take. Usually give. So yeah, I'll be here every Wednesday. I'll work on this as long as the jam is running. And then the first Wednesday of the month after the game jam, we'll play through all the entries. It's nice to have you, Zero. Fun fact, the alien must have destroyed everything in its path, which you see objects floating in the water. Exactly, that's why there's destruction. Because the aliens destroyed it. I'm so glad all that makes sense. It brings me a lot of joy. I'm kind of at a loss here. I mean, I feel like I would just have to like, I don't even know what do you even test, you know? What's happening? What's happening? Like I can't like search that. I don't think I'm quite sure a chatbot. I mean, I could ask a chatbot, but it's gonna be like, let's ensure that that moving vertically behaves the same way when you fall as horizontally. This code will make sure that and it's gonna like not. It just like won't actually work though. I'm telling you, it's not gonna work. And then it's gonna create all this extra code around it. But what else? Who else am I gonna ask? Who else am I gonna ask but the other chat? Dollar Tree has a locker ABS pegboard that is going to work amazingly for a button board. Nice. ABS, that's something I've heard before. Do I usually use ChatGPT or something else? I usually use two things. Microsoft Copilot, which uses ChatGPT, but it seems to be the most recent version of ChatGPT versus if I go to OpenAI, it's not. So I always use Copilot. But then the other thing I like to use is this thing called Codium, which is an add-on for VS Code / and/or Visual Studio in general. And it's really nice. Codium, sorry, I just wanted to say that. It's really nice because it just like, it auto completes things. It has a lot of integration into, so you have like a chat box you can have open within VS Code and it'll like recommend things. Paying the monthly subscription to GPT, as I was wondering if you have some tips. I mean, yeah, so Codium is free and it's super awesome and it has different models that you can switch between. I don't think I have it installed on this computer. Maybe I do. But it's pretty good as far as as good as these things can go. And it's just nice because it gets implemented right in there and you can do these like refactor things and it can tell what file you have open and you can say, hey, this file that I have open, can you please do this, do that? So it's really nice. I don't think I put it on here though, did I? I don't think I'm pretty sure I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. So that's really nice. And then, yeah, other than that, I just use Copilot. You find ChatGPT to help is best for small modules. All right. But yeah, I just use Copilot because it has the latest version of ChatGPT and I don't have to pay for it. And then as long as you log in, you'll be able to opt out of your answers contributing to training. Or it'll be like, let's fix this by doing this, but doesn't change the thing. Oh my God, it totally will do that. Yes, it will. Last version is 4.0 or 0.1. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I just know that this version is more up to date. I don't know all the specifics. I encourage you to look into it. But, yeah, I just know that this version was more up to date than when I was going to OpenAI.ChatGPT or whatever. I found that this one was more recent. That's it, and I've just been sticking with it. I need something a little larger, and you have a subscription to ChatGPT. We do get some limited amount of O1. Okay, you guys know. All right, you guys know. Which now can get code up to 1,000 lines of that. Wow, all right, yeah, all right. Chat amongst yourselves. Wow, okay. Yeah, I don't know. This code is moving a character body down underwater when it steps off of a platform. Let's see if we can figure this out. We're in GDScript 4.3. Do not give any code suggestions for older versions. It will anyway. In your response, only replace the code necessary. Whatever, just let it do whatever it wants to do. Currently, it works great if the player moves horizontally between platforms. There is a collision in between platforms that detects if the player is there, and then this code runs to ensure it falls down very, very fast. Unfortunately, when the player moves vertically between platforms and triggers the collision area, thus firing this code, it does not apply the velocity change. List reasons why it may not be applying velocity when the player moves vertically across the killer gap between platforms, but does work horizontally. Provide a suggested solution using GDScript 4.3 only that ensures the velocity change is applied to a character body 3D when the collision area is triggered. Alright, this is probably gonna go badly. But I need to reach out. I need to get some inspiration somewhere. Here are a few potential reasons why the velocity change might not be applied when the player moves vertically between platforms. Collision detection. The collision area might not be properly detecting the player. It is properly detecting the player. We already know that because it's printing it. Deferred call timing. The set deferred call might be affecting the collision detection or the timing of the velocity change. Well, yes, that's its purpose. Gravity and movement. There could be an interplay between gravity and the character's movement state that introduces the velocity change. Yeah, it could be. Physics process order. The order in which the physics processes are called might impact the velocity application. Yeah, maybe. That's what call deferred is for. Here's a suggestion to ensure... Here we go. Here's a suggestion to ensure the velocity change is applied correctly when the character enters the killer gap collision area using GDScript 4.3. All right, let's see what happens. What did you do? Uh-oh. I think it might have done nothing. Candace, I think it did. I think you win. I think it did nothing. Connect the body, enter signal of the killer gap collision area to the custom function, check the body, apply the change. Yep. That changed nothing. Yeah, that... Well, they're doing an equals instead of minus equals. So they're setting the speed with a variable to -10. And then... They also are setting up the signal call differently. I don't think that's it. We know, because we already know that the function is running. So the only thing that it did differently, essentially, is that instead of doing minus equals, it's just doing equals, and it's setting it to -10. So let's try that. We'll just say equals -10. That's worth a shot. Okay, so first I'm gonna try it horizontally. That still works. And vertically, no. Nope, didn't make a difference. If it's too complicated to explain, what's the bug? Yeah, no. So, oh, you see. Good. Yeah. You got it. So it does fall. It just falls too slowly. And I want to speed up. I want to expedite its falling. Because it's so slowly that it clips through the platform when we move forward. Now, horizontally, when I'm moving horizontally between platforms, you can see that extra velocity is applied and it shoots down, which is awesome. And that's what I want to happen vertically. And we know it's being detected. So behind me over there, it fell. That prints whenever it runs that function. So if I move forward, it fell. So it's definitely running. What if you multiply the velocity over time to make it faster? Well, here's the thing, Zero. Watch. Look, it works. From horizontally, it works. So all that I think, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you're saying something else that I'm understanding, but if all that's gonna do is make it faster, it works really good. Horizontally, it looks great. Like, that's just the way I want it. It looks great. So it's not that it isn't falling fast enough when it works. It's that it's not working vertically. So now if I move vertically, you can see it moves slowly. So no matter how fast I make it, it doesn't fix it. Because the issue isn't the speed of the velocity. The issue is that velocity isn't actually changing on the character body at that moment. That's okay. So I might wanna, I could try emitting something. It's the delay before you fall. It's so weird. Yeah. Could be wrong, but initially my thoughts are you need to say velocity plus equals a times delta. Accelerate would be 9.8? Does it need the times delta in the physics process? Maybe, so I would need to... So that's interesting. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Joe. Or why you're saying it. Does it need the times delta in the... So it's not... Yeah, so we would just need to... I'm not really sure how I would do that. Because this isn't running in the physics process. This is like a signal that gets emitted and then received, right? So when the player is detected as dead, it's just changing fundamentally the velocity to negative equals 10. But to me, again, it works fine horizontally. It's only when we're moving vertically, right? So clearly it's able to figure it out with no problem otherwise. Maybe I could try setting this as deferred. But it should be fine. I don't know. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying exactly. How that relates to my problem. Rewrite this as a GDScript 4.3 deferred call. Oh, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Is that real? I don't believe that that's gonna work. I know that's the case. The moving platform should have an on-leave behavior. I just don't understand. Can you just it's helpful if you like explain the context of your suggestion? Like, what are you saying that I do? The horizontal velocity is controlled by the tween, no? Both the vertical and the horizontal are controlled the same way. There is a GitHub repo. I could share that with you if you're interested. Okay, yeah, there's no deferred call. You're making that up. Deferred call doesn't exist. You made that up. I'm right? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. You know, I probably could have figured that one out. Alright, if that actually works, it's a worthy test. Let's make sure the normal works, the normal one works, and the vertical one does! That was it! That was it. There we go. So, and I think you guys just talking about like delta physics process, does it need to be, all of that kind of just like gave me that idea to try that. So definitely props to all of you, even though I like didn't understand a lot of like the reason you were saying a lot of things you were saying, which is not your fault. It's just hard to talk about these things. That worked. I was just like, right, like maybe for whatever reason, moving horizontally is somehow more in sync. It is. Yes, 0. Yes, it is. It's resolved now, though. The issue is resolved. You guys help me fix it. Yeah. Yes, they are animatable body 3Ds. Which I had never even heard of until I started working on this game. Nice, dude. It looks perfect. You gotta defer those calls, man. Uh-oh. Now, don't happen where you're not supposed to happen. I think I'm just dying. Wow. What? That was a valid move. It's kind of hard to be sure. So, I mean, we're obviously still getting some weird clipping, but it's like gonna be inevitable to some extent. I think it's also just difficult. Like they're moving really fast. Now come on, that was a valid move. I wonder if it's colliding with it. I think I might know what's happening. Let me come to the player. I think I might know what's happening. You know, there's two ways I could deal with this. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna actually leave. I moved these collision areas on either side of the platform up, but I think it should go down. You can increase the physics tick for fixing the clipping, maybe. What do you mean? What does that mean? Increase the physics tick. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna move these back down. Honestly, this amount of clipping I'm kind of okay with. Or are you just saying like make the velocity even, like move it even harder? That's an option. But I think if these are down, we won't have that problem. Because I think what's happening is that the player, like when the two are passing and the player moves, the one in front was like crossing the collision, even though the model, the player visually was over here, the collision was still hitting there. Nice. Very precise feeling. And in that one, I kind of did miss it there. And so we are colliding, or clipping, I mean, colliding and clipping. We are clipping through a little there, which I don't love. But yeah, we could make it go a little faster or something. Instead of 60 ticks per second, you could make it higher. Oh! In the project settings, you can increase the number of ticks the physics engine perform for calculating physics. That seems, oh right. I remember doing that in Unity. I use Unity very little, by the way. But I remember having to do that more in Unity. Where do you even set that? I'm sure there's like consequences for doing that, right? Physics ticks per second, 60. The number of fixed iterations per second. This controls how often physics simulation and node physics process methods are run. See also application run max FPS. Note this property is only read when the project starts. To change the physics FPS at runtime, set engine physics ticks per second instead. What? Change it at runtime? Only physics common max physics steps per frame physics ticks may be simulated per rendered frame at most. If more physics ticks have to be simulated per rendered frame to keep up with rendering, the project will appear to slow down, even if delta is used consistently in physics calculations. Therefore, it is recommended to also increase physics common max physics steps per frame if increasing physics common ticks per second significantly above its default value. Maybe the physics interpolation should be set on. What is that? Not sure what effect for performance. Physics interpolation should be set. I don't know what all these things are. You guys are definitely learning me. Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to give credits for just talking me through this whole problem in general, which I really, really appreciate. Thank you for that. Okay, so we had... a little bit of thoughts. I wouldn't say Ponix Pawn. Ponix Pawn did kind of help contextualize it a little bit though, so I gotta give props there. I do. What are we calling this? Debug tools, game counts, player movement. I'm gonna call that, is that Godot consultant? All right, let's be more specific. We're gonna say water death. Water death. Ponix Pawn, Joe Schmo. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game. Water death, and then Zero Lemniscate. And then Zero Lemniscate teaching me about physics ticks and stuff that I didn't even know about. So thank you for that. Look for interpolation in the project settings. Set it to true. Then you should also enable it into the specific nodes in the physics properties of the node. Whoa. What does that do? What does that even do? What is physics interpolation? Godot physics interpolation. How do we incorporate physics interpolation? But what is physics interpolation? What is that? What does that mean? Please explain Godot, what Godot physics interpolation is. Like, why would you need it? You need or not need it? What does it mean? Here is relevant documentation info, though I don't think it answers my question. A technique used to smooth out the movement of objects between physics frames, right? It's particularly useful when your game's physics engine runs at a lower tick rate than your rendering engine, which can cause stuttering and jittery movements. I don't know, will that help? When you might not need it. High physics ticks per second. If your physics engine is running at a high enough tick rate, e.g. 60 or higher, you might not. Is this really gonna help? I don't know. This seems like it might not help. You found a perfect pegboard for your buttons? Nice. Oh wait, where did I go? Sorry. Just had to hit it up to cut the holes. Nice. I don't know if I can explain clearly to you. English is my second language. That's okay. Physics interpolation is how the physics would move and the like. Right. You know it, Candace. The smoothness of the movement. I'm already doing it. It usually is to prevent jittery movement. If true, the renderer will interpolate the transforms of physics objects between the last two transforms, so that smooth motion is seen even when physics ticks do not coincide with the rendered frames. If true, the physics jitter fix should be disabled by setting common physics jitter fix to 0.0. Oh my goodness. This feature is currently only implemented in the 2D renderer. So that actually won't help me. Alright, well that was very interesting. But we're not going to worry about that anymore. What are we even trying to solve? I already forgot. Wait, why was I doing this? I feel like this isn't necessary. It's just like a guess. Like my guess, like this is all very interesting, but is this really gonna resolve it? I don't know. Like it's pretty good. It's just sometimes, let me try this. So another thing that would help, it's not gonna totally fix it, but another thing that would help is making sure that we don't add velocity on leave. I don't actually want that to happen. Personally, particularly, not of interest to me. But that should help it from like moving where it doesn't belong. It's interesting ideas that you discuss, Zero. Oh, there we fell through. You know, I think to some extent there's going to have to be some clipping. You know? I think there's really no getting around that. To me, a good enough solution is that it usually doesn't clip, you know? Because, you know, the idea isn't to, like, manipulate the physics as the player. The idea is to avoid stepping into the water area. The only problem... I mean... I don't know if that's gonna help all that much, because we're turning off the collision. Like, the physical collision is off. That's how it's even working, because otherwise the player gets caught by the platform. And I don't want the player to get caught by the platform. I want the player to die because they fell into the water, not because... Oh no! This bug has returned. Look. Uh-oh. So this bug, look, I'm just running across them. Uh-oh. I don't really understand what has happened here. It seems like if I just get offset just like a little bit, in a certain very particular way, it starts just ignoring. Oh, and that's why we want to push it up higher. Okay, that's that. Oh, okay. Okay. So we actually do want these to be up high. But then if I'm gonna do that, what I need to do on the player is adjust its collision to be much, much thinner here. It's doing some wily coyoting. Welcome, Dungeon, good to see you. Welcome, IE. That's who you are, Candace. So yeah, I think that'll fix that problem of ever being able to go in between them. And then as long as I changed the length of the player collision on the Z-axis, will resolve the problem that I worked around by making the collisions go low. So it's still gonna sometimes clip through a platform. I think to some extent there's no way around it. I think there's always gonna be some clipping with the platform, sometimes. Like there. It's just gonna happen once in a while. Thanks, IE. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just kind of like deciding what I'm happy with regarding the way you fall into the water between platforms. We got respawning, so you respawn when you die. Currently it's spawning you in the middle of the level, per Mervkin's suggestion, just so I can test this more quickly. Mervkin's was right. This is way faster. I think that was a great call. But yeah, we can even do that. We can change the position. You'll have to ask my rocket-powered wheelchair if you're Wile E. Coyote. Just be careful around those cliffs. It'll be very dangerous. Yeah, so I'm just kind of like just looking at it, thinking about things, trying different edge case movements. You like the cars floating? Thank you. I added that on Monday during the member stream. Member streams every Monday is where I work on the visual aspects on whatever it is I'm currently working on. Sometimes I do music and sound stuff. Sometimes I do game planning in the member stream. Just basically anything but coding I try to avoid in the member streams. And we hang out. I'm much more open to distractions in the member streams. So check out that join button below the video or on the channel page to learn more about the cool things you get as a member of the channel. And you know you're supporting this jam and the channel, so thank you if you are a member or thinking about being a member. Speaking of which, Dungeon Martian showed up and said Wile E. Coyote. And I didn't sing her a a member song. So that must be rectified immediately. So let's make sure we get you one. Wile E. Coyote wandered into the wrong dungeon, Wile E. Coyote is up to some wily things, Found a dungeon, and is wandering inside. What's in that dungeon? It's a Martian! Dungeon Martian is gonna get the Wile E. Coyote today. Maybe the Wile E. Coyote shouldn't have been trying to play inside the cave. Oh well. Dungeon Martian's gonna get the Wile E. Coyote, 'cause Martians and coyotes don't get along. I don't know, I did the best I could. It's your member song, Dungeon. Thank you for supporting the channel and being the best mod. Well, I'm not, I mean, you're just a mod, that's great. I'm not trying to say other mods aren't good enough, okay? I'm just saying you're a great mod, and I appreciate you. And thank you for supporting the channel, too. Speaking of supporting the channel, Mervkins, who's not even a member, gifted 10 memberships. What? Thank you, Mervkins! What? Okay, so this is actually one that isn't really a member song. It's technically just a hype song, because you're not even a member. So we gotta change the title, obviously. Do I know where the title is to update it? Dude, look at all those memberships. Hold on, we need to shout out all the people who are now members. If you're here and you just got gifted a membership, let me know, so I can give you all member songs. You have to be initiated into the membership with your member song if you are here today. Just relax! Alright, we got some songs to sing. Alright, let me pull up the chat. Hold on. I got some things to set up here. Where is the member overlay at? I actually technically don't know where it is. I've never tried to edit it. But I knew one day I would have to. There it is, found it. Okay, so this isn't member song. This is just hype gifter song. This is the gifter song. What is with these non-members gifting memberships? Thank you. Holy crap, what in the frig? All right. Oh my gosh. Oh my freaking gosh. What in the world, dude? Y'all are the best. What? Y'all is amazing. Okay. Wait, you gifted yourself a membership? Wait, no, what? You gifted yourself a membership? Why is that possible? Okay. So that is a thing. You can do that. You can do it. Well, welcome to the membership. All right. So, first of all, Timeless, congratulations, you're a member of the channel. Sabas, Just Relics, Ballistic Games, Cheetos Plays, Cats and My 2 Cents, Q Merc, Jason Latito, and Mr. Bogus. You are all members now. Enjoy the emotes, enjoy the songs that I also am sorry for, but you're gonna get if you're here and you say hello. And enjoy the member streams every Monday on this channel at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And other things. There's a podcast coming in February for members only. Lots of cool stuff. Let's see. Mason Costa, Idea of Evil, Hedes, Burek, Tommy Monroe, Electric Wizard, Gilbish, Not Alfred, and Van Doe. That's a lot of members. All right. Wow. You just like added so many. How are there people to share not members? So YouTube randomly decides who gets the membership based on engagement, and it's still randomized. So imagine like the people who are the most engaged are in a pool of randomness. Okay, and then it chooses from that. That's the best I can understand it. And then you also have to make sure you have gift memberships turned on. All right, so there's 17 people watching, so you don't have to be watching. You don't have to be watching. It just picks from like people overall engaged with the channel. You also have to make sure you have gift memberships turned on. All right. It's about to become a members only stream. All right. Let's get these songs going. Merv Kins. Let's get your gifter song. What's the song gonna be? Relapse. Sure. Let's play that song. I don't remember what it sounds like, but it's on my list of approved member singing songs. What does it sound like? All right. This is the one. This is the one. What? Stulab gifted one. What? Stulab gifted one and the win to Mervkins. What in the world? That's crazy. What? How did you target Mervkins? Okay. Oh, Mervkins, thank you for gifting all the memberships. Mervkins, I think you've got some nice curves in your clicking habits. The curves you do when you're clicking on the mouse to gift the memberships, I think are really nice. So Mervkins, you got some curves in the mouse clicking movement that you do that I appreciate. Oh, Mervkins, I like the curves in your mouse clicking motion as you choose who is gonna get the gifts that you have to give. Oh, Mervkins, I appreciate you so much, so much. I like the curve of your click to go to the mouse when you go and gift the memberships. Oh, Mervkins, with the curving, with the curving, with the curving. All right, we're not done there. We're not done there, y'all. Nope. Candice, oh Candice, or should I say Candice, cause you're nice. Candice, aka Candice, is nice, and I can tell because all the gifts that you gave. Thank you, Candice, or should I say Candice, because you're so nice. Now so many people are here and it's all because of you, Candice, and you're so very nice. Candice, should I say Candice, cause you're real nice. Oh, Candice, thank you over and over. You're like candy, so sweet, and like Candice, I think you're nice, so sweet, like candy, and nice and sweet, like candy. Oh. We actually have another song to sing. That's not the end. We've got several songs to sing. Okay, let me pick a different track. Not that one. Hold on. Wait. We gotta do member approved only. Thank you. There's your song. I apologize for the songs. But also you're welcome. And that's just what's gonna happen. Okay, what's next? Let's try this one. This one is an approved member song. I think this one has some pep to it. Nope. All right. A little bit. So who else we got? Stulab gifted a membership. Thank you, StuLab, for gifting. Oh, StuLab, I think you are fab. StuLab, you're fab, and you're here, and I'm so very glad. StuLab, I think you're fab, and you're here, and I'm glad, because you're StuLab. You give gifts, and that's so nice. Now Mervkins has something that they didn't have. StuLab, I think you fab, and I'm so glad that you're here with us. So StuLab, oh StuLab, you fab, and I'm so glad that you're here. Who else is here? Who else is here? I don't disagree, Pawn. I don't disagree, but YouTube does it the way it does it. I can't change it. Wait, someone else came through and said something. Just Relics. There we go. Just Relics. Let's get you up here. We gotta get you up here. There you are. Just Relics was just relaxing and got gifted a song anyway, and now you're a member. Oh, just relax, Relics, because you are a member now. You don't have to work super hard and pay your own money, You can relax, just relax, because someone's got your back. Just relax, someone's got your back, and so you can relax now that you're a member. Someone's got your back, relax, you can relax, because you're a member. Now just relax, you can relax, because someone's got your back, just relax. Thank you for being engaged enough that you'd get gifted. All right, who else? Timeless also got one. And I think Timeless is here. Am I missing? Please tell me if I'm missing somebody. What is happening? Timeless wasn't here for the time that it happened, so now you get a song, 'cause you were gifted a membership. Timeless, it's timeless now that you're here. It feels so timeless that you weren't here for the time that the memberships went out, and you have one. Timeless, it may be timeless, but there was a time that you got a membership, and now you're here getting your song. I'm so glad, Timeless, that you can't be wrong. You got a membership. I think that's the last one for now. The last one for now. Timeless. Hey. Wow. That was a lot of member songs. It was an explosion. Are we able to get another emoji here? Probably not. Because the last time we got the... It's possible. I'll have to do some calculations. But the last time we had... I think there was like, maybe. I would have to gift some memberships. Let's see. I'll let you guys know. I'm going to look into that. We might be able to get another emote tier, which means we get an extra emote. That's definitely possible. Literally everyone in the participant section besides I and me are members. It's amazing. That's amazing. Am I sure? I don't know. We'll see. Lisa's voice ever again. Oh, it ever gets tired. Oh, tiring. Okay, I was like, actually, it does get tired. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's very generous. I know it did. That's very, very, very generous of you guys. All right. Let me just catch up with all the messages. You guys are the best, by the way. Thank you. How is game dev going? Welcome to... Oh, Tommy! I missed Tommy! All right, we got one more. It ain't over yet. Prove me wrong. You can't. Okay, one more. We do what we have to do. The rules are the rules. Here we go, here we go. It ain't over. Yay! Oh, you guys are very generous. Oh, yeah. If you click where you buy it, there's a toggle. And some people don't have the toggle, in which case you're fine, and it'll work for you. Tommy Monroe, don't you know you're back in the membership? Oh, Tommy Monroe, don't you know you're back in the membership? Oh. And I'm glad that it's true, because I can tell you about stuff when it's not Wednesday or Friday. You can come through on Monday. Tommy Monroe, don't you know you're back in the membership? Oh, Tommy Monroe, don't you know that you're back in the membership? Tommy, I'm so glad. It makes my tummy feel full, because I ate some food earlier, but now I get to eat the food of knowledge, brain food that you got into the membership. Tommy, don't you know, Monroe, that you are a member again? Oh, Tommy, you're a member, don't you know? 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 There you go. There you go, Tommy. Woohoo! Yeah, you don't have to buy anything. If you don't have the option, don't worry about it. That's correct. Yeah, if you don't have the toggle there. So, okay, I'll show you guys. I will show you guys where it is, so that you may know, for your knowledge. It can be a little tricky, because they don't always show it to me. But we'll get there. We'll make this work. I guarantee it. Okay, just give me a second. I'm gonna load it, so I'll show you where it is. Just real unlucky. Yeah. It's super weird. A+ instrumentals. Yeah, right? Yeah, those are ones that I've picked ahead of time to be approved as member songs. That way I don't, because there were sometimes songs that I would get that were like not that good for singing to, and that always sucked. Okay, so here's the video, right? The one we're watching right now. We're hanging out. So there's a join button right here. So if you click that join button, and up here in the top right, there's a 3 dots menu, right? 3 dots right there. Click those 3 dots, and there may be a gift settings option. Click on gift settings, and then make sure allow gifts is toggled on. Now, if you don't have that option, you're fine, because people who said they don't have it, we were like, oh no, you can't get gifts, and then they did get a gift, even though they didn't have a toggle. So only if you have this, you gotta make sure you've opted into it. So that's what that is, just to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah, I'm sorry you didn't get it, Traumatized. It's so weird. I genuinely don't really understand how it works. We had somebody here who, you know, we just kept like gifting and gifting until, because we wanted them to get it, and they eventually got it. So it just kind of takes time. It's stupid. I wish it was like Twitch where you could like choose people, but here we are. I can't believe Mervkins targeted Candace though. That was nuts. Or no, Candace targeted oh wait, StuLab. Candace targeted herself. StuLab, not on purpose. StuLab got Mervkins. That was nuts. What am I doing? Am I making a game? Is that something I'm still up to? Yeah, it was a perfect dart center. It was a beautiful shot. Yeah, that was, apparently you can gift yourself a membership if you wanna, but I guess then you might as well just buy one. I am still making a game. Okay, gotcha. You just, StuLab just got lucky. It just happened to hit Mervkins. That's nuts. That's so weird. I mean, it does make me wonder. I mean, it makes me wonder, you know, if there are certain actions that YouTube values more, right? So if you gift memberships, maybe that moves you up the list to be chosen more than likely somehow. And so maybe that's why Candace was able to gift to herself, but why wasn't Mervkins able to gift to themselves? I don't know. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, look, I think I'm just gonna like be okay with this. It values time, how many messages and advertisements watched. Really? I didn't know that. Is that info somewhere? That is very, very valuable information. Yeah, so it might not be actual like messages. Well, you said how many messages? I don't know. That's tough. Because fortunately lurkers often get the gifts, right? And so people who've never ever typed a single message will get the gift. But maybe they're just giving a lot of time. What, ads? Well, if you've got the ad blocker, you won't see them. Wait a minute, is it because I have VBlock Origin? I don't think so. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I would be surprised if they retaliated that way, because also these platforms look a little high above the water. It's kind of weird to see their shadows underneath. No ads for obvious reasons. Yeah. Watch the ads so Hyper Gamedev gets money. Timeless 2025. That's true. You got get to the sub when you have an ad blocker. There you go. You've been premium so long. Yeah, premium is the best for me it's the best for both of us, because then the channel gets ad money and you don't get ads. But obviously, you're giving YouTube money that you shouldn't necessarily have to give them, so it's fair. I won't fault you for using an ad blocker. I won't. No ad blocker. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't need it if you have, if you have premium, then you won't get ads. It's only if you have no ad blocker and, yeah, right. So you can contribute in other ways. Yeah, you can contribute in other ways. Now, to be fair, YouTube does still take money from the membership cost, to be fair. But it's that way you're not. But here's the reality. Okay, see you later, Zero. Here's the reality is if you have premium, you're supporting literally anything you watch, right? So even if you watch something you hate, you're gonna be giving them ad money. Which is, to some extent, like, whatever. Alright, I know I'm still just like, yeah, see you next stream, Zero. Friday, I'll be doing my 1 hour game jam stream. So I'll be trying to make a game in 1 hour. I will probably not succeed, but that's okay. It's fun to do, and I'll be playing everyone else's 1 hour games as well. It's a fun time. That's why you didn't do a membership for yourself, because YouTube takes a cut. I mean, if your sole interest is supporting the channel without a big cut being taken out, and you're okay with losing out on perks, there is the Patreon. The Patreon lets you contribute more directly. But the perks are gonna be severely nerfed. I'm very confused about the shadows under the wood. I'm gonna let it go, but it's bothering me a little bit. I probably just need to stretch out the wood pieces a little bit. Yeah, for now, I'm gonna let go of the clipping. I really don't want to worry about it. I've been wasting a lot of time on this, and if I want to fix it later, I will. I think I just need to kind of be happy with it for now and just let it go. Obviously, perfection would be ideal, but it's not always the best policy in these kind of situations. Patreon, yeah, so I actually don't think there is one in the description box, but there should be one on the channel page. I'll put one in the chat right there. Yeah, that's the most financially direct way to support the channel. You do miss out on the emotes, you miss out on certain exclusive content, the live streams, you won't get the exclusive live streams, and I really, it's hard for me to sing songs to you because I have to like remember that you're a member, and that's a lot harder, a Patreon. So, but it's an option. It's an option. Yeah. I'm neutral negative about giving Google more money, but I just can't stand being advertised to. Yeah, same. I feel you. Oh, I'm gonna try to stretch these down a little bit. Not that way. Oh, okay. Oh, because some of them are flipped. But also it's pushing them higher? Oh, well that would kind of explain that issue then, wouldn't it? I mean, I could like push their position down. Okay, we can only do some of these actually. Oh dear, I've made mistakes. Let's make the game now. Let's make the game now. I feel compelled to support this channel. Thank you, StuLab. Thank you so much. This isn't a game making stream. It tries to be, but it also tries to be responsive and laid back at times too. It tries to do both. It's a confusing balance. But I just feel like these wood pieces could be improved a bit. That's true. That's true. There is progress to be seen. There is progress to be seen. That's true. But it is a game jam, and there's only so much time left to work on it. Oh, it's gonna move the position down anyway. Okay, if I stretch that down by 1.5, so I guess we're not really, I'm not gonna worry about this task so much right now. 5 of 25 holes melted open. Okay, for your joystick that you're making? That sounds like part of the process. Sounds like that would be part of the process, yeah. Okay, Broken Wood 1. Where does that one live? I don't remember. I'm guessing it's this. Which one was I doing? Broken Wood 1? No, that's not the one. This one? This one is Broken Wood 1. Okay, so that didn't really help. That's platform... Which platform is that? This is not my favorite task to be worrying about, because it's just a little effortful and kind of arguably unnecessary. But you know, it's just really bugging me. It's really bothering me. Oh, right. So we'd have to make this visible. Oh god, this gets very confusing. Looks so good in perspective. Yeah, you like it in perspective? It's different. It's different, right? I switched to an orthogonal camera per someone's suggestion, and I felt it looked much more Frogger-y, and it was easier just to manage the like grid stuff when it had the orthogonal camera. This is a bit of effort because I have to like move this here. I think, yeah, that is like pulling up off the ground, but it's just because like of the way the wood is designed. Actually, that one is straight up off the ground. I don't want to change the water because that's gonna mess with how I set up the cars, and those were a little meticulous to get right. So oh man, okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I am not gonna modify this. Instead, if I come to the individual platforms, what if I just move all of these down a little bit? Of course I made the mesh orange, so I can't even tell. Let's make it something quite different. Why would that change the color of the wood? I don't know. What? Did I have it like selected or something when I did that? What? Why would you change the color of the wood? That doesn't make any sense. What? What? I guess I literally put, I guess I must have put the wood. I see what happened. This has the wood. Okay, don't. Okay, that's better. Anyway. So I could try just moving these down a bit. What I don't like about that is then they're gonna be a little too low, potentially. I would say change the Y height over here and then adjust that. I think that's gonna be the easiest path forward. So come over here. Change the Y height and then move it down. Same thing on this one. Scale it and move it down. That one's a little odd, isn't it? Okay. This one, scale it. And then move it down. Then save it. Now check back in the main scene. Oh, we gotta get rid of the mesh. That has no use here. The debug mesh. It still kind of looks like there's shadows under there, but... And the pieces of wood are much thicker now. But that's okay. It looks less like they're floating. And that's a win. Oh, I didn't even know there was another cat here. There you go, cats. Meow. So, on this one, we'll do the same thing. We'll show the debug mesh. And I'm gonna go through each and every one. We're gonna adjust the height. So we're gonna make it taller. And make sure that's just in the right spot. Come to the next one. Make it taller. And move it down. So on and so forth. Stretch it. Move it. Oh my. Not very flat. It's tough because it unfortunately makes some of these corners much thicker than I ever wanted them to be. You know what I should probably do is go into Blender and make it bigger. That probably would have been a better solution. Nah, well. Okay, stretch that out. Rotate it. Probably gonna need to change. Oh my, is it like shade smoothed on there? That looks pretty bad. It's some of this changed like a different aspect of the position that I forgot about as well, so I need to deal with that. This is not the least time consuming thing. I really have a lot of gameplay work to do, if I'm being honest. Okay, so I just want to kind of make sure they're generally centered. on here. Check this one, not at all. This one, pretty good. It's supposed to be a little askew. And this one, also supposed to be askew. Alright, save that. Let me double check the other one too. Looks good. Looks good. It's pretty fine. And this one, also pretty fine. Okay, save it. Let's see if that is acceptable to my eyes. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a lot chunkier than they were before. I'm not actually that happy with that. Oops. I think I accidentally reset which ones are visible, unfortunately, on this row, so I gotta fix that. So that should only have one. This should be two. Oops, that's one. This one will have be two. This one has three. Not one. Guess just chilling, watching me make a game. They are like facing that direction. That's really funny. Let's make this one one again. And then this one. Is 4. Okay. Yeah, they chilling. Well, the reason why they're chilling is because there's a fireplace right in front of them, and they like the warmth because it's cold out. So I mean, I'm not really thrilled with how chunky the pieces of wood are, but it's fine. It's fine. It's better than them floating. Okay. Good. Alright, let's move on. Immediately I see we fall through the platform. Ugh. So the other thing I could try, I could speed up the fall down. So this, I don't think I was making it a, I'm quite sure I wasn't. Making it a variable. So we're gonna say fall speed. And we're gonna come up here, fall depth, at x fall depth. I'm gonna change this to position so it's just a little more good. I need to update that. Fall speed. Change this to fall depth position. Now let's try experimenting a bit. With that speed. I don't think that speed is gonna apply. Oh, it does immediately. Good. Okay, so let's try 20. That'll help a little bit. Not really. I mean, it's a little weird, like, why... Was that a valid death? I'm not even sure. I think players might forgive it. I mean, they might be like, what? I landed on it, it's fine. And yeah, you kinda did, but technically you didn't. Another thing I could try is making the collision detection for that, like giving a little more allowance, like not having the area that considers you having fallen in the water as big. It could be like a little smaller, so that way in those cases where you just barely make it, it actually just gives it to you. But I don't know if that's actually gonna work, truth be told. All right, we're gonna let it go. We're gonna let it go. Okay, so what's next? What else do I need to do? I want to set up the finish line. But what happens on the finish line? So I want those doors to close. So let's do that. I'm gonna actually move on to a different task because this is a game jam. We have to hurry. So right now, when you get to there, nothing happens. So I need some actual like collision in those sections, right? So let's set that up. Let's make some collisions happen over there. I guess I'll put that on the finish line itself, on each bunker script, or each bunker node. So let's add an area 3D. And this is going to be finish line. We're gonna attach a script. And I want this to extend from detectable. Looking at the gap, the killer gap, I think we can probably keep a lot of this. So we'll come back in here. We'll paste that. So we need to add a collision shape, of course. Let us do that. I'm also gonna update my task real quick. Okay, making finish lines work. Oh, not that one, this one. And they're finish lines, quote unquote. Okay. Let's add a collision in there. Box shape seems good. This will probably require some adjusting because we really want it to be very particular. I don't know, I'm a little, we'll see, we'll just experiment. I'm only a little concerned about this. But I'm sure we can work it out. I'm sure we can make it come together probably. I'm a big fan of just setting it up and seeing what happens, then trying to anticipate every possible thing. So just out of curiosity, oh, there might be some errors. You can't just partially set something up. You can't do that. So I'm just gonna detach this script for now. You only YOLO once. Yeah. You only live once. Yeah. Right. Right. I think I kind of understand what you're saying. So we stop right around there. You can't see it. I can see it. Let me zoom that in a bit. Indeed. And I see what you're saying, like, YOLO, like, let's do it. And then, but you can only do that one time. So really, I kind of want to, like, in between the open doors. I think makes sense. So we definitely want to move that forward more. Very hard to see in this view, so I'm going to switch it to overdraw. Now that collision shape is very visible. Hopefully that's enough for it to be detected. We'll find out. And we don't have a mesh for it, so we don't need that. Let's reattach the script, the finish line script. We don't have a mesh. Set the collision layer ground false, collision player mask true, body entered if it's the player, not player dead. That would be very rude. We actually would want to say What do we want to say? Well, we need to know which finish line it is. There's different ways we could do that. We're gonna need to make sure that it knows when they all are filled. There's like there's gonna be like a bonus thing that you collect when you go into certain ones or something dangerous. We need to make sure that those don't spawn. We could do an array, so it would need to remove itself from an array. Oh, we got some things to think about here. I'm trying to like plan ahead. So let me just contextualize all this. I probably should write this down, but I probably won't. But I probably should. Maybe I will. I might bust out Excalibur. So when we get to the finish lines in general, sometimes a fly appears, right? In later levels, sometimes an enemy appears in there. So if there's a frog already in the cave, we wouldn't want a bonus to appear, right? So it would need to make sure that that doesn't appear. We could kind of get around that. Maybe. I don't know. I think there should be like a Boolean or an enumerator. Either one could work. Enumerator might be ideal. That says what state. I think we should probably do an enumerator actually. What state that finished cave is in. Is it in the empty state? Is it in the filled state? Is it in the empty with bonus state? Or is it in the empty with enemy state? We could even just say filled. We could just say empty, filled, bonus, enemy. If the collision happens when you're in empty, it moves to filled. If you collide it when it's on bonus, you get a bonus and it goes to filled. If you move into it when it's with an enemy, you die. And it doesn't get filled. And it goes, well, that's the thing. So then what changes it between bonus and enemy? So there has to be some other script that is choosing one of them. Like a parent script. Yeah, exactly. So it has to be one that some script that's looking to put it in there. And I'm just talking it out. So it is nice of you to notate it for me, so I don't have to write it down. So the script would iterate through all of the finish lines and say if finish line state is set to empty, then add it to an array. Alternatively, it could be that it removes and adds itself to and from the array depending on what its state is. That's probably easier. And then the script above it. All right, I'll write it down. You know what? We're just gonna write it down. Yeah, I think we're gonna write that down. I think that's gonna be easier. Okay, so we've got our all finish lines top level node script situation. We've got finish line 1. 2, 3, 4, 5. Really doesn't need to have all these, but whatever, it's fine. That actually didn't do what I want. Let's put a new text here. Individual finish line script. And within that is going to be an enum where each one could either be empty, empty, build, enemy bonus. Your buttons feel like a game of Mastermind. I remember that game where you gotta like match colors, or you gotta like guess colors. Like it was like a process of elimination game. Yeah, I remember that. That's actually a really good Oh, it's a board game. Whoa, I didn't know it was a board game. Was there ever like a first video game version of it? I was like, that could be it. That could be a game like Jam game. But I don't know. I don't know about that. 1996. I don't know. That seems kind of tough, actually. Yeah, but like, what was the first one ever? Like, now there's like a handheld electronic. That's a little bit of work to figure out. It's even, I would argue, a little too simple. We'll see. Wordle is basically it is! You're right! That's a mastermind-like. Alright, so that's an enum on the individual finish line script. All finish lines. So why did I make this? Because how are we going to determine this? It was worth a think. It was worth a consideration. I don't know if I'm actually into it though. I don't know if it has that excitement factor. Then we got a roguelike and a Frogger-like. Now you have a Masterman-like? Maybe. You never know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see in March. It's actually really fun to pick the game. I do it myself just so that way you guys can't get any like advantages or sneak secret head starts. I get a head start, but then again, I'm not submitting mine for ranking, so it's fine. All finish lines, individual. I don't get a head start, but I get a brain start. I know what it's gonna be ahead of time. Individual finish line script, finish 1, 2, 3. Okay, so they all have enums on them. I feel like I would rather do it like this. They all have enums on them. All finish line script will have an array on it. I would say, here's what I think. Okay, here's what I think. I think there's also going to be a signal on here. And the signal is going to say, like, on update finish lines. And whenever on update finish lines happens, then it's going to run a function in all finish lines that adjusts array to have empty finish lines only. So that way it always knows which ones are available to spawn the thing. Similarly, it's gonna need to do on update finish lines itself, emit that itself, because it needs to tell it this is gonna like do the random roll. Let me see if I can select those, group them, shrink it. So we also want it to decide where bonus / enemy go. And what that's gonna do, that could emit another signal, but it can also, well, it's just going to iterate through the array, and it would just apply to that one and then update that one's state. So all this would do is update state of targeted finish line. So I think that's how I'm going to do it. Not the greatest drawing, but it kind of helps me a little bit. So let's put an enum. So this is the finish line script. We have a collision on here. Ground, it looks for player, body entered. When the player okay, so when the player enters, we want it to switch to, okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. And we want the doors to close as well, so that's gonna be something. But it depends, it's gonna need to check the state. So if it's in the group, it also is going to need to match, so it does different things. Okay, so we're gonna say enum finish line states. We want empty, filled, bonus, enemy. Finish line states typed to finish line states. All right. Now for match, we want to test it with finish line state. If finish line state, this is on the individual scripts themselves. I'm gonna give myself a little more room here. If the finish line itself is set, the state is set to empty, it'll do something. If it's set to filled, it'll do something else. Finish line states enemy. Okay. So different things will happen. The bonus one will actually bring us right back. So we'll want to say that finish line state becomes finish line states filled. So we know that much will want to happen. Cannot assign a new value to a constant. Oh. Wait. Oh, sorry. Meant to say state. There we go. Finish line state equals finish line states filled, because enums are constants by default. Okay. If it's an enemy, we actually already know what needs to happen. That actually needs to be a death, and we can just do the same thing, death by enemy. So, I'm just gonna remind myself how we did that. And we're just, yeah, it's just that. So copy that, paste that in. Just the normal thing when you hit an enemy. If it's filled, now, I think in original Frogger, what happens, I'm not gonna make it, I think the time's about to run out, is you just like run into it. So there's also these walls, which are kind of being interpreted as enemies, more or less. Okay, let's fill in a cave. Whoa, oh, the fast one got me. Oh, okay. Okay, fast lane. See, that car isn't always going fast. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. That time it was, but not this time. Okay, so if I try to go into that one, it doesn't let me. I'm pressing, oh, I was pressing up, but it just wasn't happening. It was blocking my movement. So, that's tough. I would need to, well, I would need to have it behave like a wall. So this is actually something I have been procrastinating a little bit. The wall, so there is a wall that I've made, but I haven't really done much with it. It doesn't work correctly on the horizontal axis. Sometimes it does, often it doesn't. Let me show you what I mean. We might get errors. Okay, we're good. So, oh, that didn't work at all. Oh, because I just duplicated the mesh. I meant to duplicate the entire wall. Okay, try that again. I was like, that is much less functional than it's supposed to be. Okay. So I'm trying to move to the left. You can see it even is printing that the left wall is detected. So I'm pressing left. I'll show you my keyboard, which is probably gonna block that. I'll scooch this over. Okay, so I'm pressing left, it's not accepting it. Pressing up, not working. Pressing right, not working. Come up here, press back, not working. Okay, good. So this works. Now where that stops working is if I hop onto a platform, now I'm off the grid, which is actually how they work in Frogger. However, what that means is the collision is no longer aligned on the horizontal axis. However, it still works just fine on the vertical axis. So I have a fix in mind for that, and what is basically gonna happen is whenever you run into a wall after you are off the axis, it's gonna realign you with the axis. That's my fix for that. But since we're moving vertically, it doesn't really matter. So I think what I'll do is we'll just turn it into a wall. So what is it looking for? What makes something a wall? I don't remember. Oh, it just literally just has this collision layer. Well, that's very doable. Oh, we could just change it to a wall. I would just have to make sure it's right up against the edge. That way we don't like move forward where we're not supposed to. That's the only caveat there. Just out of curiosity, does that come forward far enough? I don't know if that's gonna be detected. that's a little tricky. I think this has to be better aligned to the axis. So if I look at this right from above, it's actually not bad. We actually have another problem. It's actually too far forward. You can see it's overlapping a little bit too much. So we, in fact, need to push it back. Let me close all these. We got too much open right now. Close, 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 close. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Thank you, but no thank you. Okay, let's move this back. It needs to actually be right on the grid where it belongs. Oh, we moved the collision shape? That was a mistake. 0.5, 0.3. No, 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 no. Move the finish line, please. Only. Let's go to overdraw on here. Look at it from above. That's Z on 1.2. What if we just put it on 1? What is that like? Okay, too far forward. Let's bring it back by a bit. See where that gets us. Wait. Oh, it's way too far forward. It's extremely too far forward. Okay, just kidding. Let's try right there. I'm just kind of guessing here. So now it needs to be a little closer. We need to close that gap. See what that's like. Okay, now we're back to being a little too far over the front. Wow, okay. 6.5? Wow, okay. Let's try just a little below 0.7. There we go. Now we're right on it. So hopefully that won't get... It might, though. I think you should do it at 0.68, just to be safe. I am not sure if that's going to work. This is going to require a little bit of testing, unfortunately. So you can see it's just a little bit behind. Because the raycasts that detect the walls also extend out a little bit. So we'll have to test this. So here's what I'm gonna do. Open up the finish line script. They're all gonna be empty for now. So I would just like to print player overlapped with finish line. I think we have another print that I actually need to be rid of here real quick. Which is this one. Okay. So I'm just curious to see if it detects the player. Oh, we should really move the player up further. This is a tougher one to debug. I think probably the best is to move it to the safe in the front, but I kind of still need to do the platforms. It'd be easier if I made the platforms. I should make the platforms slower. At this point, they do not need to be that fast. So let's actually reduce all the platform speeds at once, which should be quite doable, in fact. Just gonna collapse all of these. And though it's incorrect, it is just gonna make my life easier right here, right now. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of manual collapsing. If I just set them all to the same speed, we're gonna say 1. So I don't have to struggle my way across. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, we actually do have to adjust one of them because it otherwise never lines up. Row 8, 9, 10. Row 10 does need to be a bit faster. Alright, so what I wanted to see is if it detects it right now. So it isn't seeming to detect it. It's not printing that it sees it. So I'm gonna try actually walking into it. See, oh, well, I died. Yeah, I'm gonna try not to die and walk into it and see if it if it puts out our print message. It does. Okay. So I actually want that. That's a little tough. Yeah, but that's not the wall. But see, that's different. So that's good. This is actually good. This is what we want. It sees it not before we cross it. That's good. But my question, well, okay, actually, let me try this too. Let me try actually putting it directly on the line. So that should be right on top. And then the next test I want to do is to see if the raycasts can see that as a wall. If so, then I will just have it become detectable as a wall. Okay, good. So it's not seeing it. I don't see any prints. If I cross it, it then sees the overlap. It's printing in the bottom left there. Whereas if I am just passing over it, no new print message. So that's good. Okay, next thing I want to try on the player. Well, I don't think we have to do it on the player. We just need to change it to the wall type. So let's go to the finish line. Script. Now somewhere based on which state, so we would want to run that update finish line state. So I'm actually gonna, let's create that now. Function on update finish lines. But if the player goes in there, is that how you'd want to do that? I don't think so. I'm gonna say just function fill finish line. We'll just say that. And then I'm just gonna run it in the ready function for now. So that means it's gonna fill every single one for now. So if the finish line is filled, let me come back to the walls. We want to make sure that their collisions are set to the same thing that walls are. Well, ground is already false. We don't have to worry about that. But we would want wall to become true in that case, which we'd have to then, well, we don't need to make it false. Once it's filled until the game resets. So that's the other thing, is I'm gonna need to have a reset for this. We're gonna have to be able to change them all back to empty once a level is complete, or you lose all your lives. So that's fun. That's effort. Okay, so the wall collision is true. That means the raycast should see it, in theory. Now, we'd really only want this to coincide with being in the filled state. But we're not gonna worry about that right now. Okay, let's see what happens. So what I am hoping is that once we get on this platform, this row up here, as soon as we start to float past it, it detects. But it's not going to be detecting the player. What is it going to be detecting? So I don't think it's going to be an on-body entered because it's a raycast. So that means I actually need to go back to the player and find the wall check Well, yeah, because, yeah, right. So what we should see is wall is forward down here. So it should see a wall in front of it, if this is correct, which it may not be. Okay, so it didn't. It did see the front wall, but I had to cross the threshold before it recognized it, which is unfortunate. And sees it behind now, and I can't move back. Okay. But I'm able to move forward with no issue. Because it doesn't detect it from here, but I need it to detect it from there. Okay. So let's try moving it forward just a teensy weens. Hopefully, it won't overlap with the player, but it will overlap with the wall raycast. Nice, so it sees the front wall. Good, good. But does the finish line see the player? It doesn't. Nice, it's perfect. Okay, so now it is a wall. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. 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 So I kind of clicked the wrong thing. Oh, good. Okay. I thought we were in danger. We're not. This is good. It worked perfectly. It worked perfectly. So it sees the front wall when I don't even have to run into it. Why did they become purple? What? Why did you do that, Godot? Of all the things. How dare you? Was it because... I think I know why that happened. Because Godot has very annoying undo rules. How could you do this to me? Alright, let me go to GitHub real quick. Ugh, so now I gotta find it in here. I think it would be a T-res file in here. I think I know what happened. This right here. Stop this. Do not do this. Discard. No. There we go. Okay. So, great. So we're gonna play it. We're not gonna freak out. Okay, so if I try to move forward... Oh, well, there I can. But here I can't. There I can, but we actually want that to kill you at some point. But in fact, I can't move forward on the door area of it. You get no punishment for trying to move forward there. Now, if you go here, that will kill you. So we could actually even set that up right now. That's very doable, in fact. So in here, what I'll do, I'm actually gonna duplicate. Oh, let's make a new one. Add a new area. We're just gonna call this, I mean, it's kind of another kill gap. This is a different kind of kill gap. I'm gonna attach a script to it. I don't really want to use the same kill gap script from before. So this is a special kill gap script for the finish line. We're gonna have it extend from detectable. I'm just gonna look at the other kill gap that we have. I would like to move this kill gap script positions, just makes it easier to like kind of find it. Oh, it's called a killer gap. Watch out. That should be in platforms. And then the one that's on finish line, let's call it killer gap. killer gap. So the other killer gap that's on platforms has all this code. So I'm just gonna borrow that code, if it wouldn't mind. We're gonna slap it on here. We don't have a mesh that corresponds with it. We do have a collision, however. We're actually not even using the mesh that we're setting up in the old killer gap, but... Ground player, body entered. Now this time it says water. We don't have a wall state. So I don't think I've actually made a state for this yet. Enemy water time. We have edge. We could treat it kind of like the edge. I'm going to call it finish wall. Which is a little annoying. Something I kind of want to do. Let's actually do a function kill player. I might change this at some point. But I don't think we really have to. I think we could use this everywhere. So we're just gonna say kill player if it's the edge. We're gonna say kill player if it's an enemy. And if it's a finish wall, is that what we call it? Yeah. If it's a finish wall, death state's edge. I kind of want to just treat it like an... No, we don't want to treat it like an enemy. I kind of want to treat it like an edge. There's really almost no reason to have a different state. You know what? I'm just going to call it edge. I don't want to get too complicated with it. I think we're just going to call it edge. And if I change my mind someday, I change my mind. But for right now, I don't feel like doing that. I don't see myself actually having there be a difference in what the death looks like. I think it'll just be the same. So, alright, so then when this happens, we want to say death states edge. So it's just the same as that. Okay. And then back over here, for a killer gap, I'm going to duplicate this collision. Oh, I do like to call these collision. Also, I'm actually shocked that that somehow worked before, even though it wasn't called that. Not sure how that happened, but it did. Shocking. Okay, so those are the same, exact same size. Their position is different. We want them to have the same position. Reset this. I probably should have just copied it. Okay, this position is at 0.7 forward. That's it. On the forward axis there. Okay, and then I'm gonna move it over. Hopefully that's enough space. Actually, a mesh kind of would be nice right now. There's probably going to be a little overlap. I don't know that the overlap really matters that much, though, if I'm being honest. But let's put it on there. Killer gap right, duplicate it, call it killer gap left, and scooch it. Actually, this is a good view. I think that lines up perfectly, actually. Let's confirm. Yeah, dude, I think that lines up absolutely perfectly. Let's go. Yes, grid design. Okay, so we'll get rid of those meshes, and we have our killer gaps. All right, let's see if that kills. I think that's everything, probably, maybe. Dead. Brutal. Now where I'm only a little bit afraid. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, something very wrong happened. It seemed like there were 2 player characters spawned in at the same time. Perhaps I have forgotten to add a little something. Maybe it was my new kill player function, probably. But what I want to really make sure is that... Nice. Yeah. Okay, good. But I want to make sure that if we go in it, we don't accidentally clip that kill edge. That would suck. I don't think we will, but I want to check. So what's the deal here? Emits player dead. Back on player. We have the kill player function. It emits that it's freed, and a Q freeze. If it's death by edge, it kills the player. If it's death by enemy, it kills player. Is it because of the fall death? I think it's because of the fall death. I think that's why. Yep, right there. Fall death. We need to make sure that also kills the player. This is why it's good to have a unified function too. So that way it's consistent every single place that the killing happens. Okay, so just to test, make sure we're not spawning 2 players. We're not. Great, so the next test that I would want to do is to actually not have it be a wall. Electric Wizard! Yes, you got gifted a sub. We had just a flurry of sub gifts. That was either Mervkins or Candace. I'm not sure which one, but one of those 2 people. That means you get a member song! Alright, let's pick a song. The Electric Wizard. We got the Electric Wizard coming on through and casting spells. Casting a spell on you. Casting a spell on you of hanging outedness. Electric Wizard casted a spell on themselves so they could hang out with us. So Electric Wizard casted a spell on themselves to hang out with us. There's a lot of spells in the spell book that the Electric Wizard took a look at and decided the one that I'm gonna do today makes me appear. The Electric Wizard casts a spell on itself to make it hang out with us. Oh, the Electric Wizard casted a spell that makes it hang out with us. There's a big book, it's got a lot of spells, but there's one that they chose so they could be well with us, and that's the spell that has you appear. And I'm not saying, oh well, I'm saying welcome. Thank you, Electric Wizard, for coming on through. Electric Wizard cast a spell that has it hang out with us today. A spell on itself. Wow. There's your member song. I'm so sorry for your first member song. And also, you're welcome. And thank you for being engaged enough that you would even get gifted a membership. It's a pleasure to have you. Alright, that's it. That's what we do. We sing the members. You member, you get a member song. You have been initiated. That was amazing. It's very kind of you. I'm glad you liked it. That's all that matters. Yeah. Wow. Wait, is that a YouTube emoji? I didn't even know they had that emoji. How did you do that? Is that a YouTube emoji? How did you add that emoji, Mindswept? What? It's not even a YouTube emote. What secrets? What hacks do you have? How did you do that? How did you do that, Mindswept? What? I'm obsessed with this right now. That is very impressive. Wait, there's secret YouTube emotes? Okay, now I'm distracted in the best possible way. Secret YouTube emotes. Awesome. But it's not on the list. But it's not in the list. YouTube has secret emojis revealed. Oh, it's just gonna loop this song. Alright, now it won't. Dude, I'm obsessed. This is so cool. This one isn't in there either. These gummy worms. There's a person's head? That's the twitchiest thing I've ever seen. Some of these are already listed in there, but a lot of them aren't. What? Wait, this isn't really it. This isn't really real. This is just images, right? Now I gotta test these. Dude, I will be distracted, and I will enjoy it. Is that a guy from Smosh? Is it? Oh, look, I pressed one. Doesn't look like a guy from Smosh. Let's see. Yeah, it works! It says Jake Peter. Dude, it freaking works. What? I did not know. Okay, well, these don't work. These are different, right? This is like, these are just like, this is something else. Yeah, this is something else. Okay, so I think these are all the secret ones. They're not that exciting, if I'm being honest. All right, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I didn't know those existed. Thank you for teaching me these things. All right, back to work. Let's see. I sometimes get emails from YouTube for you've been gifted a YouTube membership, and this was by far the best thing. Oh, my heart. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you're the one who got one. That's nice. That's nice. You got it. You got it. That means you're gonna get access to the Monday member stream. I'll sing your praises if you say hi during these devlog streams on Wednesdays. You also get the emotes, the special emotes. And I'm starting a podcast for the channel in February. I think you actually might not have the membership by then, but that's okay. Probably other stuff. If I decide to put up a short or something for members only. Things like that. In the game jam, 1 hour game jam, you get an extra secret locked in suggestion for the wheel that we spin. So yeah, enjoy the perks. Try to make it count. Oh, so I want to remove on the finish line. Yay! Someday I might have more stuff too, like redemptions on stream. We'll see. We'll see. Change the color of this or that. That's a big maybe. So instead of it being fill finish line, we'll just comment that out. And I just want to make sure that a valid finish line cross doesn't get read as running into the wall and dying. Okay, that was valid, no death. Valid, no death. Good. I think we're actually in good shape. Now, the funny thing is, we do actually want to do all the same things as death. We want to delete it and make a new one appear. We actually want to do the same things, unless it's the last one being filled. Then something special has to happen. So we also need things, right, oh, emoji wall. That's the other thing you get access to, is your emotes and emojis appear on the screen. Forgot about that one. Yes. So it's gonna have to know if you filled up all 5. That's gonna come up, and I'm sure we'll be able to adapt to it. But it looks quite good. So it's funny because again, it's pretty much the same thing. Yes, yes, yes. The only difference is that we wouldn't want it to remove a life from the player. That's literally the only difference. So I'm gonna go to my messenger, and instead of player dead, we're gonna say, I could say like player respawn. I almost should say player respawn. And then have like an argument about whether or not, like an argument after the end, like a true or false. Was it that it died, or that it crossed the finish line? That might be a more consolidated way to do this. I think I might do it that way, actually. So I'm gonna refactor just a little bit here. So instead of player dead, we're gonna call player respawn. Now I need to go find everywhere we did player dead and update it. Instead of player dead, we're saying player respawn. Now we already are calling with the edge of what kind of death it is. We wouldn't need to put the player in a death state at all. So we'd want to call with like nothing. This is a little messy. This is a little bit messy, actually. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make an argument on the messenger. Oh, did he just come back in frame? And he's like, I didn't leave. Argument. So we're gonna say actually that's argument 2 is death type enum, and argument 1 is dead. Okay, and then for the death states on the player, I love you, Travi. You're a sweet boy. I love you. You're being so cute. Just rolling around. For the death states, we're gonna add one in that is none. So this is a non-death state. Death state non. I'm gonna call it non. It's a non-death respawn. So if it's set death state, if state is set to death states non, well then it's a respawn, but we don't even care, just pass. Nothing needs to happen here. We'd want to handle anything that happens because it's a respawn. So over, well, we need to update all these. So this is player respawn, and this needs to call, so is dead true? Yes, it's a dead. In this case, refactor it to respawn. This is true that you are dead. In this case, true, oops, respawn, true, you are dead. In this one as well, true, you are dead. Up here, when we connect it on the player, we need to make sure it's respawn, on player respawn. On enemies, respawn is dead true. Okay, there's a lot of things that make you dead. Now over here on the player, we have to refactor the function. On player dead to on player respawn. And we're gonna change this to is dead state. So, if is dead, do all of this. So the other state shouldn't even happen, but just in case we put it there. If is dead, run the match. Otherwise, so we're not really killing player. We're deleting. We're free. We're gonna say free player. I'm gonna change this to free player. Again, I have to refactor that. I could do replace. That would probably be faster. But I'm typing it one by one. Okay, free. Player freed, queue free. Okay. So else, just go ahead and for now free the player. We don't have to worry about, well, actually we do want to set a, it's already going to be on none by default, so we shouldn't need to change that. We'll see. Hopefully we don't run into any bugs. So there's, well, if you cross the finish line, it's a little tricky because we wouldn't want you, well, basically just the door is going to close, so it's still going to kill you. When you cross the finish line, you're still gonna die, but instead, you're not gonna get a punishment. So if it's dead, we'd wanna like subtract, we wanna say like, subtract life, right here. And instead, we wanna say add filled finish line. So I think I would just put a counter and we'll just say if 5 finish lines are crossed, then you win. It doesn't like keep track of which one. I probably shouldn't do it that way, but I'm going to. We could also do like on update. Like whenever it updates it could check. We'll see. All right. Oh my gosh. Back to the finish line script. So if it's empty, it is also going to emit respawn. Except this time, this is gonna be false, and the state is gonna be a non-death state. Okay. It's a little confusing, but that's why I try to at least comment it here. I wonder if I do it like this, if it'll be better somehow. Alright. What's next? So I want those doors to close in the event that it gets crossed over. So let's set up an animation for the doors to close. Oh, but we do want it, wait, but also we want it to change to the wall. Well, we can, okay, let's actually, hold on. Finish line. So if the player enters when it's empty, we want finish line state to be set to finish line states filled. We want that to make sure that happens when you cross that finish line, so it goes back to this. At the same time, we're gonna, do we already have that? We already have that. We have fill, oh, we did that. Fill finish line, nice. We'll run that function in here. In fact, we don't even have to put that in the match. We could put that in here. Fill the finish line, set its state to that. That works. Okay. Good. And then we just want the door to close, right? So let's make let's make an animation for the door. So I'm gonna create an animation player, I don't think. We need an animation tree, maybe. We're gonna say close doors. Kinda would wanna open them too, potentially. So I'm gonna click on our door right. And then we're gonna make sure we're moving in local space. We're gonna grab its current rotation, and I'm gonna keyframe it down in its open position. And then we wanna close it, however long that takes. We'll see. What's gonna feel like it's closed. It's a little tricky to get that just right. It doesn't have to be perfect. It would be nice if it was on the grid though. That way I don't have to worry too much. We'll try that, I guess. Alright, keyframe that down. Oh, that didn't swing well, did it? Oh. Yikes. It is, even though it goes to a local position and it starts there, let's try Quaternion. Oh dear. Okay. Let's just do a little do-over on that one, yeah? Let's just try that one again. Door right. We want to set it to Quaternion probably. Let's keyframe it down as such. Come to the end. Then close it. You had a lot of trouble getting animation player to rotate stuff in 3D. Yeah, I'm a little scared. It might be the Quaternion thing if I'm lucky. There you go. Done. So yeah, that's the main thing, is to make sure you switch the rotation edit mode. Let's see if I can zoom in. The rotation edit mode from Euler, which is default, to Quaternion. Then it'll create an actually different track down here. Before, this created a rotation track, but we wanted to create a Quaternion track. So that may help you in the future, maybe. So I'm not happy with how closed that door is, but let's just see how it looks when it's done. We're gonna switch the rotation edit mode to Quaternion, keyframe it down, come over here. Yeah, because Quaternion is just, I don't know, it's like an extra axis that is accounting for the local versus global space, sort of. And it's just kind of like, you know, when you're working in a 3D space, Quaternions are an important, I wouldn't say there's an important concept to understand. Like, I think it's super boring to, like, read into Quaternions, like, and learn about their formulae and all that crap. I don't care. But I think it's important to know that if you are manipulating, especially rotating, specifically rotating things in 3D space, you want to use quaternion so you get that extra W axis. The extra W axis right here. This one. That's the important one. Because that sort of determines the factor that it's adjusting it for, so it can make sense. Again, I don't know or give a crap about why that works. But it's super common across every engine, tool, whatever. Quaternions are very useful. Whatever the heck they mean. Okay, looks good. Keyframe that down. Now, do I feel good about that closingness? Not really. Not really. And I think I'm gonna want to be more precise. Oh, the tops of the door aren't flipped the right way. I can fix that. Yeah, I can fix that. We don't have to live this way. No, we do not. I'm gonna open up the bunker. Blend file. It's an easy fix. Check out the doors. There you go. Face orientation. That's red. That means that it's not gonna render properly. So we're just gonna fix that. Select the face, flip it, come to this one, select the face, and flip it. Done. What about the bottom? Probably don't care, but might as well check. Alright, good. Okay, now that won't look stupid in Godot, and that will actually fill in. Just in case. I don't know if it's really visible, but might as well. It's a quick fix. There you go. Alright, now... Oh, I left that zoomed in the whole time? Whoops. That's probably fine. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to leave that zoomed in that whole time. Alright, so... Yeah, I'm gonna look from this angle. It's unfortunately not as easy as I would have liked. I kind of wish I'd done it the other way around, where I had them closed at first in Blender. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should close them in Blender and then open them in Godot. Yeah. Okay, door right. That's on 0.003. What if that's on 0.00? Yeah, but then it's not going to be quaternion, so do 0.003. Come on this side and try to get as close to that as possible. Oh my. Oh my. Because it's supposed to create... There we go. Bam. Perfect. It's still not exactly the right spot, but it'll do. Okay, keyframe that down. Come to this one. Keyframe that down. Okay. Then check it out. Nice. Looks much more seamless now. I mean, it's still a little unseamless, but it's better. Cool. Great. Doors closed. Bloop, 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 bloop. As far as them opening goes, like when the level changes, it would be kind of neat if that was also an animation. So I'm gonna make it. Open doors. I could just reverse it, but that's boring. So we're not gonna do that. I don't know. I haven't done that before. I don't feel like figuring it out. So I'm just going to do it this way. So we're gonna look at the door at this position. Keyframe that down. come over here, keyframe that down, come to the end. We can just check what this is. Oh god. That's a lot of values. Can I just copy the properties? Copy properties. Yeah, that. Go to open doors, come to the end. I don't remember which one I had clicked, actually. Close doors. I think it was door right. Copy properties, open doors, door right. I'm just gonna create a new keyframe, pop it in, and then paste properties. Nice. Close doors. By the way, if you couldn't see that, that's up here in the top right. So I'm clicking on this keyframe down here. And then it's giving me all these values. I'm actually gonna click on this keyframe for the open door. Click on this like screwdriver and wrench. Next to filter properties, I'm gonna do copy properties. Go to open doors, come over here, pop down a keyframe, put it in place. And then we're gonna paste properties. Oh, you couldn't even see that. The cat was still in the way. Well, anyway, you click on this. I pressed copy properties here, and then paste properties right there. And now it opens and it closes. Or closes and opens in this case. Open doors, close doors. Good. It's a little slow for my taste. We're gonna speed that up a bit. I would say even faster. Nice. Let's put it right there, 0.2, and I'm gonna actually just make the animation 0.2. Let's try the same thing for open doors. Do it at 0.2, drag that in, see what that looks like. Shoop. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you can make it a little slower for it reopening when the level restarts. Why not? Why not? Okay, so resize that to 0.4. All right. Doors open, doors close. Now, we need that to happen at a certain time, right? And then when it's done, we need something else to happen. We could say that the player respawns at that time. I don't think that. I don't really care about that much, if I'm being honest. We'll see. For now, let's just make it happen. So we have the animation player, we have the animations. I'm gonna come to the finish line script. I'm gonna make this accessible as a unique name, just so it's like easier to find and stuff. Drag this in here. And I'm just gonna call it animation. Then we wanna say that when the fill finish line happens, let's have immediately at play. Let's have it set to filled right away. And then animation, play, close doors. And then when the game resets, we'd want those doors to open again, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see if that works. It might look a little weird because the player isn't like going inside per se. Okay, nothing happened. Let's find out why. Debugger. Animation not found, close doors. Oh, did I put like an underscore? I think I put an underscore. We must put the underscore. It's very important. I must underscore the importance of the underscore. Nice. Dope. And then now I shouldn't be able to walk into that one if I try. So let's see. Put up my keyboard so you can see my movement, left, right. And I'm gonna try to move forward, but it's a wall. No moving forward. But if I run into the side, I die. Let's go. Let's fill him up. Nice. Wow. Awesome. We're Froggering, baby. Yes. Wow. I hadn't seen it yet with all the doors closed. Ah! Oh, that was a risky choice on my part, I admit. I admit that. It's kind of hard when it's slow, because you really have to be patient. Yeah! I win! Awesome. Good. Good, good. And it still spawns another. Like, why am I here? Why do I exist? I have nothing to do but die. You were too late. You didn't make it to the bunker in time. You got deaded. I guess I could check each one. I mean, they're all gonna be the same, so I don't think it's a problem. Awesome. Yes. I think that's a good time for a GitHub commit. That's what I think. What do you think, Lila? Yeah, okay. So, finish lines work well for now. Yeah, right, Merv? Right. It is. It's like, it really like gets that loop together, or it starts to close that gameplay loop a little bit. Yeah, it's awesome. And now it needs some of the rules implemented so the game functions like as a game, but technically the components are there. You die if you run into things you're not supposed to run into. Like everything that you're not supposed to touch kills you. Well, for the most part. I actually need to add danger onto the power line. But other than that, pretty much everything kills you. You can get to the finish lines. So I don't remove the positioning of the player before you commit. Oh, I could, but that's not a big deal. In theory, perhaps. I do that a lot, where I leave debug things in, and then I'm like, oops, I should get rid of that. But chances are I'm still gonna do more stuff anyway, and we can change it later. So what more stuff do I want to do? I appreciate you're still noticing stuff. You're still paying attention. I appreciate that. What do I want to do next? Do I want to start doing like UI stuff? I mean, I did draw out all that stuff for the finish line states and like loading in like the bonus versus the enemy being in there. It could be nice to do that next so we can like finish the finish line stuff. It could be nice as well to like reset the level. So like once you get them all filled, have the doors all open. I'm just not sure. I feel like I don't want to do that yet until I set up the UI stuff, because I'm just not sure like what it's going to be looking for and how that information is going to be received. Like where the timing will be. I kind of need to also look at Frogger. It's tough. It's tough to prioritize what to work on next. I kind of think what I'd like to work on next, I mean, the bonus doesn't make a lot of sense because I don't have a points system implemented yet. So I think what I'd rather do is I could put an enemy in there. Then I would have the system for when I do want to add the bonus in. I would already know what that process would be like. I would just have to switch it to be the bonus instead of the enemy. So I think what I'll do next is add in the enemy spawning in the finish line. Now, what I had originally imagined for the enemy was it was going to be an alien head popping up, but that doesn't really make sense. What the alien head is going to pop up out of the ground? And I mean, the aliens don't really fit in there. So I kind of think it almost should be like a military, because in this game, there's a story where there is the humans who are resisting an oppressive government that's like taking over the world or some crap. And that's why there's this icon with the triangle there. That's the point of that, is to like represent that. And now the reason why I have this complex lore, if you didn't know, is I'm basing my Frogger-like on an existing game that I'm making. So that's why it has this like story component. And so it might be good to put like one of the military guys in there. And just if you run into them, that kills you. I almost imagine like a mine or something. Like there's like something that if you step on it, it'll explode and kill you. Because if it's a person, it's like, well, wouldn't they just shoot you? Like, why would running into them hurt you? Although I kind of was already gonna do that anyway, but yeah. Yeah, I think I would rather, instead of being... Although it'd be kind of interesting, like, if they will shoot you, like you can't walk, if you walk in front of it, they'll shoot you straight forward. So, like, even if you're, like, if the enemy is, like, right there, right, and you go anywhere in this column, it's gonna hit you. It could blow up the platforms in the water. It's definitely overscoping. It's overscope-tastic! Yeah, that's too much. I would want to keep that out of it. But that's, but, like, if this wasn't for a game jam, and if I was just, like, trying to just come up with new ideas, yes. That's a friggin' cool idea. I like that idea a lot. That's a very cool idea. I'm already kind of getting a little overscopey just thinking about like having the shooting mechanic. You know, then it's like, do I want to use the shooting stuff that I have set up in my current game, where they spawn a shoot point on the barrel of the gun? I don't think you really need that. They would just like shoot forward constantly. Would kind of be the thing. That would be really interesting. It's definitely like pushing the boundaries of what Frogger normally is. But there's something about that I kind of like. I like the extra challenge that adds in. Because then it's not just about getting to the finish line safety. It's about avoiding them shooting you in that whole column. I really kind of like that idea a lot. Do the level reset if you haven't. That would complete the loop, wouldn't it? Yeah, so the reason why I'm not doing the level I mean, I could. The only reason I wasn't doing it was because I still haven't set up like the UI and the scoring and like when it tells you got to the next level, what your time was. And I was thinking like maybe I would wait until I had that figured out. But I don't have to. We could do so then I guess I would want to think about that's a good suggestion. I'd want to think about like, do I want it to have so I need two different types of resets. There's you lost all your lives reset, and there's moving on to the next level reset. Which if it's the latter, we would want to increase the difficulty, or, you know, I haven't defined what variables. I mean, I do know what variables, but I don't have a process by which those variables change yet. That is to say, if you get to the next level, there isn't something that says, okay, row 8 and 10 get faster a little bit. you know, or something like that. The enemy in the finish line caves start to appear. That kind of stuff isn't set up yet, which is fine. But that would be the difference between a reset where, so if you're on like level 5 or something where those values haven't changed and things are going faster and enemies are appearing, and then you die, all of that would need to make sure it goes back to the original. I mean, my first inclination is just to literally reload the game. Just like reload the entire scene. That's it. I'm not sure how well that's gonna work. What if I want to embed this in my other project? Like if somehow that's gonna be more complicated. It might be. But there is a way to like embed scenes in other scenes. I'm not sure how well it works to try to like reload those scenes. I've never really tried that. But it would be the easiest. Although, the global variables still don't get reset. So I still have to reset a lot anyway. There's just a lot of things to think about. So that's why I haven't done that complete level reset loop. Because there's a lot of like little components like the global variables and how they change that I haven't got set up in the HUD and how that updates. I don't necessarily need that stuff to do it. I just kind of wish I did have that stuff. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure which would be like better to start with. I think there's advantages and disadvantages either way. So like if I were to wait and do it later, the reset stuff, that would mean I set up variables and I just don't know. To me, that's not something I want to do next, personally. But I appreciate, like, the food for thought. I think what I want to do next is so just completing the loop isn't my main goal right now. My main goal right now is to get all of the individual components working and then make that into the loop. So it just kind of worked out. We're getting the finish line working, kind of gets that loop closer to complete. But currently my goal isn't just to do that. It's to get individual components together while keeping in mind how they might work with something else. Yeah. No, but it's helpful. It's helpful to like think about. So I do appreciate the suggestion for sure. Okay, so let's say this. I'm gonna do enemies in the finish line. Because I'd rather not split my brain to a different task. This kind of goes along with this like chart that I made, right? Like figuring out how to read the enum and update finish lines, decide where they go. I'd rather stick with the loop of what I've been working on than the loop in the game. But it's helpful to talk it out. Very, 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 very helpful, actually. Alright, so I'm going to update the task. We're going to say adding enemies into finish lines. I actually think this could work well elsewhere. So in Frogger, I'm going to pull up a video. I'm not going to play my way there. In the community tab of the Game Like Jam, I did add some helpful resources, and among them is this long play of Frogger that someone did, like a world record thing. And it's really helpful for seeing the later levels. So in later levels, okay, this alligator here, that's also a log, that's my power line, basically. except mine's in a different place. So it's dangerous on the front, but safe everywhere else. This up here would be where I'm gonna work on now, is getting that enemy to exist. That would be the enemy who like shoots you. I think I want to spawn that there. And then there's also like snake. Oh, there's also the otter. I don't know about that. I think we could replace the otter. Maybe. I don't know. We could make that be like an alien in the water who like grabs you. But the idea with the otter, I think, and I've never gotten to really play a level with the otter very much, but I believe what happens is if the otter is lined up with the left end of the platform while you're standing on it, it will kill you. But then there's also these snakes. See, there's a snake right there on this row. I'm thinking that would also be an enemy who shoots. And so it'll be horizontal, which kind of sucks. It's kind of hard, but I think it's kind of a fun idea. Which means that entire row would be quite dangerous. And you'd have to, it'd be almost the same as there being another obstacle to dodge, because it'd be shooting you. I guess in that sense, what if you got behind it though? Would it turn around to shoot you? I don't think so. I think it should just like move one direction across and then disappear. Move one direction across and disappear. That way you could plan around, like sneaking behind it. So that's kind of what I'm imagining, is setting up like that enemy, and that's gonna be like an enemy that shoots you. So that is a bit of a brain diversion, because I have to create that enemy. So instead of going all out there, yeah, because if it's trying to make a turnaround to respond to the player, it sounds like effort. So, now, unexcitingly, instead of doing all the shooting and stuff, I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to get like a placeholder to spawn in the bunker. And then, yeah, it sounds like a nightmare. I mean, yeah, I can think of ways, like a raycast or something. It checks to see if the player is behind it, and if so, it turns around. But like, it's so many, like there's so many coding steps in there to make that happen. It's just gonna slow me. It's gonna slow me down. So I'm just gonna get a placeholder mesh to appear in there for now. Now there's different ways I could do that. I could have it actually instantiate in, or I could have it all the way already be there, and it just appears. Or it could be somewhere else and teleport. I think I like the third option best. That way it's loaded in already, instead of instantiated. And I don't have to have too many active at once. Even though it'd be super interesting to have like 4 out of 5 of them with enemies in it. We're not trying to do super interesting. We're trying to just get this as close to Frogger for me as possible. And get it done by the end of the jam. So, not gonna do all the awesome ideas. Even though I want to. The idea is to work within known scope. So, alright. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna, for testing purposes, I don't really need to do much. I guess this would be, I mean, it would be an area, because if the player walks on it, it's gonna kill you. It should kill you. So it can be an area 3D. Yeah, make it an area 3D. That detects the player. We're gonna call this... I guess enemy shooter? We'll see. I'm gonna call this enemy shooter. I don't know that I have any of the military stuff set up in here yet. I don't think I do, so I have to do that. Well, we're not gonna worry about that yet. Right. Let's just put a simple mesh in. We'll make it a capsule. Bit large, that. Move it closer. Maybe not that close. Maybe like right there. Something like that. And that'll be the position that it goes to. I'm actually going to add a marker in here. And this will be... So this could be used for either the bonus or the enemy. I don't know what the bonus is going to be. There is going to be a bonus where you rescue a human. So in Frogger, there's a lady frog that appears, as the game calls it. So I guess it's like a breeding thing. So here it's that pink one right there. And it's something that you can pick up and take with you, and you get extra points. That's going to be an innocent human who needs rescuing. So you're going to pick up the innocent human and take it with you. In terms of what the bonus would be in here, I don't actually know. Money? Just some money. Money is useful. Who doesn't need money? I guess if you're a resistance against an oppressive government, I don't know. Are you using money? Maybe. Oh yeah, you know. I'm technically a terrorist according to the government, but I gotta eat, so take my money. It could be like food. If you make it into the bunker with some food. I'm trying to think like what happens in the game. Ideally, I use assets that I've already made. I don't have to make food or make money. Not that money would be a very simple asset to make, to be fair. Could be a pie. Maybe I'll find a place in Harvest Earth to use the pie. I think a slice of cake would be nice. Who doesn't like a slice of cake? It's the apocalypse. Gotta stay happy somehow. It's such like a classic random like game item to just have a slice of cake of some kind. Alright, anyway, I don't really need to plan it out right now. I just wanted to imagine. Okay, so this is going to be let's say modifier cave object. I'm just gonna call it bunker object. And this marker is where we want to actually teleport to. I'm gonna copy the properties. Well, it's a little tricky. It's just at, it's at 0.7. That's the position. So we're just gonna move this to 0.7. Okay, so that's at the same place as the shooter, so that would spawn it right there. For that shooter, it does want a collision. I'd actually want that collision to basically be the same as the rest of these. Alien tech? Yeah. Well, actually, something to help the player along with their mission against the government. Yeah. I mean, I thought about that, and like... So, and to be clear about the game, too, just for stuff. So you, the alien, are invading Earth at a time when this oppressive government is trying to take over the world, and there's a resistance building against that government. The resistance against the government will kind of enlist the alien. No, it's okay. I didn't even say that. I thought it, but I didn't say it. Sometimes I forget to say everything I'm thinking. But the player can optionally help. You've seen it. Yeah. Well, we're putting it in context anyway. And the reason why is because the alien is like obviously a powerful asset to the resistance, and the resistance in exchange for you helping them will give you upgrades. You could say that the... It's like, now I have a little heart, because it could be like a little heart. I don't know. You could say that the resistance also could benefit from alien tech, and so that would be like a little... You know, I could use the orb. So like that's sort of that's basically the alien tech, is like that orb. So if I grab this, you see an orb drops down. It pops up in other situations too. The orb is alien tech. Like if I die and start over, the orb is what like picks me up and puts us down. Now the aliens do, as you progress, develop their own technology to help you in the game. I haven't developed all those assets yet. See, there's the orb. So it could just be an orb in there, and like that's the collectible. Then I wouldn't have to make a cake. So maybe it's just an orb, you know? Yeah. Maybe they get alien tech. I kind of like that. That's a cool idea. Because something else that I was thinking, by the way, for the main game in general. Here, I typed it out one day. Resistance upgrade is a choice between leveling up an existing power-up or upgrading resistance forces. Oh. So when you level up, you'll have an option to improve one of your existing power-ups. But if you don't have a power-up yet to level up, or you don't want to level one up, so if you opt not to receive help from the resistance will become stronger. So that is to say, if you play the game, like if you get like far in the game and you've increased the strength of the resistance and then you become evil, you will then be fighting a more powerful version of the resistance, because resistance will turn on you if you turn on them. And they'll be stronger. But anyway, the reason I bring this up is because the resistance could get like shields, could get the orb as like shield that they have, you know? Thus, even further justifying in this Frogger-like why the sphere would be a nice pickup. Would make sense as like something that you would get as a bonus, because now you have more of the alien technology. Anyway, I needed to go through all that for me to appreciate it. Yeah, I think it'll be fun to start to see like the resistance with all these little like shields on. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna have it either be an enemy shooter or a little orb, a glowy orb that you can collect. And plus it'll look like a pickup. And it's kind of retro too, like Pac-Man with the dots. It'll look like something you can get. Okay, alright, we're good. Alright, enemy shooter. I should give you some credit for just helping me like talk that through and think it out. It was helpful. It was. What can I say? I don't even know what we say. We're just gonna do game concepts because there's a lot going on there. Alright. So we're just doing enemy shooter for now. I'm going to add a collision. I'm going to use the same collision that we're using for everything else as well. I think that's quite fine. I don't think we need to change that at all. And then I'm going to save the enemy shooter as a scene. Well, you actually should change that. I'm going to actually make this unique because I actually might want to change that at some point. So we're going to just make it unique. That way it doesn't conflict with anything else. Potentially. Yeah. Alright. Then I'm going to save this as a scene. Enemy shooter. TSCN. And I'm going to delete it from here. I'm going to come to the main scene. I'm going to make a new node for... I'm just going to call it teleportees. Oh yeah, we gotta first make the node 3D. I'm gonna name it teleportees. Drag it up the super long scene tree. Then I'm gonna add that enemy shooter that I just created into teleportees. We want its position to be at the origin. Okay. Great. Now we need it to be able to find the bunker object marker at the moment that it needs to be found. And it has to move it to that point. So I'm not gonna do that yet. Let's go to the finish line. I'm gonna actually rename this to finish lines. I'm gonna attach a script to it called finish lines. Not to be confused with finish line. And in here is where we're gonna check to see which finish line is eligible to receive an enemy in it. So on update finish lines, it'll adjust the array to have empty finish lines only, and then a function where it decides where they go. Update state of targeted finish line, right. So let's make this update finish line situation. I'm gonna go to the messenger. Update finish lines. Come to our finish line script. Add a ready function. Connect messenger, update finish lines. On update finish lines. Bunk on update. Finish lines. And when that happens, it's gonna check, it's gonna iterate through all of its children. So we wanna say for get children, for I'm just gonna say node in getChildren. If node oh, but it's not the children. Oof. We actually have to go find the finish line in there. Yikes, because I didn't put it on the top level, which I actually kind of regret a little bit. All right, for node and getChildren, I'm gonna add a group in here. Add to group finish line. For if subnode is in group finish line, if this is a little crazy, if subnode finish line state is set to subnode finish line. Yeah, it sure is. Finish line states empty. I might refactor it. I'm just gonna at least get this much working. For node and getChildren, for subnode in getChildren, in node.getChildren, if subnode is in group finish line, subnode finish, if subnode finish line state is set to empty, I always forget, appends the value at the end of the array. Okay, so we would want to say append subnode. So we're going to create an array for empty finish lines. And that's just going to be an empty array. I've done this so many times too. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. You know, if it gets really crazy, I'll write separate functions and be nicer about it. But if it just ends here, it's fine. If it works. I appreciate that, Merkins. We want to say empty finish lines append subnode. So every time a change happens, we have to make sure. Now I could do getters and setters, but that's boring, so we're just gonna do this. Plus I like having this control as like an event, personally. So good. We'd want to actually run that right here on ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say at the end of this, print empty finish lines. And let's see if this is even working on its own. They all should be empty to start with. I wouldn't be surprised if something here is wrong. Oh, look at that. Done. Array. Nice. Good. Good. So those are all in the running to potentially have this enemy teleported into it, is the idea. Now, how am I gonna do that? If nesting level is not greater than total lines of code times 0.9, God level coder. Welcome back, guy. I know. That's what they say. That's the official. It can't be more than 20 than total lines of code times 0.9. That's actually a fascinating formula that you created. So we're gonna say we need like a timer. We need like an interval. Please don't critique my KaiGai script for errors. Ah yes, KaiGai script. Of course, KaiGai script. KGS. Classic. A modern day classic. So I think I'm just gonna set up a timer. I mean, I'm not sure. I feel like it's pretty... I guess I'll just like guess. Like I can just do whatever I want. Like what feels good? Don't worry about Frogger. Do what you want. What feels good? I mean, like every... I don't know. I'm gonna set up a clock. I just want to decide what my interval is gonna be here. So I'm just gonna start a timer. Let me actually move my start position back to -1 here. I'm gonna start a timer. 5, yeah, maybe every 5 seconds. I think every 5 seconds it could like flip a weighted coin. Or just flip a coin. Just every 5 seconds there's a 50-50 chance that it tries to add one. That feels good to me. I also did notice that our teleportee was in view, which is not good. I should probably move that. So I'm just gonna take the whole teleportee node and move it a little bit off screen or off camera. That should be far enough. We could do even further just to be safe. We kind of want to make sure it's also inactive, so I'm going to set its process mode to disabled. That way those enemies aren't like shooting back there. That would suck. No, Lise! You're not reparenting them when you teleport them, are you? I mean, I guess you could. Maybe don't. Okay, maybe I won't set it disabled. We'll see. We'll deal with. Well, because if we are doing bullets, they have to expire after a certain amount of time. I could add a lot of extra complexity. We could just say that they are or they aren't shooting. We'll have to add like a variable for that. Oh god. Alright. So, shooter's over there. And on the finish line script, we're gonna make an interval timer for 5 seconds and it flips a coin 50-50. ChatGPT has this way that it often recommends to do a coin flip. And I don't really understand it, but I like it. So I'm gonna copy it. I have it in my other project. Right here. Boolean power -1, comma, random integer %2. I don't know, but it works well. Syntax of KaiGai script is stream of consciousness and compile time is infinity divided by 2. Whoa. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. That might be like competitive, actually. Honestly, what's that called when people make like theoretical coding languages? You're kind of doing that. Okay, so this interval timer, oh gosh, timer code. So we want to create a timer. I don't want to think about this. So I'm going to copy this as well. We don't really need to change the interval. I think every 5 seconds is fine. So we're just going to call this I'm just going to call it the interval timer. That's it. And then we'll get all this code as well. This came up once. I didn't know there'd be a test. Oh yeah, you know, I didn't know there'd be a test. We're gonna make a setup timer function. Func setup timer. Add all this in. Obviously, we want to refactor this to just be interval. Interval timer and timeout. Connect on interval timeout. Actually, interval timer, it probably doesn't matter where I add the interval timer. It could. I might regret not putting that somewhere more thoughtful. I will deal with that when that becomes an issue. Oh, she's like, I'm behind this pole right now. Interval timer, projectile. Okay, so for the range, we don't actually need a range. We're just gonna make it interval length. I'll spare chat any further non sequiturs. Gotta chat, good luck. I appreciate your non sequiturs. Alright, Kaka. See ya. Thank you for gracing us with your non sequiturs. Length. This will be an integer. Well, we might as well make it a float. And we'll just set it to 5 seconds. Okay. So that'll start the interval timer as soon as the game begins. And then when that times out, on interval timeout. We want to flip that coin. If Boolean is greater than 0, then it needs to pick one thing from empty finish lines. We don't want to actually remove anything from there, we just want to assign. So we're gonna say, we actually need to find the marker in there, and we need to move. So other things I need to set up are the enemy shooter. So we also would want it to choose, is it gonna be an enemy? Oh, so actually I'm not sure. What does it do, both the enemy and the bonus at the same time? Or is it one or the other? I gotta look on this world record run to see if I can find. So there was an alligator, but not a bonus at the same time. There's an alligator. There's a bonus. I wonder if it's one or the other in Frogger. There's a bonus, but no alligator. Not seeing any alligator here. There's a bonus. No enemy. I guess I'll play it really fast. Does the playback mode custom go faster than 2? No. That'd be nice though. I'm not seeing there be bonus and an enemy at the same time. Actually, on this one, it's just all enemies. Oops, all enemies. Oh, but I think there was a bonus that time. No, that was the lady frog. I see. Wow. If I weren't mistaken, I would say that per level, it's either the bonus or the enemy, but never both. I'm a little surprised by that. I wonder how it determines that. I don't know how much I care to stick to what it does. I would just like to at least know what it does if I'm gonna do something different. Now we have alligator. Hey Henry, welcome. How are you doing? Good to see you. I'm determining what's gonna go in the finish line. So there was an alligator. Wow, it blocked that person twice. Did you see that? That was kind of cool. I was surprised by that. I want to see that. Oh, not that time. Oh, so as long as you get there, I went back. Okay, here we go. Nope, I don't know where. Where was it? I was trying to rewind, but I guess I didn't. That was cool. Here. Denied. Denied. And then the next one. So, if I were to guess the way that this is here, is... I would guess that it's gotta be switching one or the other. Frog doesn't always get 200 points for ending the finish, so I'm assuming that the bonus appears. So, there's the Lady Frog Mervkins, as the game calls it. Just calling it what the game calls it. So, there's a Lady Frog that appears on this row right here sometimes. There it is. So, it's right on there, and you see how they picked it up, and they carry it with them. So when they bring that with them, they're sort of dunking that bonus into the basket, if you will, is what that is. So that would be an extra bonus on top of it. I switched my game to the Scratch engine today for the jam. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw you were trying to figure out some stuff in GDevelop. I had some thoughts, like that maybe you could, I don't know, I hadn't been in GDevelop in a while. But you should definitely work with the engine, an engine that you feel comfortable with. But I feel like Scratch is one you don't use very often either. So you're still kind of experimenting and going outside your normal comfort zone, which is good. I don't know if she's... Is she in view, in frustrum? Almost. Kinda, yeah. You also like it since you created your old sprites. Alright, so I think, I don't know, I kinda don't love the idea of it being a 50-50 chance every level, but I do want to keep it similar to Frogger. So... What I'm not sure of is if it's actually like a pattern, like if... Okay, well now I'm actually curious. So, gators on that one. Bonuses on that one. Gator on this one. Bonus on this one. Gators. Bonus. Gators. Is it just every other one? Bonus. Gators. Bonus. I think it's just flipping it every other time. I think that's what's happening. At least that's what it appears. Which actually makes a lot of sense, because level 1 has the bonus, and then level 2 has the gator. So I think it's just like flipping it, alternating. Alright, I'll do that. Okay. Alright, okay. So that wouldn't mean on every level reset. Now it's starting to feel like maybe I want to do the level reset, actually. Every level reset, we would want it to flip that Boolean around. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say variable enemy versus bonus. Or let's say this, bonus. I'm gonna say teleport bonus. That's gonna be a Boolean. Or will teleport bonus. That's gonna be a Boolean and it's gonna be true. And then we're just gonna flip that between true and false. So when the interval timer times out, I would like it to flip a coin, and based on that result, it's either going to show something during that interval round or not. But we don't want that to always happen. We want to make sure that... So we actually need to do another check. I'm going to say... ensure all are empty. We're just gonna call it that. We're gonna say if all are empty. I'm just gonna call it that. If all are empty. Or let's say this. Finish lines empty. Function finish lines empty. Now we have the update finish lines, which iterates through them all and appends to an array. We don't even have to do that. Actually, we could just check the array size, right? If empty finish lines size is equal to 5, return true. How do you do that thing where the Boolean... I think I did that in my other project. I think I did that on my projectile handler. Where it just like, here. We just do arrow bool. Just to like clarify that it returns a Boolean here. Okay, I know we got some issues here. Wait, what's the error? Expected it statement found indet instead. Oh. Here we go. Assignment not allowed. Oh, set to. If empty finish line is set to, not all code paths return a value. Right. Else return false. Okay. So if the empty finish lines, because it's only going to add to the empty finish lines array if they're empty. And if there's 5 in there, then we know that they're all empty. So if finish line's empty, and if we roll, so I guess we don't need to roll this every time. We only need to bother even checking if it's empty in the first place. Then it's going to check to see if we flipped the coin to true. And if so, we needed to pick a random one and teleport to the marker position that's already on these bunker doors. So it needs to say, take either the enemy or the bonus and send it to this marker position. So it needs to know what the marker position is. It needs to know what the marker. So I think we could do that with a random. We just have to go find the finish line, which is the most annoying thing. No, because the array is returning the finish line. That's what's in the array. Therefore, I would say, why don't you make this a child of finish line? That way it's easier to find. How about that? I'm not even gonna make this accessible as a unique name. Okay. I think I know how I want to do this. So it flips the coin, and it's going to say, oh, this is kind of hurting my head. Not literally. Because okay, so the other thing that it needs, before I do that, the other thing that it needs is it needs the teleportees set up. So I do actually need it to fetch that. Okay, so let's actually set those up. I'm going to access this as a unique name. Technically, there would be another one for the bonus. I think what I'm going to do for now is I'm actually going to save this scene as. Not put this in enemies, but I guess we'll just say bonuses. And this is just bonus finish or something. It's a little unclear, but it's okay. And then I'm just gonna add that, and let's make it look a little different, just so if I want to test this now, we can. Let's rename this to bonus finish. I should make this unique. And let's make this unique too. And we're gonna make this a different color, just for the sake of testing. We'll make it blue. And for the enemy one, we'll make it red. This is just for testing. I don't have color blindness, so it's fine for me. Hopefully it's fine for you guys too. If not, I'll try to at least make the tone quite different. It'll be a very dark red. That's pink. And then this can be a very light blue. Alright. Then I need to add bonus finish to my teleportees. Access it as a unique name. Now I come back to the finish lines script, and we're gonna onReady the bonus, and the shooter. Bonus finish, enemy shooter. So if the Boolean is greater than 0, add finish object, we're gonna say. Alright, function add finish object, not a person from Finland. It's not an object from Finland. Add a finish object. That would be 2 ends. And then we're gonna check which one is it. That's gonna be related to the Boolean. If will teleport bonus. You know what, I think we could even say, instead of add finish object, we could say finish object to add. And we can have this return with an area 3D. Alright. If will teleport bonus, return bonus finish. If or else, return enemy shooter. Okay. Finish object to add. We want finish object to add global position set to we want to pick a random one. I'm going to make that a function too. Function pick random empty finish line. That's very long. I'm going to say pick teleport point. And this is going to return a vector 3. Now I want to add in empty finish lines append. So we want to say empty finish lines pick random. So that's going to pick one of those. Dot global position. Return empty finish lines pick random global position. Pick teleport point. Okay. So when the interval timeout happens, assuming I've set that up correctly, interval timer, set it up, set the length to 5 seconds. We've also set up the bonus finish and the enemy shooter area 3Ds. We've decided whether it will teleport a bonus or an enemy. Right now we're saying that it's going to teleport a bonus. And we've created an empty finish lines array. Now in the ready function, we set up the timer, which takes that interval timer and it connects its timeout to this function here. It identifies the timer as a one-shot, it adds the child, and then it starts the timer based on that interval length we set before. When the timer times out, it checks to see if the finish lines are empty. It bases this on whether empty finish line size is set to 5. And that works in theory because we know that on update finish lines, when this runs, it checks to see if every single finish line is empty. Now this is actually a problem, isn't it? because this is a problem. Wait. We don't need to check if the finish lines are empty. No. We want to make sure that it's full, or that it's not full, right? What we want is it to remove something from the array. We don't need, oh, okay, this is actually a mistake. This is a mistake. Because if 3 out of 5 finish lines are full, I still want it to try to put a bonus in one of those 3. So actually, now if they were all filled, I wouldn't want it to try to put a bonus in there. So actually, we'd want to say that if the empty finish lines is let's say less than or equal to 0, or I guess greater than 0, we'll say. If it's greater than 0, return true. Otherwise, return false. So, finish line's empty? Are the finish lines empty? If it's greater than 0? Well, no, then they wouldn't be. If it's less than or equal to 0, we know that it's empty. So instead of saying, if finish line's empty, if finish lines are not empty, it's a little confusing. Really what I want to be checking for is finish lines filled, right? Finish lines filled. So are they filled if the finish line size is less than or equal to 0? Yes. So we want to change this to finish lines filled. Okay. Then it's going to flip a coin, and if that coin is heads, if you will, it is then going to run finish object to add. So it is going to check if we're teleporting a bonus. If we are, it's going to return the bonus. Otherwise, it's going to return the enemy. So in this case, it would be checking the bonus position. So we want to take the bonus position and we want to move it to the teleport point. So pick teleport point. All this does is it returns empty finish lines. And it picks a random one and gives us the global position, which once they get filled, they're going to get removed from that array. So we'll be fine. Okay. What happens? What did I do wrong? I'm missing something, surely. I think 5 seconds have gone by. So let's make sure that that timeout is happening. So we're gonna say, when it times out, print finish line tried teleporting an object. It's a very long one. So let's see if that's happening. It's printing the array. We don't care about that. There you go. Finish line tried teleporting an object. So the interval timer is working. Let's make sure it happens 5 seconds later as well. You got cars to move? Nice. Oh, well, one problem, it's not continually happening. That's another thing. We need to make sure that it stops after it does it once. So we'll have to deal with that. Nice job, Henry. That's a good step forward. My mic came unplugged. If the cars ain't moving, nothing's happening. So we have a couple problems. I'm not restarting the timer for one, but we'll let that go for now. You love the cartoon style? Thank you. I based it on my Harvest Earth game, so it just has like the same art at the moment as that game does. Just a nice, easy way to have the assets done already, and then I'm going to put it as a mini game in that main game. as a way to earn skins and stuff. I haven't finished this platform yet. I'll work on that in the member stream. It's gonna be a submarine though. But yeah, thanks. Someday I'll add a post-processing cartoon effect on there and even push that further. Yeah, I had to. I'm gonna do it for all of my game like jam entries, actually. It's gonna become the norm. Okay, so why isn't it doing the thing? Or where is it failing? So if finish line's filled, let's print this and see if it's... Oh, well, we want this to be false. Wait, now I'm very confused. Finish line's filled true would be a bad thing. So we actually would want this to be not for that to allow, by the way. But it's... So actually, oh, well, let's try that. Hold on. Maybe that was the problem. I don't think so. Nice! Oh, you didn't see it because chat was in the way. There it is! It worked! Sometimes I get confused, true and false. It confuses my brain. All right, so it appeared at the end there, which is very, 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 very good. There's still more to do. All right, so after 5 seconds, it's gonna pop one in a random spot. It didn't! Wait, I swear it worked! Why didn't it that time? I swear! Okay. There must be like some other place that it's going sometimes. Okay, no, why isn't it? There, okay, all right, there's one. So where is it going if not in there? That's interesting. What's that about? What's that on about? It's picking the right one, which is supposed to be a bonus. So I guess we could print the position. It's very surprising that sometimes it goes nowhere. Let's see if we can figure it out by looking at it. All right, so anyway, when... Oh, duh, dude, oh my God, I forgot! It's a 50-50 chance that it appears. So it was on the false, it just like, it was tails. That's why it didn't appear. Okay, all right, I forgot, I coded that in on purpose. Yeah, okay, understood. So it's working good. That makes sense, that half the times I checked it, it came, and the other half didn't. Which is a bit of a fallacy, but it worked out that way. Okay, cool. So that's good, but there's a consideration that needs to be here. So it should not be bothering to flip that coin if any of them, yes! It shouldn't be bothering to even flip that coin if there is a bonus or an enemy already in there, right? So I don't even know if we have a finish line state for that. But dude, the code like worked. By the way, I just want to say like I coded that without testing it. And then I did it the first time and it pretty much worked. Like that's a back patter. So over here in finish line states, where's finish line states? Here. Empty filled bonus enemy. Okay, so we want to check for what else. Yeah, we dancing like the alien. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. So we want to say if any of them are set to bonus or enemy, don't even do it at all. So that's a whole separate check. Even though it's empty, we want to do something else. So I'm going to go back to this code and if not finish lines filled, which I hate, but that's okay. If we're gonna add an even other one in here, we could do an and. This would be a good place for an and. And bonus or object not present. This is very confusing. If not all, I'm gonna, if all finish lines, I'm gonna refactor this. I don't like this. If any finish lines available, we're gonna say this. If any finish lines available, and then we're gonna, I don't like the way this is. I try to avoid like knots like that because it just gets annoying. Any finish lines available. And then we'll just want to like change this a bit. Any finish lines available. Any finish lines available. Function, object not, oh yeah, okay. And this time we wanted to return, so we want that to be true. This is confusing. Okay, I'm confusing myself. If empty finish line's size is less than or equal to 0, that is to say, none are available. I think we'd want that to return false. Otherwise, it returns true. Okay, that makes sense. Object not present. Okay, that's the next one that I want. So func object not present. This is also going to return a bool. So what this is going to do is it's going to actually iterate for area in empty finish lines. We can just say that, right? I don't think I need to like do anything else. Maybe. For area, it's just like a stupid thing. I think that that's fine. But I just want to get a quick, I'm going to ask the other chat real fast. This would iterate through an array just fine, right? GD script 4.3. Just like yes or no. Yes. Thank you. You don't have to illustrate anything. Thank you. For area, I didn't know if I needed to put like, I think it's like dictionaries, like keys or something. I don't know. Okay. But anyway. For area in empty finish lines, if any area at all, if even one of them, so I guess we'll, if area finish line state is set to area finish line states bonus or area finish line state set to area finish line, this is the worst thing about enums sometimes, finish line states enemy. So if either of those are true or both, then an object is present. So I'd then want us to return false. Otherwise, we want to return true. So if it finds any single one, not all paths return. I was kind of afraid that might happen. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I was a little afraid of that. I'm not sure I really understand what path doesn't return a value. Remove the else and tab the return true back one. Remove the else. Tab the return true back. Like 2? Maybe 2. Oh. Wow. You're like, I've had this problem. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Because otherwise it could go through the iteration and then continue on, and it's like, but then what? But this ends it with finality. Because it's only gonna, yeah. Okay, all right, makes sense. It's kind of confusing, but I get it, and I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, Dungeon Martian. We're gonna say straight up golden godot consultant. You're the golden consultant. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So a golden crate. It's a special one. It's golden. Okay, so we added that for if any finish line is available and another object is not already present, then it will allow this. Okay. So that means that the interval is going to keep going anyway. We might be able to actually deal with that, though. Actually, I think we can fix that. So when the interval times out... no, that's actually... Yeah, oh, okay. Okay. So we would actually want to say else in this case. So if the Boolean isn't greater than 0, then we need the timer to restart again. Now we also have to remember that it needs to remove the object. So it only stays, oh wait, I don't know how, I gotta actually check to see how long it sits there. Okay, let's go off of double time here for a second. Okay. So we're at 5:36, 53:36, 7. Oh, that's short. Wait. 41 to. Oh my gosh. Is the time that they're there speed up? Okay, now I need to actually check. Let me check on this cuz that was like 2 seconds that it was there and then it went away. That's not a long time. Wow. I didn't realize it was such a short time that the bonuses were present. Are the enemies longer? I bet the enemies are there longer. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Okay. Oh, I don't have a timer ready. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, it is that short. It's always that short. 1, 2, 3. It's like 3 seconds that it's there, pretty much. Wow. Okay, and then what about, I didn't know that that's very quick. I would even go so far as to say it's less than 5 seconds. It being the shortest. So I'm gonna actually bring that interval timer down. I'm gonna say 3, and we could, it would be nice if we just had it last for the exact same amount of times. We could use that same variable. In terms of removing it from there, that's going to be its own whole wave of code to set up. Oh god, don't know if I'm ready for that tonight. We just have to teleport it back. which means I might want to make sure I have the teleporter area set up in here in our finish line script. So teleportees, drag that in. That way we can tell it where it needs to return to when it's time. What was I doing? Right, so that when the timer stops. So if it isn't spawning one in, we would then want the timer to restart again. But we'd actually want another timer, but it's like a different timer. So this is like... like interval timer, and then maybe we could do another timer called object lifetimer. Oh, I'm calling it lifetimer. Object lifetimer. And then we won't even bother starting that. We can add it. We can set up, we'll say set up timers. We'll add it in. Object life timer timeout on object life timer timeout. Do the same thing over here. I'm gonna attempt to copy and paste that. Life timer, add life timer, but we're not going to actually start it here. We don't want that one to start. That one would start later. Boolean greater than 0. Okay. Then we want the interval timer to start again. So we would grab this, tell it to start. I think we can have the start time. Oh, I see. We'll just make it the interval length. Yeah, okay, got it. So else interval timer start, so that way it runs it again and again to get it to flip heads, as it may be. Setup timer not found in base self. Whoop. Oh, wait. Oh, it's set up timers. And then on object time, life timer timeout. No, I have not set that up yet. So let's set that up yet. Function on object life timer timeout. So when that happens, okay, I guess we're doing this. If I wanted to get removed from that position, I would want it to well, I think we need something else. We need like a state, right? Or a Boolean at least. That... Oh no, because we got... Well, no, I don't think we do have a check for that, do we? Wait, we do. Object not present, right there. Object not present. Because so we... Oh, so not only do we want to teleport it, we need to update the state. Forgot about that. I forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, I remember now. Okay. So not only move that there, we want to say... We actually need it to be that same teleport point. So I need to actually define a variable. We're going to say variable teleport point. That's going to be a vector 3. And it's going to be set to pick teleport point. Then we're going to say that this equals the teleport point. Then we can also say... Now that's a vector 3. That's actually not that helpful. So you know what? We're not going to make this a teleport point. we're gonna say that this is an area 3D, and it's not gonna return a global position anymore. So this is gonna return the area 3D. And we'll say this is a teleport point global position. Then we want to say set the teleport point finish line state to be teleport point finish line states. Well, it depends. Is it an enemy or is it a bonus? Does it matter? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it kind of does. Well, it doesn't. Well, yeah, it does. Okay. So we actually need another check on here. If we might want to make that its own function. If I'm being, I think we're gonna do that. Make that its own function. Add object to finish line. That needs to be its own function. There's a lot going on there. It's getting a little intense. Getting to be a bit much. Okay. Alright, func add object to finish line. It will create a teleport point based on pick a teleport point. It will then assign a finish object to add. Which is based on if it's going to be an enemy or a bonus. I do wonder if we couldn't. Anyway. Then we want to check to see if will teleport bonus, and if so, we could probably make this its own function too. If so, we want to set the state to bonus. Otherwise, it needs to be set to enemy. Oh my god. Alright. Where are we here? So if Boolean is greater than 0, add object to finish line. Otherwise, it starts the timer. What was I even trying to fix again? Oh, for the removal. So once it adds it, so after it adds it, whatever happens, we then want to start the object life timer. So the object life timer will begin. And then when it ends, we need to find the one that has it in there. My, oh my. For node in empty finish lines. So it's going to iterate through the empty finish lines. And I mean, actually area. So actually wanted the same thing. Object not present. It's actually going to look pretty much the same as this. So let's actually just copy that. For area in empty finish lines, if the state is set to bonus or enemy. That's tough because we have to be able to find. Well, we know which one it's gonna be. It would actually be helpful to know which one it is that it has. So I would actually rather make this a match statement. I'm gonna say match area finish line state to either area finish line bonus or area finish line enemy. Different things gonna happen depending. Similar things too. If it's bonus, well, either way, we want to set their state area. Well, we'll wait till after. Well, whatever. Area finish line state becomes area finish line state empty. I'm a little afraid we have a problem. I'd kind of want to say not only if it's empty. Which states do we have on the finish line? Empty, filled. So really we would rather say that it's not filled. Here. If not set to filled, then add it in here. I think that's going to actually make more sense there. Okay. Area finish line states enemy. Oh, okay. So it's going to assign it to become empty. We want that either way. But we have to move that bonus thing. So we have bonus finish and enemy shooter. If it's a bonus finish global position becomes our teleportee's global position. Similarly, our enemy shooter global position becomes our teleportee's global position. And it resets the state. We'd also want to make sure the interval timer begins again. So we'll have to do that as well. That happens either way when the object lifetimer times out. Oh, right. So we could actually take this out of here and put that there. Forgot about that. So we don't actually have to put this here. Okay. What happens? What did I do wrong? Okay, so that was a false. So the coin flipped, nothing appeared. Coin flipped, nothing appeared. Coin flip, something appeared. It's not disappearing. It disappeared and it moved. It's moving. Now what I'd like to see is it disappear and nothing comes back. I don't think that's what's happening. It's It seems to be once it appears once, it always stays. Instead of sometimes it doesn't. Unless it's just been a... Why? So, I need some more prints. So we're just gonna say... finish object coin flip. Okay. Then we're gonna say finish object print get tree. Finish object I don't know if you're serious or not. I laughed, but I don't know if you're serious. Maybe you're serious. Finish object heads. We're just gonna call it heads, and then here we're gonna call it tails. That would be very helpful information. Another helpful bit of information would be print the whole tree every frame. What could go wrong? Alright. Dude, if this was a Godot learn along, which is a stream I would like to do someday, I would a bajillion% try that. I would try it until we broke it. I absolutely, unequivocally would. So we have the other on lifetime or timeout would be helpful. Let's just see. Well, yeah, I would like to know when it times out, actually. So we're gonna say finish object is dead. Something isn't right, and I'm sure it's just like a logic thing I'm not realizing. Okay, coin flip heads, one appeared. Is dead. So it's not disappearing. Coin flip heads, then it moved. So I think what's not working right is it's not teleporting it back correctly. Oh, it just prints that name at that tree. Maybe if you do like get children. Oh, that's cool. Maybe if you do this like get children, get children, print. That would be a lot. And then if you do print children and then print all those children, it could get nuts. But that's interesting. That's an interesting thing. That makes sense. I had never thought to try that. It's nice to know the scene tree has a very, very highly specific ID number. So why isn't it teleporting away? So when it prints is dead, which is over here. Oh, I did put that in the for loop, which did I mean to? Yeah, I did mean to. I mean, this should go outside of it. Area, finish line, state. Wait, no. Oh, wait, the global position is here. Wait. Global bonus finish, global position equals. Is that working? What's the debugger got going on? Nothing? Okay. Line may have no effect. Oh, standalone expression. The line may have no effect. Oh, wait, that just says set to. I forgot to make that equals. I'm just like, this is set to this. Just that's set to that. Funny. Okay. All right. Great. Why would it? I mean, it warns me, but I'd rather it be an error. Just make that an error. I could probably set it to be an error. Okay, is dead. Disappears. Coin flip. Tails. Nothing appears. Coin flip. Tails. Nothing appears. Coin flip. Heads. Something appears. Yeah! It makes different things appear. Well, actually, so it's only one thing right now. So it's not choosing between enemy or bonus, but that should happen every other level. So that, I don't really have a place for that yet. That would be later on down the line. We'd flip that Boolean to, instead of spawning a bonus, it would spawn an enemy. So, I mean, we could try it just for the sake of, like, you know, doing it. I'm actually gonna make that, is that export yet? We'll silver bonus. Let's make that an export variable so we can mess with it now and imagine that there's another level there. Now there's still some things to test here. For example, are we doing things fill? Are we actually setting things to filled at any point? We are. All right, so I'd actually, okay, there is something to test. I'm very afraid to test it, but there is something else to test. It might work fine. What else was I gonna do? Oh, the Boolean. Yes, of course. Okay, so what I haven't tested yet, what if any of those are filled? Is it actually gonna skip the ones that are filled? I don't know. I do hope so. We're getting very unlucky. Yep, okay, there's a bonus. So we're not gonna worry about collecting the bonus yet. I'm not at that point. But it would be nice. Okay, there's one there. I'm gonna go inside the door. So now I wanna make sure it doesn't pick that one. So far it hasn't picked it. What happens when the player goes in there at the same time? I don't know. Ah, it picked it! Boo! So when we go in there, oh, you know why? I think it's not actually emitting update finish lines. I think that's why. That's probably why. So yeah, when we fill it, close the doors, we should have that happen like right away. I'm gonna say messenger update finish lines. That has to run. Or emit. Otherwise, it doesn't ever check to see if any of them got filled. Okay. So no bonuses yet, or enemy, in this case bonus. There's a bonus. Let's see if it... Oh, it immediately spawned one on there! Wrong! Incorrect! I swear, it like wanted to spawn one on there. It was like, yeah, that's the one I want to go on. What, is she not one? That's the one. Okay, it's definitely not working. So that's gonna require a little testing there. We did also say if they're all filled, choose something else. So why? So let's make sure. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to finish lines. Do we actually connect update finish lines? We did. On update finish lines, let's make sure that's happening. So we're gonna print a finish object. I'm gonna comment out all these other finish object prints for now. Since we know that that's working, but I'm gonna keep this one, and we're gonna say the finish object has checked to see, has tried to update finish lines. so let's see if that's running. So I actually need to reset it right now. And we only have one left. Okay, so nothing's gonna print yet. Let's go in one. Updated finish lines. So there it updated, and it printed the entire array. Now, why wasn't it doing that last time? Last time it wasn't printing out all the arrays, was that? I don't know. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, so even though it's, what is the array updating to? It's more, we had to, yes, clearing the array. That's important. Okay. So before we append things, we have to clear it. Otherwise, it's just getting more and more added in. Whoopsie. So we just want to say right away, as soon as that happens, I'm actually going to put this print at the end. That makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? And we're going to say clear, just like that. That way it doesn't have a million options. All right. Let's not die. Why did it say left wall detected? Whatever, we're not going to worry about that. Okay, arrays updated. Looks like it is smaller than it was before, so that's a good sign. Ah! Not so good. Sorry, sign is not actually good. Okay, let's just fill up a couple. And then see if we can figure out what's going on. This is so slow. I'm too impatient for this slow freaking moving river. This river sucks. Okay. No, it's good. It's just, I just made it slow. Okay, so the array says that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in there. So it's just adding them all in there. No. Not them all. I'm surprised it's still picking. Okay, there you go. So it's not actually working. It seems to be adding the filled ones in there. Now, I said if not subnode finish line state set to subnode finish line states filled, what I interpret this to mean as if its state is not set to filled, then append it. But it appears to just be appending everything instead of, because I mean, I have definitely filled up a bunch of these. So perhaps back on the finish line script, something is missing. I mean, it sets its own state to filled. Oh, look, it emits it before it sets the state. That would do it. Yeah. You should do that after the state is set. Otherwise, it won't know that the state is set. Also, that still kind of doesn't make sense because it should pick up the other ones. It should pick up on the other ones. So something is still fishy here. Like, I would imagine that would go wrong the first time, but then it should work. That is definitely a problem. Without a doubt. But I suspect there's still another problem. But maybe not. Okay, so looking at the array, it only has 2 in it. Okay, no, I think you're right. There was my problem. Yep, there was my problem. So it's set to those two only, right there. And we just have to make sure to keep that updated for different reasons in different situations. That is to say, if the level resets, we have to make sure that that array, that update, the finish ones, updates. But yeah, functionality, baby. So now it's only got one in the array. So if it's gonna appear, it's only gonna appear on that one on the left. Let's fill up that one on the left and see if it stops trying to flip the coin. Okay, the array is empty. I mean, I took out the coin flip print. But we can add it back in. And just make sure that it's not attempting to flip the coin anymore. It is not. All right, nice. Very good. So, I mean, that is there. That is there. I don't think, did I make the enemy actually hurt you if you run into it? I didn't yet. Yeah, so we'll not worry about that. That could be like a next week thing. We'll get that functionality in. I will on Monday get some more art made. I'll make the submarine right here in this front platform row. That'll be nice. And probably other things too. I'll probably work on other things too. But this is some dang good progress. I gotta say, I'm very happy with it. There's still, for me, 2 more streams left. So 2 more weeks left to work on this. Which is great. So what accomplishments have we made on this great day? On this great day, I mean, the platforms, the wood platforms look a little better, so that's nice. The finish lines function. I mean, that's like one of the biggest things, right? You're almost done. Nice, Henry. Amazing. That was so fast. Dang, I'm impressed. Let me actually remind myself the things that I did do today. Thank you for the love, Murphkins, and for the gifts. Thank you for the gift memberships. I appreciate you so much. Today, player is not oh, we added def. We added def. I said not instantiated. That's a typo. It's supposed to say now instantiated. That's a sad typo. It completely defeats, it's like the opposite of the commit. Oh well. So player is now instantiated is what that's supposed to be. So those are the things we got. We got dying in its different forms. So if I run into an alien, we pop up down here. If I fall into the water, we spent a lot of time trying to get that water to fall down in a decent way, to fall into the water in a decent way, and it works better than it did. So that's a really good thing. We just go right in there and we die and we start back at the beginning. So that was like really good. And then the finish lines function in the sense that you can go into them and the door will close and good job. And you'll disappear and you'll respawn. And there's some nice modular signals and things all set up in there to make sure that that functions correctly. And now we've got a bonus that, oh, you know what I didn't test? I didn't test it either being the, let's go to the main scene, finish lines. Let's say that it's not gonna be a bonus. Ah, look at that, it's an enemy now. Bam! So it red, meaning it's an enemy. If it's blue, it's a bonus. So that'll change every other level, whether it's the enemy or the bonus that spawns out of there. I will work on that actual enemy, which will be bam bam shooting you, which will be super cool. I'll set that up next Wednesday. Yeah, so the finish lines spawn an enemy or a bonus, and it has like an interval. When it comes, it goes away. It avoids the doors that are closed, and it focuses on those. I don't know what's gonna happen when we pick something that is like occupied. Like what if I enter a door at the same time as a bonus spawning? I don't know. I think you're just SOL is what I think that is. Probably Frogger works the same way. So yeah, great progress. Finish lines, death, pretty important to have death and finish lines. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's been a pleasure. I'm gonna give some shout outs to everybody who was contributing today. Like, oh wow, you guys so were. What in the world? Like, how lucky is Hyper Game Dev to have benefactors like y'all? All right, so who are you? Who are you? Merv Kins with the 10 gifts. Say what? 10 gifts, Merv Kins? Dang. Thank you. Candace, 10 gifts. It helps. It helps. It's like the most help that you can give to this channel right now is being a member, and you just gave 10 of them. So thank you both so very much. Yeah, so we have 20 new members. Actually, we have 21 new members because StuLab gave a gift as well. Look at that, 21 new members. We'll have to see if we get a emote slot. I'm not sure. It gets the number. It gets pretty high. The difference is the more like the difference between the last time you get an emote slot and the next time. That gets large. It's ridiculous. So we'll see. I'll definitely check. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. It means the world. Check the join button below if you're interested in that. Yeah. Next live stream is gonna be on Friday. It's a 1-hour game jam. So if you want to come through and join that, let me give you guys a link. So you can, because it's great. It's wild. It's a ridiculous time. And I'm sorry if you join because you might be stressed, but try to have fun because I think it's awesome. So far only 2 of you have joined. Get those joins in there. The more people who have joined up on there mean that more people will see the jam. So that's on Friday. It's coming up quick. So get all involved and I'll see you guys there. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you haven't liked it yet. Remember to thumb up the stream. Give it a like the stream because it will help the channel grow. So thank you, don't you know? Like, we're doing some Mr. Rogers thing here. All right, saying a goodbye song. If you're watching it after the live stream, oh my gosh, thank you for making it this far. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last time I worked on this Frogger-like. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next time I'm gonna work on it. And I hope I see you all there. Good night indeed.